Market open. We're about to get live. Right on time. Ding, 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 ding. The market is open. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. If you're just now tuning in, we are live here. It's 9:30 a.m. and the market is officially open here, you guys. It's Friday, April 29th. It's Friday. We did it. We made it. Let me get these charts pulled up. I'm looking at the video right now. I got the video pulled up here, the SPY, the VIX, and we're going to see where everything's at here today, you guys. Bear with me. We just getting started here. We just things are opening up here, and we just getting started. Let me find my chart. Not saying too much action right now. I'm just looking at the SPY here. The SPY did sell off, and it's holding that sell off from yesterday. It came back down. The market came back down. You know how it is when it first opened up here. You don't want to get caught in that tornado, so just let it play out for about 3 or 5 minutes, and then you can decide if you want to get on in that market, you guys. Oh shit! Roku is white. $8.
On both sides?
$10 total. Yeah, or 70 or something. Do something right. So it looks like Amazon is definitely holding it to the downside, you guys. They're still selling off. They're holding it. Those people are getting paid right now. That's good. Hopefully you're getting out, though, because you know they're going to reverse shit really quick. It's Amazon, you guys. I don't see them selling off all day like that. Facebook trying to run. 206. Market picking up here. Hold on, before we get started here, let's get into the description here before y'all try to say I told you to do something more. This is live coverage from the Stock and Crypto Market Live Ideas of Thought and Studies. This is not financial advice on this stream or with this company. With that being said, let's get into it, y'all. Let's get into it now. It's 3 minutes in. The market kind of making a decision here, like, or what, as far as what they want to do here. We are seeing some upside momentum here right now. Nice green candles coming in on Amazon, so they're able to buying that dip. The SPY's picking up here, 424.44. So at least 422 is not resistance anymore. It's actually they're treating it like support today. We want to see if that's going to be holding though, or they're really trying to bring it up here now. The market like to do that. They like to confuse people after all this fear has entered the market and wiped all your investors out. Now they want to actually do some stuff here now that they got the fear out the way. So keep that in mind. Let's just see though. I think they still would be getting rejected at about 422. But if they prove me wrong, then I know this thing is going to run, though. I do know that for sure here. So Amazon is picking up here. Hopefully you guys got that 25.55 because I don't see them going back to that. They're up $50 from that, and that was only been 4 minutes. So keep that in mind right now. Those calls are extremely cheap over there, Amazon. People probably just happy they never seen the price that low. Yeah, it's they liking it though. They're buying it up. It's going up right now, you guys. 3 strong candles on the spot, 3 strong candles on the triple Qs and the Nvidia here. Tesla's picking up here, you guys. So yeah, Tesla's definitely picking up here. They're up 35, up 4% today. But I would just hang tight. That's only been 4 minutes, you guys. We know right now it still is a bear market. Bulls been very tricky here lately. This could be the real move, though, but it just has to hold up. It's only been 5 minutes. Just give it another 5-15 minutes. Then you'll know if this is a real move or not. As of right now, this could just be, they trying to get off the bottom just to retest the lows. So just hang tight here. We still getting set up here over here, so just hold on, just hang tight. Everybody hang tight. It's only been 5 minutes. So it looks like that Amazon sell-off is, oh wow, Facebook 209, you guys. 209 on Facebook. We didn't even see that number yesterday at all. That's good, though. We still 209.30 Facebook. We still got the other straddle, the group Ever 8 straddle. It's 210 calls, so hopefully if that hits and goes, everybody be straight. It's picking up here, though, now. It's definitely picking up. Definitely could have held. But other than that, it looks like we are opened up here. The market is in the red, though, you guys. So I wouldn't be trusting all this green right now. The Dow's down 39%. The SP 500 is down 75%. The Nasdaq's down 65%. The Russell 2000 is down. No, the Russell 2000 is up 1.80%. And the VIX is down about 1.60%. So, yeah, the market red, you guys, that's definitely a false breakout we have in here right now. So y'all need to hang tight, and I wouldn't be loading calls here. Stocks fall on Friday, led by Amazon at the Nasdaq heads for worst month since March 2020, you guys. Ouch. So, yeah, you see what I'm saying? These are headlines. Nasdaq heads for worst month since March 2020, nigga. Like, pandemic, March 2020. Yeah, don't trust this grain right now. I'm telling you, you will get clapped.
Of this technological terror you've constructed, the ability to destroy a planet is insignificant next to the power of the
I'm in disbelief. Start from beginning, this shit was a joke. They used to laugh at me. No, it's not a question, the shit that I touch becomes a masterpiece. I used to run from my problems, I was an athlete. I ain't know nothing about making it, just hoping the grass was green. Now going back's not even questioned. Oh, life before was purgatory, now it's painted perfect for me. Lessons I chose. Yeah, I haven't worked on purpose, but I think it's self-learning. I ain't know I can live paycheck to paycheck and make it. I used to be fine with that. Now I'm invested in trying to be famous. I crossed where the line was at. I used to live for a little bit. Now I'm percentage this little is the part that's above where the medal is. If I want the money, I'm getting it. Life's not impressive. This shit is progressive. I'm in it for me. When I see $1, I'm moving the camera. I'm making a reach. Yeah, I just turned out into something. I did it. They hate what they see. They don't believe I can do it, but honestly, not to do it. I'm in disbelief. Don't playing a victim. Life ain't what it seems. Gotta want it just to get some. Yeah, and I know that. Raise your gloves, we can toast that. Gonna throw back and come back. Toe tag costs more shit than your own pad. Oh.
I was higher yesterday, and they wouldn't even do it. That's fucking bad. 210 call, 211, 29 break. I was expecting like 2 bands off that one, and the one we had, I was expecting like 4 to 5. You feel me? But like, they ain't Facebook don't want to pay that. Some whole ass niggas, market makers. Mark telling them market makers like, oh, well, you know, we got clapped last time. We don't want to really pay out like that. You can just move the needle a lot so they don't get no money. Oh, this nigga. Yeah, you see that? They get rejected. 424.88. They know. They see what I see. 920. They're like, oh nah, damn, it's a wall. We gotta come back. They're retesting it right now. That's why I'm saying let's wait because I don't know if this might be the real bull thing. You know how they get the bulls. They start getting it. You feel me? It's gonna be a balance. You feel me? That's what I'm saying. I'm not about to get caught in that tornado. I'm thinking it's coming next week though, because we got the FOMC statement and Powell speak next week. The FOMC conference. I'm thinking the balance gonna come then, just like last time. $2.11, 46.59. We just gonna let this simulate, bro. That's a winner. We on break even on the board. Facebook. What's the profit on that bitch though? Okay. 333. Like I said, the highest I seen that contract was $400. So if it's over 400, then they trying to pay us more than yesterday. Surprise us, Facebook. Go to 220 real quick before the deal we happy with that. Yeah, they don't start it. They don't start it. All I can tell now, like I said, they can't get the spot can't get back above 424.88. I'm shorting. That's what I'm looking at right now. I see the top already. They can't get past it. I'm shorting. I might just short the spot itself. That shit fun to play the spot, but that shit really is easy. Yeah, bro. Niggas be loading up. Look at your fucking contract. Look at this shit on the phone, bro. That's not enough for you. If I say it right now, you lost. Pay attention. Yeah, I'm not controlling it. They funny though, bro. Facebook is funny. Market makers funny. That shit ain't even worth nothing though. That day 210 call, that should be up 600 at least. That's not. How is it still the same price from yesterday and we had break it up? You see what I'm saying? They really be cheap.
I think the Bears still have momentum because my call is down too, but it should be up more. It was just up more, and then when they went down,
no, it's not even the Bears having momentum. It's just literally the market makers are telling you that they're not. No company's paying out on calls.
Yeah,
basically.
that too.
Like cheating. They basically telling you like they don't give a fuck how good their earnings is. They're not paying out on calls. So you might as well just report a bad earnings report so they can pay the points. You feel me? That's all they've been doing. Somebody got a bad report. Oh, they paying that out. But if your report good, they're not paying that. Look, coming down already. Rejection. Here it come. Might be getting the top, fellas. That was a quick ass rejection. Yeah, but now you said you know how to use that shit though? Yeah. You gotta put something in there? All you do is twist the needle. There you go. You pack, you know what I'm saying? Put the weed, it's like a little blade. You just twist it. Yeah. Somebody pass me my lady. Yeah. I need that before I really start talking. Yo. You see that earnings, bro? I told you the market was red the whole time, even when they first opened up. That's why I did. Trust
I
me,
got that blood high. They say, Lenny, you too
it's
high.
starting to pick up higher, and now the stock starting to rely like, oh shit, damn, we tripping. Nasdaq still red, down 1%.
Go to school. I ain't trying to
Trying
be
to go up.
I ain't trying to
See
be
it coming down now.
It's that sunset down. Go to school.
Yeah, I'm trying to run on the short term.
I ain't trying to be
I'm looking at short term tonight, May 13th.
I ain't trying to be cool. It's that sunset down. Go to
Think about
school.
it, they broke below
School
200.
rocks.
They broke below
School
190
rocks. You
on
can
us.
learn
It's
everything
not
you
going back
want.
up.
School
See what I'm
rocks.
saying?
Sit down, pay
Those are
attention.
critical numbers
Don't
that the
talk
market
back
been trying to
because
get
know
to
what's up.
long.
Niggas
Shit,
know
they
where
finally
they.
got
I
to
don't
it.
give a
They got
motherfucker.
us
I'm
to get
getting
back
money.
up.
What you think? Hey, I'm getting money. What you think? Hey, take care, take care, take care, take care. Roll out. It's fair. Go.
Yo. Yeah, I'm seeing it, but I mean, you know, Greek guys, bro. Theta IV, it's Friday too. You feel me? They should have did this yesterday. They stalled this and done fucked this over. You know what I'm saying? It ain't price. It's not pricing. It's not pricing nothing different. It's basically the same prices from yesterday because they should have did this yesterday. They hold this, bro. The contract it's at 215 right now, but that still ain't enough. You feel me? The most the contract was 400 yesterday. It just went to 350 just now. You feel me? That's still not enough. You got to split it 8 ways. They some hoes though, bro. They some real live hoes though. Like they could. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Like the equity, the contract should be like 6, 7, 800. I don't understand why they trying to play me. Yeah, they reset every day, and it's like it got to move on to the time. We should have basically just brought another week out, 2 or 3 weeks out. We should have put some time on it. Cause we was right like a motherfucker, but it's just now it's the fact that Facebook not trying to motherfucking do it on the time we right. That's what's going on. Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah. Then now we're talking some brain. That's why I ain't even gonna touch it. I'm gonna let it simulate because it might do that by the end of the day. I don't know. Oh, I pulled the trigger by then for sure. Yeah, I'm watching it. I'm looking right at it, bro. I'm looking right at it. I'm just like, what the fuck is they doing? I'm just in here telling my clients like, man, this is some bullshit, bro. That's how they gonna do that today when we wanted that yesterday. It's, yeah, back at 211, we back at break even. Come on, just go, man. Stop with the bullshit. Just go ahead and go. You feel me? Like I just don't understand the market makers sometimes, bro. They be cheating. Yeah, hell, fuck yeah, they know that. You gotta work for it. This shit be crazy, boy. It's at 211.28 right now. It's right at our break even, wanting us to sell. I know it want us to sell. If I hit the sell button,
Baby, I don't see a flaw in you. You're just my type. Good girl, this is all brand new.
I was thinking about
Everything is alright. I don't wanna rush this, but I love it when you're touching on me in public. The way your body push against me, how I feel when you ain't with me. Go down just to see what we come up with. I realize if I just take my time, this ain't ever gonna fall through. I've been trapped in my mind, but everything's alright. Running body to body on you, and I don't think I'm perfect, but I think I deserve this, and I'm loving watching this play out. Cause I can see it working. Nice legs, hair too. Nothing that anybody compares to. Got the soft smiles, blue eyes. Like a sea that I can stare through. I don't see a flaw in you. You're just my type. Good girl, this is all brand new. Everything is alright. And baby, is it new to you? It's new to me. I could lie, try to tell you that I've got this. Is it news to you? You move me through everything that's been weighing on my conscience. Bad girl, but she's honest. What I wanted. Couldn't tell you how I'd act if I lost it. No, I ain't giving up flawless. Baby, I don't see you flawless. You're just my type. Good girl, this is our brand new. Everything is alright.
That's what I'm saying. They gonna put that shit back by not today, by 2 weeks. It's Amazon. For real, they would easily do this shit. 3,500, no problem. Yeah, the whole market red, but the fucking actually the ETFs are going up. So it's like it's weird motion right now, bro. People, you see what I'm saying? Tesla up, the market red. Yeah, Nike. A lot of value. A lot of people going to value right now. They trusted Nike again. They said they scared of big tech. I said too, but that's some cheap ass shit, bro. Like they don't pay. You feel me? Niggas had that shit for too long. Them niggas didn't pay $1. You know, fuck around, made that, overlapped that, and just what you do by yourself. Yeah, for real though. Straight. I swear, do the opposite of everybody, bro.
I'm getting racks to bitch. I can't go racks to riches. You getting mad to bitch. Cause I put the bad.
There you go.
I can't go rags to riches. I'm not your average nigga. I can't go rags to riches. I'm getting bags and bigger. I can't go rags to riches. You getting mad, little nigga. I'm getting rags to bitch. I can't go rags to riches. You getting mad, little bitch. Cause I fuck the baddest bitches. I came from rags to riches. I came from rags to riches.
Yeah, bitches big kill. I been doing this shit on the goddamn man. I don't even work for it. Throw it like bread for my bitches. Just like Jackie Chan. I jump out that pussy, then it's back to the band. Back to the band, throw the bag up in grams. The hair run and ice. Even got the jiggers for the low for your bands. You can get it for the 8, but they going for the 10. I stay strapped up, I ain't goddamn playing. Hit a nigga ass up with that L-Fed. Stretch his ass out in the goddamn ambulance. So please don't get mad, little nigga. Better get you a bad little nigga. Cause I'm not your average nigga. I'll put your ass in the casket, nigga. I'ma leave your ass with your dick in the dirt. I'ma leave your ass with your pick on the shirt. I'ma leave your ass with your thoughts on the curb. I'ma put your ass in the box in the hearse. I'ma put your ass in the box in the church. I'ma leave your ass 6 feet in the earth. We slide 3 deep when it's time to go swerve. Hanging out both windows, give your ass that work. Give your ass that
rags
work.
to bitch. I came from rags to riches. You getting mad, little bitch. Cause I fuck the baddest bitches. I came from rags to riches. I'm not your average nigga. I came from rags to riches. I'm getting bags to bitches. I came from rags to riches. You getting mad, little nigga. I'm getting rags, little bitch. I came from rags to riches. You getting mad, little bitch. Cause I fuck the baddest bitches. I came from rags to riches. I came from rags to riches. I want them fast little nigga, but I know I gotta grind for it. I want them fast little nigga, but I gotta put in time for it.
Not even a month ago, 5 days.
But I'ma ride, I'ma die for it. Ain't no capping this all just happened. I want that money in my pocket. Hit you with that Drake, hit you with that K, hit you with that goods, hit you with that hay. When it come to money, just know I won't play. When it come to money, I shit you with the big step dripping every motherfucking day. But this is the youngest bitch, they found another way. I'm running packs back, just call me once I pay.
Oh, yeah. That shit been going on for a minute.
Some bitch go ahead and blank. Niggas like the moment that these other niggas ain't, nigga. So I get fucked on what niggas think. I'm one rack and these other niggas late. One rack and these other niggas late. I'm getting rich, 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 I'm getting rich,
picking up, but yeah, it's weird. It's weird actually. Market mixed up like hell, man. Right now, this Tesla is going up, but Amazon just still tanking here. But everything else is they holding up pretty good here. Facebook, Meta holding up here right now. They up $6. I mean, you know, this is a point where, you know, the market can break out right here if it really wants to. The bulls can step on the gas right here, but, you know, they won't have to. That's the thing. That's the key. They got to right now. You know, we're not really playing with that much time here. Time is limited for the weeklies. Right. Take that shit off right at that point. Facts. You feel me? Yeah, you feel me? And that's what I was saying. We keep grouping it with that many people, and we're gonna come up eventually. It's too many people. We're gonna find a contract that's gonna hit eventually. You see what I'm saying? Off for $30 type shit. So SPY just skyrocketed up here. SPY's breaking out here, 425.27. So it looks like 422.58 on the SPY is support today. They bouncing off of that. They're not getting no lower than 422. But the market is deep red though, you guys. So don't get confused here. Don't get confused. The market is deep red here. But it is trimming down though. The red is trimming down. It might flip green. It might flip green here, you know. So it can go either way here. It can go either way. But right now the bulls are showing some strength. This market just going straight up here. They're trying to flip some things around here. The Nasdaq's only down 30% now. And the S&P 500 is only down about 53% now. And the Dow's only down about 10%. And the VIX is still down about 1%. So everybody's still down here. But we do got some leaders across the board. I see some type of green here with Apple. You got a lot of $1 trillion market cap companies that's really holding this up here. What it would have been to see Amazon do that too, man. The market would be even more green now. But I'm sensing since they got clapped so badly, the market is still red, but the other companies are still showing their green, and we're just getting a little bit of green out of it. You know, it's not that real. It's not that real of a move here. And the Nvidia's back at 200. So hang tight on the shorts here, you guys, because like I said, you want to let them top out, and you really want to short them when they feel like they're too high. You don't want to short them in the mix of them going up. You'll get behind the trade. So just hang tight. We might have to buy some calls today if they keep this action up. I mean, I like it right now, but I don't trust it, just considering they've been doing this to us all week. And today's Friday, you guys, so I don't see them like trying to switch something up here before Powell and the conference next week. So just keep that in mind. I think they're just trying to let them top out. Now, keep in mind, we went to 429 and 428 this week on the SPY, so it wouldn't surprise me if they retest that right now. Or it wouldn't surprise me if this is the top. So that's what I'm looking out for here right now. But other than that, man, yeah, who is on the move? Yeah, Amazon really got the market crippled, you guys. But let's check with Tesla.
Yes, you got the ground over there.
You need to grind.
Tesla 931. Woo. I see 931.
Tesla's starting to pick up here, you guys. They're actually running here. So Elon might have been on point. You know, he might have been on point when what he tweeted. He said there was no more selling in Tesla, and they got their share price up about $54 today, up 6%. So it looks like those Tesla bulls like the sound of that no more selling, and they know they can buy right here and receive something off of it. So that's really good. That's really good. But at the end of the day, I'm still not trusting none of this, you guys. I'm gonna just be real with you. We still down here in a bear market, so all this up momentum, I don't trust it if I don't see continuation. It's only been 30 minutes, you guys. They can just give us 30 minutes of up momentum and bring this thing right back down to the opening near Euro close time. So keep that in mind. Or they can, it could be the real thing. Like I said, this could be a dip here, since they done went from 422 to 425 in a matter of 30 minutes. Might be the real move here. So we just still trying to wait and figure it out. Don't see it, though. Don't see it. The gas, look like the oil stocks went down a little bit, but they still up. Not down too much. Checking in with that. Let's see if we got any briefings going on. No briefings. No briefings going on, you guys. So a little overall chill Friday so far. Nothing moving the market yet. We don't see nothing coming live from the White House or anything. So that's cool. That's cool. I like the sound of that. Chill Friday. Ain't nothing wrong with that. So yeah, we can play music and we're gonna try some numbers in here. And we're going to decide what we're going to do here. It looks like they're coming down here, so it looks like there might be a rejection here. But this could be a dip as well. I'm seeing it from both sides, so just hang tight, you guys. Hang on tight. This might be a good hold day too. Coming in, like I said, we got the FOMC statement next week. We also got the conference as well next week, and we know for a fact that that's going to move the market and give you a better direction, a clearer direction that is anyway. So, you just kind of want to just not over leverage here. It's been a long, long week, man. It's been a lot of earnings reporting here. This type of stuff can exhaust you mentally with all these type of earnings reports. So hopefully you guys didn't overplay anything like that. I'm not hearing from y'all in the chat today, so looks like some of y'all are exhausted. I know we had someone that did swing an Amazon call, so I understand that. He's okay. Y'all just pray for him. Amazon's down 360, you guys. And it looks like they're going to hold that. So hopefully if you held, you didn't get out too early on those Amazon puts. You got what you wanted. Plus more. But the spot's retesting 425 right now. So this might be the real thing if it can break above here. Yes, sir. If it can break above 425.87, this might be the real move here. And this looks like the European market. They're doing this. This is all of them, This ain't really, you can tell. It's not just our country. It's mixed up here. It's mainly the European market here buying this dip. Nvidia back at 199. That's why I'm chilling, because Nvidia made it back to 199, and I thought 200. I thought that level was dead, but apparently, they still want to play there, try to get back over it. So we need to hang tight. Airbnb's up here today. They got earnings next week. Chill day though. So far, so good though. You know, overall, the market's not selling off with the Amazon sell off. So I mean, big tech got exposed itself, but it's not breaking the market down as we initially thought. You know, Amazon's almost down $400. You would think this would be crashing the market. Either it is, and the market makers are lying to us, or it's just not affecting it, and it really was never affecting everyone else like everybody thought. So the truth, only time gonna tell. Only time gonna tell. The truth will reveal itself. But I mean, everybody's in the red. SPY's going up. Triple Q's going up. The VIX looks like it's down. Something ain't right. This is credit spread action here. So the tech sector is seeing worst start to the year in 2 decades, you guys. They're saying the worst start to the year is in 2 decades for the tech sector right now. That's pretty bad. That's like 20 years. They haven't seen it this bad in 20 years, you guys. So that's an alert there that's coming out right now. It's breaking news, and as that just came out, breaking news, the SPY's coming back into the channel here. So we'll see here. The VIX just spiked up a little bit, so we'll see here if it's really being this bad. You know, it's saying it's seeing the worst start to the year in 2 decades. Okay, well, you know, it means there's more selling to come then, and we just need to stay cautious. That's what it sounds like to me. So the Dow's down about 13% here. The S&P 500 is down about 69%. The NASDAQ is down 52%. The Russell 2000 is down 6%. The VIX is down 2.77%. So red all across the board. That ain't right. You know, usually if everybody's red, the NASDAQ, S&P 500, and the Dow, and the Russell 2000, usually the VIX is green. Or, you know, if the VIX was red, at least the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 and the Dow and the Russell 2000, they should be green. So the fact that they're all red, something ain't right. Something ain't right now. Which the market is still waiting for something, and that's what it's signaling here. I'm just watching the charts and numbers. So you guys hang tight here. That Facebook is coming back down here. Probably should have took that profit. It was way over break even, about $1, and that's what they were offering. So that's what it should have been. I understand you guys were saying, you know, it's not a lot, some of you, but that's what they were offering. It's either you take your money back or they're going to keep it. At this point, that's just what it is. I don't see Facebook running. They ain't did it. They had a great earnings report, and they ain't did it yet, so I don't see it happening now at this point. It's going to come over time, though, when you least expect it. Trust. That's how they usually do. And it wouldn't surprise me if this is the top on Facebook and they retest the lows coming up here next week, for real. Nothing is surprising me anymore because, like I said, I've been seeing these numbers for too long to the point where it's just getting too easy. And you just don't get overwhelmed anymore when you see the same numbers over and over and over. And I understand it's the market makers trying to confuse us and frustrate us. I get that. It's cool. But it's not frustrating anymore when you don't let it get to you. You just need to wait and let them figure it out. And you'll know when to get in there, trust me. You'll know. You'll know when to short or go long. You'll know. Right now, I would say the shorts are winning here. Bears are still winning overall to me. SPY can't get back above 430. We're nowhere near being bullish. Let's just keep that in mind. So we're at VWAP right now. The SPY 424 is coming back down, and the Triple Q is same VWAP. We're gonna take a quick break here right now and see if we got any briefings. If not, we'll come back and we'll just pay attention to the charts and numbers. It's a chill Friday, you guys. Chill Friday right now. They're selling off, but it's not as bad as it's been all week. But the market is red though, and it can flush here. It is early. It's only been about 30, 40 minutes. So we're gonna take a quick break. We'll be right back. That's what I wait on.
They say the wrong time might be the right time. You say the wrong thing, nigga, that's your lifeline. I keep it one rack every single fucking time. I just want some money even though I got it now. They say the wrong time might be the right time. You say the wrong thing, nigga, that's your lifeline. I keep it one rack every single fucking time. I just want some money even though I got it now. I keep it real, ain't no faking this shit. All my life I've been chasing a bitch. Now I'm chasing my chip. They mad at me, sad at me, but I'm thugging little bitch. Ain't no love around this joke, I'm really thugging this shit. I keep my mind on my money, and my money in my pocket. I got a gun, I'm ready to cock it, ready to pop it. It ain't knocking, they knocking on my bad side. I got a bad right, yo bitch, she let me bust on her inside. She going crazy, wanna have my baby, I gotta let it. She going crazy if she find out. I'm really thugging, ain't no time now. Some quarterback is sliding out, chasing money riding out. The struggle used to tear me down. I'm chasing money, come get a pound now. They say the wrong time might be the right time. You say the wrong thing, nigga, that's your lifeline. I keep it one rack every single fucking time. I just want some money, even though I got it now. They say the wrong time might be the right time. You say the wrong thing, nigga, that's your lifeline. I keep it one rack every single fucking time. I just want some money, even though I got it. I need more money, I need more paper. I be chasing this shit. I need more haters, they be hating this shit. You gotta be patient. I'm erasing these niggas. I'm trying to see more paper. I'm trying to balance. I gotta relocate us. I'm trying to find balance. Fuck whatever he gotta say. So many honeys on the way. Too many honeys. I got the packs. I got the lean. I got what you want. I got what you need. Too many 20s. It's hard to breathe. Yeah, she sucked me up. She on her knees. She begging to stay. Don't know when to leave. I told that bitch, please. Bitch, please. Leave quick. Bitch, get your shit. Time to flee. Money calling. I said that money calling me. Bitch, leave. Bitch, flee. Bitch, quick. Yeah, bitch, please. They say the wrong time might be the right time. You say the wrong thing, nigga, that's your lifeline. I keep it one rack every single fucking time. I just want some money, even though I got it now. They say the wrong time might be the right time. You say the wrong thing, nigga, that's your lifeline. I keep it one rack every single fucking time. I just want some money, even though I got it now. Even though I got it now. One rack, go Spizzy. They say the wrong time might be the right time. Even though I got it now.
Oh yeah, you feel me? We got 8 clients, man. We just gotta start thinking. We just gotta start thinking small, man. Play small, you feel me? Gotta use it one another until, you feel me, we all come up. That's all we gotta do right now. So eight people put up $70 on the contract. That's a $560 contract we can get anywhere. Literally, we can show Netflix. We can show a motherfucking video. We can show the video for $560 and load that up. I really think the video is gonna come down, bro. To like 150 for real. They just trying to stall it, you feel me? You know how they like to do. They like to wait. Everybody done made their move, then they gonna do it. At least expect it. It's coming. It's at 197. So we get the 150 push right now for May 13th. They going for 60 cents. We can get 8 of them. Everybody motherfucking get 1. Or we can fucking go 12. We can go 10. No, we can go 9. We can go 9 and divide it. Get 9 contracts and divide it by 8. Though. Look at this shit. It says if Nvidia is at 125 by May 13th, they're gonna give us $21,000. We're gonna pay $540. Feel me? These type of plays I'm trying to make. Small risk, huge reward. 9 contracts, we can make 20 bands. They holding the market up today with some crutches though today. They know the put's been eating like here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we back from the break. Whoa, so SPY just did something weird here. It was a green candle there, and then it just like witched to red there. And it looks like it's coming back below VWAP right now. Yeah, it is 423.78 there. Yeah, you can't do that, SPY. I don't know what that candle was. That was like one of those wick candles. It looked like it wanted to stay green, but nah, it was too weak. The SPY's coming down right now. It looks like we might be testing the lower band. Triple Q's coming down here. VIX is going up. The video just turned around $3. So everybody's selling now. That was a moment right there. It just had Amazon's coming back down. Whoa, SPY big cheekly right there. 423.25 here. Now they're coming down here. Now we're back at the lower band already. That quick there in 2 seconds. SPY just came down there. So all those gains just got wiped. That 425.87 wiped that fast. Those gains not in the market anymore. Wiped. Get them out of there. Triple Q's just touched what? 327.20. Wiped. Get it out of there. Down $4 right now. We're wiping gains, you guys. The volatility's serious here. They're giving up the gains. You're not taking it. They're taking it back. It's that simple right now. That's just what it is. You're not taking what they're offering. They're taking it back. It's just that simple right now, you guys. So the SPY look crippled here, there at the lower band now. Damn, that was the moment. We could have shorted the hell out of SPY at 425 right there. We've been up big as hell right now. We could have been up 2 or 3 bands off that $2 drop if we just bought like 20 contracts that fast. So it's coming down here. SPY still coming down. Fuck. So let's see. We're back at the opening right now on the SPY. So let's just see. Now I can go either way from here. 422.37 is the low of the day. That was pre-market. Open market 422.65. We're right near it. So let's just see what it does here. You don't want to really be buying puts, and it just bottomed out technically. But it could keep flushing here. This might not be the bottom. This might just be getting started here. To keep flushing. That was definitely the move though. Fucking market makers. Polar's coming down. Domino's is still down. Looks like we're starting a lot of stocks starting to slip up here. Then we're starting to see everybody almost turn red here. So this now it's starting to make sense. This is what I was expecting. From the start anyway. The market's been red this whole time. Down bad too red. The Nasdaq's down 1%. The S&P 500 is down 1%. So, you know what I'm saying? I was expecting this. Now the SPY's coming down here, you guys. I was expecting stocks to already be red. Apple's about to flip red here. And I think that'll get the stocks going red here. Facebook's losing momentum. They're back at 208. They're about to flip here too shortly. SPY still coming down. New low of the day, 422.26. Just tagged it. 422.21. Here we go now. Now the selling pressure is starting to kick in here. They let them top out as usual, and now they just bringing them on back down. Bringing them on back down. The SPY can't hit by 417 today, so trying to see if it's going to flush here at another $2 and break below 420. If so, then that's when I would jump in on the short. But until then, I want to catch the next bounce. It's 422.18 right now. But if it can flush $2 more, I'm in. But we're going to see what it does here.
Amazon dumping more?
Amazon is still dumping, correct. They're still down. They're still down in about $350. So still in the same movement. They just, I think they about to put that volatility sign over there. Amazon, they ain't gonna let nobody keep making that much money. You know what I'm saying? They gonna just keep playing around. I would just probably not even look at them today. It's you'd about to swing that put. The SPY coming down 422.14 But yeah, those bears, they not gonna let those puts go. It's too many gains. It's too much gains they celebrate. Let's see. Video still right here. Yeah, Amazon bouncing. See what I'm saying? They only down. They at 25.50 now. Tesla. What Tesla go? I see them. Yeah, I just looked at it. They slipping too. Now they just lost about $10, $20 right there. Everybody's moving backwards now. I like that. So SPY coming down. SPY coming down. New low 422.10. Just tagged it. So we're making a new low, you guys. This is the low of the day right now so far. We have got a flare gun pop, and it was a false breakout. Another false breakout. Shout out to Chargers. 422.05 here. Bottomed out here. This could be about to continue to flush, though. These are some nice red candles that's coming in here. A lot of selling pressure. Bears got the momentum. Vaccine stocks on the high today. Moderna's on the high, up $4. Nothing too much. Novavax up by $6. Nothing too much. Roku still holding that little $4 gain. Amazon's bouncing back up now. They're going back up. They're back in the middle.
Keep trying to do Wall Street.
Yeah, they're going to keep trying until they get what they want.
Right.
And see, they want to flush, or they want this shit to rally. It looks like they want to flush, and they're going to get it. So far, that's what it looks like. You look at the SPY, they want to flush, and they about to get it. I'm just trying to look at who is correlating with the SPY for real, like with the flush. It looks like, I mean, you got to go with the people that's holding up. So I'm looking at Tesla. They got too many gains. This don't make sense. Like, come on back down below 900 now. Quit the cap, Elon. You know you just spent $400 billion. I mean, $40 billion or $4 billion, whatever. You spent $1 billion, some billions. So yeah, that's just it right now. So no briefing still. SPY coming down, new low today, 421.84. 421.84 SPY selling off here, 421.83. They're selling off now, you guys. They're getting to it. It looks like we got Dr. Fauci. He's live right now. Let's tune in and see what he's talking about. He's discussing supposed end to America's COVID-19 pandemic.
The multiverse.
And then he's saying it's the end of the pandemic. Apparently, we're about to find out. COVID just went away. Poof. They funny as hell.
You see now with measles and polio. Measles and polio is all over the world. In some countries, polio less so, but measles is widespread in many other countries. Yet we don't see measles in the United States because A, people are immune to it, and B, the virus doesn't change. We're not seeing that with SARS-CoV-2. We're seeing variants that emerge every few months. We've had Alpha, Beta, Delta, Omicron, BA2, BA4, BA5. So it's very difficult to really get a strong classical herd immunity when you have immunity that wanes and a virus that, in fact, does not stay stable. And you have an anti-vax movement which prevents many of the people from getting vaccinated. So that's what I mean when I described recently, we're not going to get classical herd immunity with SARS-CoV-2.
Okay, let's talk about those variants. So why do viruses evolve? You know, at the moment, it seems like the coronavirus is becoming more communicable, but less lethal.
Yeah, really.
Can you talk about why that is?
That's why I ain't wrote no beans.
Well, generally when viruses propagate rapidly through populations, they tend to adapt themselves to spread more rapidly and not necessarily kill all the hosts. So it's not surprising that you wind up seeing viruses that might be less pathogenic. But remember, less pathogenicity can be due to two factors. One, the virus can be inherently less pathogenic, namely serious, or there's enough baseline immunity in the population that even though you're not protected from infection, you're protected from severity of disease. Now, viruses change and evolve by mutations. Mutations cause amino acid substitutions in important parts of the virus, which interfere or modify their transmissibility or their severity. That's usually due to what we call immunological pressure that's put on the virus. So when a virus infects somebody, your immune system tries hard to eliminate it. The virus that's replicating is trying to escape that attack on it by the immune system. So it tends to mutate and change. When you get enough of that, and then viruses start to recirculate, the new version of it recirculates, and that's called a variant.
Okay, thank you. You spoke a little bit about the zoonotic effect in the animal reservoir for this particular disease. So how have you seen that play out in the United States? Can you talk a little bit about infection among animals, and have we seen passing back and forth?
Yeah, well, we're dealing with it literally yesterday when the CDC announced the first case of an H5N1 chicken influenza virus that jumped species from the animal host, the chicken, which is causing a great deal of agricultural problems because it's causing the culling of large numbers of chickens, not to mention wild birds like bald eagles and other singing birds. So that is an animal virus that's jumped species. Years ago, we had a rather significant concern with H5N1, H7N9, which are influenza viruses in animals that jump species. So right here in the United States, interesting you asked that question, we had an announcement yesterday of that by the CDC.
Okay, thank you. While the initial version of the vaccines were highly effective, the immunity they produced did not last that long. You mentioned that in your opening remarks. What can we expect from future vaccines? Will they be able to extend immunity, and how will they do this? And kind of a schedule can we expect? Once a year, twice a year? You know, based on the nature of the virus, will there ever be a one and done?
Definitely.
Well, I hope there will be, but I'm not overly optimistic about a one and done, particularly when you have a virus that tends to change, which this virus does, and efforts test to assess the variants that we've seen. So right now, I would hope that we get to the point where the immunity will last long enough so that you only intermittently would need to be boosted. I don't see the necessity of every 4 months requiring a booster. I don't think that's feasible, and I don't think that's really something that we'll be dealing with. But I do anticipate that given the fact that the immunity does wane, and that happens to be characteristic of coronaviruses, I think people don't fully appreciate that prior to the COVID outbreak and prior to SARS-CoV-1 and MERS, we've been dealing with 4 common cold coronaviruses that account for, variable between 5 and 30% of all the common colds that we experience. And we keep getting infected with the same 4 common cold coronaviruses for decades. So we know from experience with coronaviruses that the protection that follows infection is not particularly durable. And you would expect, that being the case, that the protection following vaccines are not going to be durable, which brings us to the second part of your question. We are trying very hard to develop vaccines, different platforms that give a greater degree of durability of immunity. mRNA vaccines are phenomenally good at getting a high degree of efficacy and safety. But we've experienced now that the durability of protection isn't lifelong, for sure. Well, certainly not years long in the year and a half that we've experienced it. So we've got to do better. We have very good vaccines, but we've got to get better platforms and immunogens, maybe with adjuvants, that allow us to have a greater durability of protection.
Okay. So the second booster, we're already seeing that that's already approved for those over the age of 50-something. But when are you expecting to see a release for that second booster for adults and also potentially young adults, teenagers? Where are you with that? And do you think that the second booster is something that people should consider getting at this point? Or should we be waiting for something else?
All right, two elements to your question. The first is, what about approval or eligibility for people younger than 50? As you know, the FDA, together with the CDC, came out with a declaration of eligibility for people 50 years of age or older, particularly those who are even older than that, 65 and older, and certainly with people with underlying conditions. The FDA right now, with their VRBPAC, their advisory committee, are looking at and planning what we might have in the fall as we prepare for the cooler season of the fall and winter, which would likely lead to some sort of a surge in cases. So that's being determined right now, and we at the NIH are doing a number of studies to determine what the best boost would be, that 4th dose. Should it be a variant-specific boost? Should it be a bivalent boost? We have a number of clinical studies that are ongoing now to ask that. So we likely will know over the summer when we'll be able to and what we'll be able to boost people with. If you are in that group of 50 or older now, and you have any of a number of underlying conditions, hypertension, obesity, heart disease, diabetes, we recommend that you do get that 4th dose.
Okay, great. So masks or no masks? What kind of masks? Can you give us some clear guidance on, what we should expect in terms of use of masks going forward? When is it necessary? When is it unnecessary or really not all that effective? If you had to get on a plane tomorrow, would you wear a mask?
Well, if I had to get on a plane tomorrow, I would definitely wear a mask. So even though, the court order struck down the requirement for masks on planes, I think that if you want to be protected, in a situation like that, it's a person's own individual choice for the risk that they're willing to take. And each individual is different, and they assess their risks. How old are you? Do you have an underlying condition that it would make it more likely that you would have a severe outcome if you got infected? Do you have someone in your household who, if you got infected, even though you had no symptoms, if you went home and infected them, is that someone who is vulnerable? An elderly person, a person with an underlying condition, someone who might be on chemotherapy for cancer, or someone who might have an immune defect, an autoimmune disease on corticosteroids or methotrexate or something like that. If that's the case, you should probably take into consideration seriously wearing a mask even in indoor settings when masks are not required. If you look at the United States now and the CDC metrics, most of the country is green, which means the requirement or the strong recommendation for a mask in indoor settings is not there. As the CDC has said, that could change. And if in fact a combination of cases, hospitalization, and hospital capacity change, the CDC will modify their recommendations. But the wearing of masks right now in indoor cases, you need to take a look at what your risk is and the risk you're willing to take.
Okay. I want to jump over and ask a burning question selfishly, but I know many people want to know. I have a 2-year-old and a 3-year-old. We're all just kind of continuously scouring the news for answers on when we may see a vaccine that covers under age of 5, 6 months to 5 years. On Thursday, Moderna announced that it would seek emergency use authorization for the COVID vaccine for young children. Why has it been so difficult to deliver a vaccine that's suitable for toddlers?
Well, first of all, I think it's important for the public to understand something very clearly. The FDA cannot act on approving something on an emergency use until A, they get an application from the company for an EUA, and B, they receive all of the information necessary to make that determination, and C, they're given ample time to do the very important task of carefully examining and scrutinizing that information so that when they make a determination that an EUA should be granted, that they do so in a way that you can be sure that you're dealing with a safe and effective vaccine. So the FDA is not delaying anything. The FDA needs the information, not all of which has been presented to them yet, to make a determination. And I think there's a misinterpretation that they're holding on to data that they should be moving on. That's not the case at all.
Can you explain a little bit further, though, why it has been difficult to get, it seemed like it wasn't effective. The first vaccine that Pfizer had been studying wasn't effective or not to the level that they were looking for. So, it is obviously up to Pfizer to make the determination whether they seek emergency use or not. But from your vantage point, what happened there, and what are some of the things that you're seeing companies now do in developing vaccines that may be more effective in finding a vaccine that works in toddlers?
Well, I think we likely will have it. The question is, what is the precise dose and the dose regimen? For Pfizer, they started off with a 2-dose vaccine for children in that cohort from 6 months to 2 years, and then 2 years to up to 5 years old. And as it turns out, a 2-dose regimen did not meet the criteria that were preset to make it be available to really be evaluated enough for the efficacy for an EUA. And so they then went to the trial on a 3-dose regimen, which is what's going on now, and the data are being collected and analyzed there. So it's really a question of getting the right dose and the right dose regimen. We continually try to improve on that with newer vaccines, including vaccines for children.
And so, with Moderna asking to seek emergency use authorization, is that a sign that based off of their trials that they are seeing efficacy with this vaccine at this point? Because I know Pfizer had put forward a request but then pulled it back. So just kind of curious, what does this really dictate here in terms of Moderna's potential success in trials that they're...
Well, when Moderna submits data to the FDA, they do so under the assumption that the data will be good enough for an EUA. I can't comment on that because I haven't seen the data and I'm not the FDA. So right now, when the FDA gets all the data that they need, they will expeditiously analyze the data and make a determination based on what they do very well, is a very careful scrutiny of the safety and efficacy of the data.
Okay, great. Thank you. I know we're all hungry for that data. When do you think we'll see a toddler vaccine? Do you think we'll see it this summer or potentially later, based on what you're hearing?
Well, you're asking the same question 5 different ways. And
So-
I'm telling you the answer, and I'm being very consistent with one answer. And that is when the FDA gets the data and the data are in a way where they deem it that is sufficient for an EUA, then they will make that pronouncement. And I certainly am not going to get ahead of the FDA
Sure.
to make any pronouncement about when they're going to do that. They will do that expeditiously, as they always do things expeditiously.
Sure. I just saw a report saying a top FDA official was saying potentially as early as June. So
Well, there
We'll
you
see
go.
what happens.
Go with,
There you
it. Go with what the
all right,
FDA
all
says.
right. Has the Omicron variant's infection rate affected or convoluted studies being conducted on the toddler age group because it is more infectious? So if our vaccines, we're still getting infected, how does that affect something like a trial in children if the variants now are more infectious? They're not looking at the same variants that maybe were less infectious.
Well, yeah, we've had Omicron now for a bit. So there has been sufficient information, I believe, in the Omicron era to make a determination as to the efficacy of a vaccine in the Omicron era.
Okay, great. Do you envision a time when a COVID vaccine will be among the early childhood battery of vaccines?
You know, I think that really is too soon to make any determination on that, because we are still now in certain phases of a pandemic. And when things stabilize into a steady state, and again, as I said in answer to your previous questions, we don't know when or what level that will be, then I think it will be easier to determine if in fact you want to make this one of the regular childhood vaccines. But I do not think we can make that determination now.
Okay, all right. One of the earlier realizations of the pandemic was that children who contracted the virus did not, for the most part, get as ill as adults. We know now that as many as 75% of children have already been infected with coronavirus since the pandemic began. How has thinking about children and the coronavirus evolved over time? Do we have a clear idea yet about why the virus behaves as it does in children as opposed to adults?
No, we don't have a very clear explanation of why that's the case. There are certain hypotheses that have not been proven, maybe due to so-called innate immunity that the children have that make it less likely that they get severity of disease. We don't know the answer, so if I surmise, it'll become a soundbite, and that's not good, so I won't surmise. We don't know. Try that. So, having said that, I think we better be careful, and I don't think I know, we better be careful about when we say that the virus doesn't affect children as seriously as it affects adults, to then make the conclusion that it's trivial in children. It's not. Many children have been infected, 12 million or so. We've had thousands of hospitalizations. We've had inflammatory syndrome in children, which leads in many respects to a serious outcome. You know, we've had children die from this. We've had children hospitalized. So although it is true that children in general do not get as severe an outcome as a cohort than do elderly people, we shouldn't underplay the potential seriousness of this in children. Even though the numbers are less, we don't want to be able to then accept that children, it's okay for a child to be infected and get sick. It's not.
Okay, great, thank you. Vaccination rates among children and young adults remain low. What seems to be holding parents back from vaccinating their children? Is it misconception that once you've had COVID, you're immune from additional infection, as many kids have gotten COVID already, and or a combination of other factors that may be preventing parents from making that decision to move forward on a vaccine for their kids?
I think it's multifaceted. I don't think there's one reason. There are some parents who are inherently anti-vax. I mean, no matter what you tell them, they just don't want to get vaccinated themselves or their children. There are others who have understandable concerns about safety. And for those people, you point to the very, very strong safety record that these vaccines have. And sometimes when parents don't have all the information they need to make a decision through no fault of their own, they're a bit concerned, understandable, and sometimes confused about whether or not the risk-benefit weighs in favor of the benefit. And I think when you go over all the data and you carefully analyze it in an unbiased way, hopefully parents will come to the conclusion that it certainly is to the benefit of the children to get them vaccinated.
Okay. You've decided not to go to the White House Correspondents' Dinner. I'm sorry, I will miss you there on Saturday night. You called it a personal choice. But I think it might be instructive for many of us to hear how you evaluate risk, whether it's a big dinner in a ballroom or a gathering with friends and family. What factors do you consider?
Well, again, they're personal factors. And I think one person's decision, namely my decision, not to go to an individual social function indoors, is based on a number of things that I put into my own personal evaluation of my own risk. And one of the things people need to understand, you shouldn't judge one person's decision to be applicable broadly across the board to others, because each individual person has a number of factors, some of which are obvious, like age. You can't run away from what your age is, but there may be personal risk factors that people don't really want to make public. So you shouldn't question them. You should accept a person's personal decision, which should not influence someone else's personal decision.
All right. What are some of the technologies you've seen deployed to try to prevent the spread? We've seen air filtration systems, ionizers. For instance, at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, organizers were approached about using a UV lighting system that could minimize viral disbursement. What are your thoughts about these types of technologies? Anything that looks promising to you? Or, is this so far you're just seeing sort of maybe minimal effect from some of these things?
That's an unfair question, because I really can't evaluate each and every technical thing that puts forth.
Anything particular that stands out to you that looks promising?
Well, yeah, the one thing is clear: ventilation is really important. And that's the reason why you always say when you have social events, particularly when you're dealing with a number of people congregating and gathering together, outdoors is much better from a safety standpoint than indoors. And if it is going to be indoors, to the extent possible, proper ventilation is something that's very important.
Okay. Are there any variants you're seeing emerge that are greater cause for concern, either related to infectious rate or other factors than recent variants like Omicron? Or are we getting to the point where a variant is a variant is a variant, that we're seeing a lot of things cropping up? So just your thoughts on that.
No, I wouldn't say a variant is a variant is a variant, because if you would have said that, you would have really been knocked on your back with Delta and then followed by getting knocked out again with Omicron. So we have to be careful. There are sublineages, like we're seeing sublineages of Omicron, that may be 20, 25, 30% more transmissible, which means it spreads more rapidly, but doesn't necessarily give you any more severity of disease. But we've always got to be on the lookout and very, very careful and vigilant about a variant that might come along that might be different enough that it really seriously evades the protection that you get from vaccination and boosting, as well as from prior infection. So you always got to be on your guard for a variant that's different enough that it really causes a significant amount of difficulty.
Okay. I'm going to ask a few questions from the audience that are coming in. This one comes from Alexander Tin of CBS News. What does Dr. Fauci make of reports of rebound symptoms in people who finished a course of Paxlovid? Do you think more people should be eligible to receive Paxlovid?
All right, two separate questions, a little bit unrelated, but appropriate questions and good questions. There are anecdotal stories, which are what anecdotes are, of people who have taken Paxlovid in the acute phase within 3 to 5 days, have done well for a few days, and then when the drug is stopped, they appear to have a rebound, either a rebound in test positivity or a rebound usually of mild symptoms. The drug is still clearly very effective in preventing you from progressing to requiring hospitalization. The 90% efficacy seems to be holding strong. That issue of real or not rebound phenomenon is really being looked at very carefully to determine what the extent of it is, and is it a real phenomenon? Because right now, it's still at the level of anecdotal reports. And when you have anecdotal reports, the best thing to do, which is being done, is to put together a study to try and validate or not what those anecdotes are and what to do about it if they are real. That's the answer to the first question. The second question, I and a number of my colleagues, including Dr. Jha and others in our COVID team at the White House, feel that we are underutilizing Paxlovid, and we need to make sure that the American public and healthcare providers realize that it is much more accessible than people realize it is, and we're making it even more accessible. We started off by having 20,000 sites where you can get it, pharmacies and clinics. We're bringing that up to 30,000 and hope to double it to 40,000 very soon. In addition, there are about 2,200 test to treat sites, which means you go in, you get tested, and if you're positive, you immediately have access on the spot to Paxlovid. So we really are underutilizing it. We'd like to get it used more.
Okay. This question comes from Jennifer Henderson, an enterprise and investigative writer for MedPage Today. Is there any insight you're able to share on if and when variant-specific vaccines may be available, and how significant they may be, perhaps on an annual basis going forward?
Well, that's a great question, and we are actually right now testing just that phenomenon. It's a study that we've started. The companies are doing their own studies, but the NIH study is called COVAIL, C-O-V-A-I-L. And what it's looking at is people who received a third dose of an mRNA and giving them any of a number of fourth doses, either ancestral strain specific, either variant specific, or a combination or bivalent, namely both. So those studies are actually ongoing. We started them a few weeks ago, and hopefully in the next month or two, we'll get the immunological bridging data that will give us more insight into where we're going in the future.
Okay. Coming from Alan Kotok of Science and Enterprise, what are the prospects for a nasal spray vaccine for COVID-19 or a combination influenza COVID-19 vaccine?
Well, again, good questions. The prospects for a nasal are good. We have a number of studies on our grantees, both extramural and now intramural scientists, who are looking at nasal versions of a COVID-19, which would be specifically important to prevent initial infection as well as spread of virus. That's question number one. Question number two is there's a lot of activity looking at, as we go forward, to combine an influenza vaccination at the seasonal level together with a COVID-19 vaccination, so that a person can go into a clinic in the fall and literally get both in one visit.
Okay. Question from Lori Wiegler. An issue many Americans are having is the idea of hybrid work that only suits the employer's needs. For example, changing days of week one is forced to come into the office. How can American businesses better gauge employee risk?
Well, you know, there is sort of maybe a question in that. Yes, there's a lot of hybrid work going on, even right here at the NIH, where people are coming in a couple of days a week. I think employers should be aware of what they can do, and that's a good question, to mitigate risks in the workplace. And there are a number of ways to do that. One of them is to have proper ventilation, to have proper spacing, to perhaps even diminish the density of people by having staggered coming in, people coming in 2 or 3 days, if you are in a workplace that is amenable to virtual working, because some working places are not. But for those that are, if you stagger the schedule so that you have much less of a social distancing issue if you have fewer people on any given day. And then obviously the other is prudent attention to things like testing, staying out of work if you have any symptoms, and if you do, to get tested, and encourage your employees to get vaccinated and boosted.
Okay. Another question from Carrie Fitzgerald. You've addressed some of this, but there's a little bit of a new angle here. Will the COVID-19 virus ever stop making so many different variants? What would it take to make it stop mutating so much? Will the vaccine makers continue to update the vaccines like they do with the flu?
Well, if necessary, the vaccine makers will in fact continue to update the booster shots and the primary regimen as necessary. No doubt about that. But I like the middle question you asked is, how do you get this virus to stop mutating? It's really easy conceptually and difficult practically. What do I mean by that? A virus will not mutate if it doesn't replicate. And the best way to stop mutation is to suppress the virus globally, which brings me up to something that was not discussed in this interchange we've had here. And that is, we really should and do have an obligation to really help developing nations who don't have the capabilities that we do of vaccinating their population, because anytime the virus freely circulates anywhere in the world, there is the likelihood that you're going to get a variant. And we have experience that proves that. Delta came from India, Omicron came from Southern Africa, and if you have a virus that continues to replicate in any region of the world, there's always the threat of a variant that will emerge and ultimately get here in the United States. So the best way to stop it from mutating is just stop it from replicating.
Can you detail at all where you're seeing, in terms of regions where you're around the world, where you're seeing the lowest levels of vaccination? And is that likely due to access to the vaccine?
Well, yeah, I mean, unfortunately, Southern Africa still has a rather low percentage of the population that's been vaccinated, but they also have a higher percentage of the population that's already been infected. So they will have some protection due to post-infection immunity. But, you know, there are a lot of things going on in the world that are different than we see right now. China's having a really serious problem. They've locked down without necessarily adequately vaccinating their population. So now they're seeing really substantial surges in big cities. So that's going to really be a problem in China.
Okay. Final question, and we're almost out of time. Irv Chapman asks, how do you feel about summer vacation travel to Europe?
You mean for me personally?
Would you go amidst our current situation with the pandemic?
No, I think if a person is vaccinated, doubly boosted, and personally takes the care of when you're on a plane, even though it's not required, if not, wear a mask, wear an N95 mask, be prudent, get tested before you go. I don't think that one should hesitate if they have a vacation planned to go ahead and enjoy that vacation.
All right, thank you. Before we conclude today's discussion, let me take a moment to thank Headliners co-team leaders Donna Lineman-Legere and Lori Russo, the Headliners team member, who organized today's newsmaker Bill Pierce, as well as Club Membership Director Kate Helster and Club Executive Director Bill McCarran. We also invite you to join us for our upcoming Headliners book event on May 12th with former Attorney General Eric Holder, Chairman of the National Democratic Redistricting Committee, and New York Times bestselling author Sam Koppelman, for a discussion of their new book, Our Unfinished March, The Violent Past and Imperiled Future of the Vote. And now for the last question. I know that you're a very busy man and you are also, I'm sure, under much stress. What is your drink of choice?
My drink of choice is a very cold Lagunitas IPA beer.
Oh, that sounds lovely, and I'm sure it'll be really nice in the summertime. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Fauci. It was great to see you.
All right, thank you.
Free speech. That's why he took over Twitter, so he could tell us what's going on all the time. And that's what people say. That's what investors say.
They said the top lawyers, and they're crying.
Yeah,
like crying because basically they knew what Elon was doing, but it's the law. So they fuck it, he's paying us so much money.
Yeah,
you gotta take it. So the lawyer knew what type of time it is. The world gonna change because of this shit. It sounded like it got down to that point that money talks. Money exactly.
Money talks. He can have Twitter.
Really, Elon, bro. Really, exactly. So really, he's about to run the world. Everybody's doing
we said that. Remember we said, we was like, bro, they probably gonna get in there and be like, bro, I don't know, 48 billion, he can have Twitter. We'll start a new platform.
Yes, fuck it. But you gotta think, but that's a lot of fucking money, nigga.
And right now, it's times like this hard. Nobody have that. He got it. Yeah. He's the hero.
Exactly, they knew something, bro.
He's the hero.
Cause now he basically telling what his moves, bro.
Is that they
this is him against the world, because he knows
just opposed to all of the initiatives that we have to expand Medicaid so many more poor children especially can have access to it, that they oppose initiatives about pensions to ensure that families of these children have security into their grandparents and the rest, so they can have kitchen table concerns about the cost of food. My concern is that they're in the pocket of the fossil fuel industry and are in denial about the climate crisis. My concern is that they're in the pocket of the gun industry, and so they will not vote for initiatives that prevent gun violence in our communities. My concern is that it's very hard to get something to lower the cost of prescription drugs. You want to hear something about that? We had a bill that would contain the cost of insulin, $35 cap on cost of deductible on cost of insulin. The industry was charging 10 times that. We're talking about $30 to $35. They're talking about $300 to $600. Do you know how many Republicans voted to reduce the cost of insulin, which affects many families in our country? 12 Republicans. So that what matters to me is what matters to the American people. We have a responsibility to have an ethical standard here. They have to take care of their own house. If not, there will be ethics complaints. But I'm not spending my time on them in this meeting. We're fighting for America's working families. We're fighting for the kitchen table concerns. We're not here to talk about books that were written and what would you say the word is? Just total inconsistencies about who was responsible for January 6th. The President of the United States incited an insurrection against the Constitution, against the Congress, against this Capitol. They had their mixed reviews about it, and now they have to deal with their inconsistencies about it. But the fact is, many of them, as the leader has indicated, could be a danger, as he said, and that's why we are protecting the members of Congress.
Democrats are siding with Republicans and calling for a vote on Title 42, while both caucuses are largely united on arming Ukraine. So why not split the vote?
Well, we haven't made any decision about how we go forward, but let me just say about Title 42, President Biden did the right thing to substitute something that is more effective at the border, to protect our border, and to respect our responsibility to welcome refugees or asylum seekers to our country. That we need a better plan than the Trump administration had in effect. I always like to quote two people. One is the person who represented the evangelical community, the Association of Evangelicals, when he said the United States program of refugee resettlement is the crown jewel of American humanitarianism. That's what we have to get back to, a place like that. 42 is not in furtherance of that. But we have to have something else. If the president's taking that away and his administration is putting forth a better way to go. The other one that I like to quote, and you've heard me time and time again, is Ronald Reagan. Read his last speech to the country. This is the last speech I will make as President of the United States, and I want to communicate a message to the country I love. And he talked about immigration in such a beautiful way. I don't want to do it. I won't do it justice in quoting the great communicator Ronald Reagan, but you should Google it.
On the Ukraine bill here, obviously there's talk about maybe putting the COVID money in. You say there hasn't been a decision made about.
Well, I'm all for that. I think it's very important. We have emergencies here. We need to have the COVID money, and we need time is of the essence because we need the Ukraine money. We need the COVID money. So I would hope that we can do that. That's this is called legislation, and we're legislating, and we'll have to come to terms on how we do that.
They have to drop the price tag. The president reiterated the call for $22.5 billion. There was a deal between Senator Romney and Senator Schumer, a lower figure. Do you see that figure coming back up to 22.5?
Well, I would hope it would come up to 22.5. But as you described, this is a Senate negotiation. And we'll see what they come up with because it'll be what can pass the Senate. And it would be paid for.
And is Title 42, if it's put into that, or there's a vote on that?
Well, that's a different story. Let's see what the Senate, my understanding is that the Senate is working on, I don't know this for sure, but my understanding is that the Senate is working on other language that serves the purpose at the border, but is not Title 42.
An issue that's a lot of American people are dealing with is the economy, and we just got the latest numbers showing that it could dip slightly. Is this going to have any effect on the 2022 election come November?
Well, I think this is an aberration. There are plenty other statistics and analysis that have said this is an aberration, and there are many other factors that show that we have growth in our near future. But what we're worried about is what it means to the kitchen table, again, not to the election, but to the kitchen table of America's working families. This is a president that has, under his leadership, 8 million jobs in 1 year. Again, a large part of that comes from the private sector. We respect that. Public, private, nonprofit, public and private initiative, individual initiative, but public policy on the part of Democrats in the Congress, as well as the President of the United States, 8 million jobs, cutting unemployment in half, raising wages. And again, when that happens, inflation goes up. When you have unemployment going down, as we said, when you have supply chain issues, costs go up because supply goes down. So we have to deal with it. And but I do think that if you read some of the other analysis that has surrounded that, and we want to, this is deadly objective. These are numbers. We think that one of the reasons for that is that our exports are out of balance. There's so much more being imported than exported. And one of the reasons to how we go down a path to improve that situation is to pass the Competes Act, bring it all home, and have our balance of trade be much more favorable to our country. That is another aspect of that figure, 1.5% or something was it this morning, and I saw that. But I also constantly read about this, and including this morning, as to those who have said, don't read so much into that. That's for then, but we will do better. We will have growth. And again, this Competes hopefully will be overwhelmingly bipartisan. It certainly was bipartisan in the committees where it was written in the House and in the Senate, although the Republicans didn't want to give us a vote on it on the floor. We got one Republican vote, but nonetheless, strong support in the committees where the legislation was coming out of. science, space, and technology, and the rest. I think a disagreement about whether we need chips, perhaps in one of the committees, but I think everybody knows that we need chips. So we have to, we can't ignore any of it. We can't ignore inflation. We have to pay attention to, watch those numbers and see what feeds into it. Is it the trade issue or what? Supply chain, how do we address that? Chips is an answer to a number of those. Thank you all very much. Have a good weekend.
Thank you. Yeah, not this year. For real. They can't legally. And the Bears proving it right now. Live. All right, you guys. So nothing is live, but that was Nancy Pelosi. And we are live, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We're just sitting here, negotiating, talking some business here between these companies. But yeah, we can really see what's going on here, LCAOD, man. It's a lot anticipated, but it's definitely going to boil down here to Euro close here in about 20 minutes, and then if nothing changes after that, they're going to probably boil it down to the FOMC statement next week, you guys. May the 4th, Wednesday, and it's going to boil down to Powell. He's going to speak at a conference right after that statement. But the S&P 500 on track for the worst month since March 2020. Those been the headlines all morning. The market's in deep red, you guys. The Dow's down 1.14%. The Nasdaq is down 1.69%. And the S&P 500 is down 1.67%, you guys. So the market really should be deeper red than this. So it seems like they're holding, the market makers anyways, is holding it in a tight range. IV crushing everybody on this Friday and, forcing you to buy back, basically. But, I mean, it's just really patience right now. If you're on the sidelines, you stay neutral. It's the best thing you can do. Let me show you guys the investor sentiment here from yesterday. It just came out, and it ain't looking good, you guys. I'm going to warn you this now. I'm going to show y'all this now, though. All right, so I got it pulled up here. It's loading, and here it goes. This is the investor sentiment for this week ending. You guys, super bearish, 59.4% here. Spots coming down 419.81 over there, 419.77. They're dumping now over there. It's getting ugly here. So whatever Nancy just said, they're starting to relate that here to the economy. And market's coming down here, you guys. 24.2% is only neutral right now. So a lot of money's into puts here. A lot of money's into puts. The bears are taking over the market here right now. This is their market. Look at this candle, you guys. We can pull it up on the big screen here, zoom out. Look, 16.4% only bullish. No one's buying calls, and the calls are not even paying. That's what they're saying. Shares are not even paying. That's what they're saying. Just keep in mind, this is the top percent in the world. This is how they vote. And just think about this. They're meaning they show you the weekend, and then they show you like 6 months from now, 6 to 12 months from now, what it will be. They're just trying to give it an estimate, an educated guess of where it should land. It's like AI, so it should be right. This is basically the most accurate, almost, that you'll get when it comes to knowing these type of things, you guys. So that's what this means. But yeah, they're saying right now, as of right now, this week ending here, bearish, 59.4%. That's pretty high here. So yeah, a lot of people not even neutral right now. Like I said, a lot of people got their money into puts. So that's what I was thinking about. But when the market's like that, they say be greedy, because that's overly bearish right there. That's too much. Eventually, it'll even back out. Eventually, every week it changes. So keep that in mind. but the market is in deep red here. And right now it's just bouncing off of 419.61, but we're in deep red though. It's ugly, you guys. We're going to take a quick break here. We don't see anything going on right now. We're going to play some headlines and some news live from ABC.
Why doesn't every home in the U.S. have solar panels? The number one reason is not about sunlight or weather.
Prime age women are returning to the labor force. For example, continuing with the prime age women's unemployment rate, it is now 3.1%. Over the last 2 years, we have seen devastating losses in the labor market, but fortunately, a very quick recovery for women. I will say that we are not back at where we were pre-pandemic, but we are getting closer and closer to it. Just a little bit more progress needed on that front.
And it's been particularly hard for women of color. Tell us why.
So for women of color, some are disproportionately represented in lower wage occupations. And, we have the gender pay gap, unfortunately. That was persistent before the pandemic. It continues now. When we look at women overall in 2020, full-time working women earned 83 cents on the dollar compared to men. But there are substantial disparities for women of color. Black women earn 64 cents on the dollar compared to white men. For Hispanic women, even worse, 57 cents on the dollar compared to white men. And so the idea that we are returning to, that we just need to return to the labor market of February 2020 is not the complete answer. We want those headline statistics to return to some of those numbers, but we also need to fix a variety of things under the hood, such as the gender pay gap, and be cognizant of things like the long-term wealth effects of maybe not getting that raise, getting that promotion. That has a cumulative effect, and we want women to be able to accumulate wealth just as much as men.
We heard a little bit of a bright side in Ariel's report, and you mentioned it as well. We can put the statistic up. There were 431,000 jobs added in March of 2022, and women make up 62.9% of them. So what do you think the next few years look like with women in the workforce, especially as the future of the pandemic for all of us really remains uncertain?
So the pandemic really highlighted that childcare is an issue. It was an issue before the pandemic, but it was one that wasn't getting a ton of focus. And the pandemic put that front and center. Some research I have done, doing some survey work at Indeed, found that childcare is a key factor why some unemployed women just simply aren't urgently job searching. 35% of prime age women cited childcare as a reason, compared to just 18% of their male counterparts. And so I think that childcare and flexibility are going to be continue in the labor market discussion in the next few years, because the pandemic has shown us that those labor market inequalities have really shown a spotlight on them. And I'm hopeful that, hopefully we can make improvement on these issues as well.
I think we all like the word hopefully. Anne Elizabeth Conkle, thanks so much. Appreciate your time.
Thanks for having me.
All right, and we'll be right back.
The deeper you go into black markets, the darker it gets.
Traffic, Wednesdays at 9 on National Geographic. Right now, with so much at stake, Sunday mornings, this is the place. Taking on all the tough questions. Straightforward reporting. No spin, no hype, no bull. Thank you for making ABC's This Week with George Stephanopoulos the #1 Sunday morning news show versus the competition.
Welcome to This Week. These days, with so much going on, it's hard to keep up.
While others are recapping yesterday's headlines,
we're bringing you the right now. This is the busy border crossing, steel barricades, another strike.
The right now look at the day ahead, how it affects you and your family.
Record high gas prices.
The threat of cyber warfare.
Is peace possible?
World News Now beginning at 2 a.m. Eastern, followed by America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
Streaming here on ABC News Live.
It was a scary time in the 70s. You had multiple bodies showing up in Los Angeles.
There were so many murders happening. Had to have a name for it. Serial killer.
There was a human head in there.
This was premeditated evil.
We have this clock. This person is going to do this again.
It's me against the killer. Who's going to win?
We'll see who laughs last.
What came next was unlike anything they had ever seen.
Take America's #1 news with you anywhere you go, anytime, free. Download the ABC News app now. Breaking news, exclusives, 24/7. There for you with one touch. The ABC News app. Download it now.
The most powerful stories of our time, anytime. Nightline.
America is being poisoned with fentanyl, and we don't even know it. Just heard my wife screaming. She told me they had just died.
50 to 100 times more potent than morphine.
Keep breathing, come on.
It's poison. It's pure poison.
A few grains of salt worth of fentanyl will kill you.
Just my agency has seized enough to kill the entire country.
ABC News Live presents Poisoned, America's Fentanyl Crisis. The powerful series, streaming free on ABC News Live.
It's like really art, poetry, how they do it too.
Welcome back to ABC News Live. Some breaking news right now coming in from Afghanistan. The Taliban Interior Ministry says at least 11 people have been killed. 20 more were injured in a large explosion at a mosque in Kabul, where hundreds of worshippers had gathered for prayers on the last Friday of Ramadan. No groups have claimed responsibility. The blast comes after the Taliban leader released a message calling for all Afghans to come together and banning the production of opium. This is obviously a breaking story. We're going to continue to gather updates and bring them to you as it develops. White House Communications Director Kate Bedingfield announced in a tweet that she's tested positive for COVID-19. She says she last saw the president Wednesday in a socially distanced meeting while wearing an N95 mask, and he is not considered a close contact as defined by the CDC. You'll know this is just the latest positive case in the president's inner circle after Vice President Kamala Harris tested positive on Tuesday. Biden and Harris had not seen each other in more than a week and were not considered close contacts. The CDC has issued a nationwide alert now about a global hepatitis outbreak. This comes after more than 20 cases of hepatitis in children have been identified in at least 6 states. The death of a child in Wisconsin is suspected to have been caused by the illness as well. About 170 cases have been identified across the globe. Now to the dramatic defamation lawsuit in Hollywood. Actor Johnny Depp suing his former wife Amber Heard for $50 million over an op-ed she wrote calling herself a victim of domestic abuse. Heard countersuing Depp, accusing him of defamation as well. The trial has turned into something of a spectacle in which Depp has testified about everything from taking pills as a child to a near mental breakdown in which the actor said he used his severed finger to write on the walls of it in his own blood to recount his ex-wife's alleged lies. The divorced couple wrapped up 3 weeks, week 3, I should say, of the trial yesterday. So ABC News contributor and Law and Crime Network host Brian Buckmeyer joins me now to discuss all of this. Brian, as I said, as you were sitting down, this is just, the whole thing is kind of like a train wreck.
Yeah, it in so many ways, because you know what's coming. You see the allegations, and we can kind of understand this is a toxic relationship, to say the least, but you can't stop but just watch because you want to see every captivating fact that comes in.
So Depp says, and I want to get this right, his movie career suffered after Heard wrote that 2018 op-ed piece that she referred to herself as a public figure representing domestic abuse. Heard's attorneys say her opinion is protected. That opinion is protected by free speech. So it seems Depp is going to have to prove, he's going to have to prove that those domestic violence allegations are false. So what can we expect from his lawyers? What can we expect from her?
Yeah, so far we've kind of seen it. He was on the stand already, and he's testifying to the various types of abuse. First, he starts off with his own personal history, how his relationship with his mother, we saw a lot of abuse there. And then we also got to understand how he reacts to confrontation. We listened to audio recordings of when Amber Heard wants him to be close to her. She gets a little violent, and he's saying, hey, I got to separate myself. I've got to go away from you. And for some reason, she interprets that as abuse onto her. And so now we're starting to get a picture of how does Johnny Depp react to a toxic relationship? How does he react to abuse, starting from his mother? And then he transformed that into how it reacted to Amber Heard. And so now we're seeing that, as he puts it himself, he's the actual victim here, and Amber Heard is the one who's the aggressor.
This is all playing out so incredibly publicly. Heard has yet to testify. Do we expect her to do that? And if so, what kind of effect would it have?
Yeah, we're actually expecting her to testify early next week. Right now, it's Friday. They don't typically hold court on Friday. It's a Monday to Thursday type of situation. But early next week, we'd expect her to testify. From what we're understanding and hearing, she may be her lawyer's first witness on the stand. And she's going to have the counter effect to what Johnny Depp testified to. Yes, I'm hoping that she admits to some of it. If she doesn't, I think her credibility is going to be out the window. But I think this is going to be a he said, she said, where she's going to present the abuse that she felt occurred, both physical and emotional. And maybe we will also see some witnesses that she brings to the stand to try to corroborate that, because Johnny Depp has already kind of destroyed her credibility. And I think from a lot of our viewers we're seeing at Law and Crime and ABC, also her likability as well is kind of destroyed so far.
And so if she gets on the stand and talks about the abuse, then we have, you said it's he said, she said, then we have sort of like a mutual abuse case. How does that play out in the end?
So it's a number of things. There are two courts that are playing out right here. There's the court in Virginia and there's the court of public opinion.
Always is.
And I think with the court in Virginia, as much as Johnny Depp's fans may not like what I'm about to say, it's going to be an uphill battle. Because unlike in the UK, where a person would have to prove that they're telling the truth, here Johnny Depp has to prove that Amber Heard is telling a lie. Flat out, that's just difficult in of itself. But we have seen some of that in the lack of photos showing that Amber Heard is injured. The witnesses so far that have said, we've never seen an injury on Amber Heard, we've always seen it on Johnny Depp. But just because other people don't see it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. So Amber Heard is definitely going to put forward probably some witnesses and pictures of her own to try to prove her case.
And then last question, and really the big one, what effect is this case going to have on their careers? Because, in defamation, it's, hey, you've hurt me in this way and it's going to hurt my job. So how does this hurt both of them? Does it help either one of them?
Yeah. So I think going into this, I thought this was a horrible trial. I thought that no one was going to win here. You're airing out the dirty laundry, and everyone's going to look poorly upon both Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. I seem to have been wrong.
Really?
Because as this case goes on, I'm seeing more and more love and affection towards Johnny Depp from his fans, who are very forward in terms of saying that he is the victim here. And there has been some strong evidence to that as well. I think he may come out of this much like Robert Downey Jr. came out of the 90s, where a lot of bad publicity was around him, and now we love him as the man who saved Marvel Universe.
Yeah, you wonder if it's a popularity contest between fan bases when it should be about the case.
Exactly.
All right, Brian, thank you so much. I appreciate you being here. I'm Phil Lipoff. Thanks for streaming with us. Stay with ABC News Live for more news, context, and analysis throughout the day.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you know what time it is. The Euro market is closing in 3 minutes. It's 11:27 a.m. here. We're just trying to find something that might be moving the market, but clearly nothing here. These headlines, they just, talking about some things. It was once one thing they said something about some people being killed in another country, but I don't think that's enough to move the market here. It's going to boil down to the European market close, though. Here we have narrowed it down to that. So either the United States here is about to take over the market, your country here, our country. We're about to take over the market. Basically, they're going to shoot it back up here on the SPY to VWAP here at 422.34. Or we're looking at it like as they're going to flush it, retest 419.61 here and go lower than that. Now, they could just retest 419.61 in general and then still pop back inside the channel, so be prepared for that as well. But right now, the European market is about to close in 2 minutes, so the United States will be in control here, you guys. And we're going to see which direction they're about to take this market here for the remainder of this Friday. But so far, so good, man. It's been a chill Friday here. Been real chill, man. Really, Amazon still got the market spooked here. So stocks fall on Friday, led by Amazon as the NASDAQ heads for worst month since March 2020. Still the headlines. The Dow is down 1%. The S&P 500 is down 1.57%. And the NASDAQ is down 1.66%. And the Russell 2000 is down 77%. And you got the VIX up now in the green. Now, this is making sense now. Now the bears are here. The volatility is up here. The VIX is up $30.38, up 1.30%, you guys. So that explains the sell-off here, the continuation to the sell-off. So this is the second time this week the SPY got rejected at 428, 429, and now we're finding ourselves right back here at 420 again. So, yeah, it can go either way here. The lowest we've seen the SPY this week was 413. So we got 1 minute to see if they're going to retest that, or it's going to just consolidate here in the channel, or it's going to retest the high of 425 today. Still in play right now. So we're going to see here. We're about to find out. In the meantime, we're going to take a quick break here. We'll be back in about 5 minutes. Somebody pass me my lighter. It's a freestyle all the time. I'm trying to keep it clean. I'm trying to be seen. I got that blood high. They say, Lenny, you too high. But I ain't trying to be cool. I ain't trying to be cool. It's the sun, sit down, go to school. I ain't trying to be cool. I ain't trying to be cool. It's that sun, sit down, go to school. I ain't trying to be cool. I ain't tryna be cool, I ain't tryna be cool, I ain't tryna be cool, I ain't tryna be cool. It's that sun, sit down, go to school. School rocks, you can learn everything you want. School rocks, sit down, pay attention, don't talk back. Niggas know what's up, niggas know where it ain't. I don't give a motherfucker, I'm getting money, what you think? Hey, I'm getting money, what you think? Hey, take care, roll out, it's fair, go up, go down, it's there, it's here, my mind, we racing, I'm here, I'm there, you here, you there, we here, I'm here, I did it, came up, I'm committed, you did it, I'm committed, you send it, I send it, we send it, you sent it, we swipe, we win it, we win it. Shit reverse though, it can be a fucking curse though. If you're running your mouth, I hope your shit go down south. I hope your shit go down south. Hey, my bitch going down south, but we ain't gonna talk that now. This ain't about no fucking bitch. Man, that bitch ain't shit. Man, she lied on my list. Then she asked for some dick. Then this shit got twisted. Then I said, ain't no twister, but this ain't no game. You can't get it. You can't fit it. You can't fit in with my team. I'm committed. Yeah, I said it when I said it. Then I know that I did it when I did it. If I did it, then you know that you did it too. So that's all I know, that I did it, boo. Every nigga talked against me, they dead, ooh. Damn. And they dead, ooh, and I don't even brag about that. I just ask God, why is it is like that? Damn, I done did some fucked up shit, but I know I'm gon' go. But it ain't lit, yeah, it ain't lit to be talking about death. That's why I'm even gon' get on that subject to death. You get it? Don't talk about death, don't get on the subject to death. These niggas ain't got death. They run out of breath. They run out of breath, yeah. Hey, they run out of breath. Hey, but I'ma step. With that 4-5, I step with my hands, yeah, I got hands. It don't matter what you wanna do, leave you in the sand. Knock a nigga down, leave his ass to the land. Rest in peace, that's my man. That's my man. Yeah, that's my man. To the land, rest in peace, that's my man. I was in the hood, in the West, man. Yeah, we got it in the best, man. Niggas is some real trappers. Real trappers speak up for the real trappers.
Baby, I don't see you flying. You're just my type. Good girl, this is our brand new. Everything is alright. I don't wanna rush watch this, but I love it when you're touching on me in public. The way your body push against me, how I feel when you went with me. Go down just to see what we come up with. I realize if I just take my time, this ain't never gonna fall through. I've been trapped in my mind, but everything's alright when I'm body to body on you. And I don't think I'm perfect, but I think I deserve this. And I'm loving watching this play out. Cause I can see it working, yeah. Nice legs, hair too. Nothing that anybody compares to. Got the soft smiles, blue eyes. Like a sea that I can stare through. I don't see a flaw in you. You're just my type. Good girl, this is all brand new. Everything is alright. And baby, is it new to you? It's new to me. I could lie, try to tell you that I've got this. Is it news to you? You move me through everything that's been weighing on my conscience. Bad girl, but she's honest. What I wanted. Couldn't tell you how I'd act if I lost it. No, I ain't giving up flawless. Baby, I don't see a flaw in you. You're just my type. Good girl, this is all brand new. Everything is alright.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we back from the break here, and the spy is bouncing here. It's trying to make it back to VWAP, but it looks like it's getting rejected. It's early, though. It's only been 6 minutes here. The United States is in full control, that is. They are playing around with us here, trying to make us buy into something and get behind here. We can see what they're doing, but I'm just trying to wait it out. I feel like it's going to bounce a little bit higher. I might be wrong. It might be about to come down right here. This might be it, you guys. I don't know. They playing with us today. But they did bounce it up, though, the first 6 minutes so far. So you want to hang tight here. It's getting weak, though, right here. It made it back inside the channel. Very intense moment right here. Even Tesla's bouncing right here. They made it back to VWAP at 909. Like it's starting to slip here. We're going to take a quick break here, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back. Let me see if we can find a briefing or something going on. We'll be right back.
Crucial 808. Up on the block with the pack and I'm pumping. Bad little bitch that he making the song. She fuck from the back, little bitch, I ain't loving. Yeah. I'm the young nigga, got the sick in the function. Roll up the crash, dumb me in the rush. Goes the Glock, little nigga, no touch. To get to the goal, little nigga, no fumbling. Up in the trap from sun up to sundown. Don't even try to run up, you get gunned down. Too high off the ops, I can't come down. Talk shit, up the Glock, you gon' run down. Cut open shot, little shit's gon' shut him down. I ain't do fronts then, bitch, I don't do fronts now. He kept on running, till it's not run down. I don't do dubs, I do apes and nuts now. If you worry, he gon' get paid when he touch down. They say I'm a dirty boy, got mud in my cut now. Pressure get flat, they quit the shutdown. Yeah, they quit the shutdown. She see him up, she wanna fuck now. Shit was depressing, it ran my trust out. If I ain't got my shit, he gon' get punched down. He did. Come caught what you need. Stay the fuck on the sidewalk, you not in the streets. I left him off on the block like some cleats. If he try to blow, I'ma if he reach. If he try to blow, I'ma if he reach. If he try to blow, I'ma if he try to blow, I'ma if he reach. If he try to blow, I'ma if he up on the block with the pack and I'm pumping. Bad little bitch that he making the song. She fuck from the back, little bitch, I ain't loving. Yeah. I'm the young nigga, got the sick in the function. Roll up the crash, dumb me in the rush. Goes the Glock, little nigga, no touch. To get to the goal, little nigga, no fumbling. Up in the trap from sun up to sundown. Don't even try to run up, you get gunned down. Too high off the ops, I can't come down. Talk shit, up the Glock, you gon' run down. Cut open shot, little shit's gon' shut him down. Crucial 808. Lonely, fuck it. Yo, Slammer man out of my nightmare. We got them pipes, we don't fight fair. I was supposed to up on the block. Right there. We got some pipes here, right here. We got them pipes here, right there. He dropped the load and we right there. Bitch, I been catching the green. Shiesty with scars, 10-17. Go out with nothing to them better things. Fuck a hoe, what's a wet rain? Been through the struggle, I ain't even settling. Fuck 12, and I never say a thing. In my zone, give me the mid, please. Stack a star, niggas be at the heart. To the clapper spot, and them dots detach his heart. Remove alone, he shouldn't been moving dumb. Take a risk, hallucinate. Long lit ties like 2 to 1. Serving, I had to survive. Nigga, don't look in my eyes. Cause I ain't even going for lies. You never should quit, don't give it, just try. She on the dick, she just lit. She gonna be with them slimes. Slammer man out of my nightmare. We got them pipes, we don't fight fair. I was supposed to up on the block. Right there. We got some pipes here, right here. We got them pipes here, right there. He dropped the load and we right there. Bitch, I been catching the green. Shiesty with scars, 10-17.
we can go 420. We can go 420. We're gonna have to hold that motherfucker though, y'all. We're going 420 put May 4th. That's the day of the fucking conference. Next week.
So it's the day before.
The day of. Literally like that day. It expired. Maybe the spot might be at 400 before. The spot might be at 400 before. That's what I'm thinking too. Like,
that's already been paid out because the spot paid big.
Hit with another one.
I can't go back to my old ways. If I do, they gon' hate me. Baby mama tryna break me. Sister tryna lock me down and rape me. I'm tryna take care of my baby and not let the street drive me crazy.
Hit with another one.
I can't go back to my old ways. If I do, they gon' hate me. Baby mama tryna break me. Sister tryna lock me down and rape me. I'm tryna take care of my baby and not let the street drive me crazy. Cause most of these niggas be shady. Most bitches wanna have my baby. I can't go back to my old ways. If I do, they gon' hate me. Baby mama tryna break me. Sister tryna lock me down and rape me. I'm tryna take care of my baby and not let the street drive me crazy. Cause most of these niggas be shady. Most bitches wanna have my baby. Yeah, when niggas they shady. I'm tryna fuck on this lady. Then I go ice out a bracelet. Pull up and everybody hate me. Why they gon' hate me? Tryna provide for my baby. Fuck whoever gon' hate me. They gon' hate me till they take me. Stacking starving with my people. Had to go swipe me a visa. Fact I get Buffalo Reef. Bad bitch, she certified eater. And she there when I need her. Got a stash in the needle. Bitches mad they wanna be. Tryna get wet like a pawn. Told them I'm rich, I can yes I'm a dawn. We can get lost in the mall. I'm on whatever you want. Caressing your body, I lie you more. I got this shit out the mud. Bitch, I ran to the plug. So many drugs and I cashed out on that shit. And I caught me a pack. I double that pack. And then I cashed out on the wheel. She said that how you want it. I want it for the back. You know I be loving that shit. You know that ass fat. Can't even cap. Girl, you know you loving this rip. I can go back to my old ways. If I do, they gon' hate me. Baby mama tryna break me. Sister tryna lock me down and rape me. I'm tryna take care of my baby and not let the street drive me crazy. But most of these niggas be shady. Most bitches want have my baby. I can go back to my old ways. If I do, they gon' hate me. Baby mama tryna break me. Sister tryna lock me down and rape me. I'm tryna take care of my baby and not let the street drive me crazy. Cause most of these niggas be shady. Most bitches want have my baby. Or a life where I ain't checking the tag. If I could do it again, I would pass. Cause I don't wanna live in the past. Don't wanna hear here that I'll turn out okay. And what I'm feeling will pass. So what's the point of getting all worked up and all burnt up? Yeah, I'm doing fine where I'm at. I'm doing fine where I'm at. Phone rings, are you okay? I'm so used to that shit, and I forgot to call on your birthday. That's another thing I've been bad with, and I think I'm so fucking done with all these bad decisions. I started a lot of the problems and don't know how I did it. Lost cause, don't think I like my image. I couldn't stand in the mirror, I hated every minute. Or a bag, or a life where I ain't checking the tag. If I could do it again, I would pass. Cause I don't wanna live in the past. Don't wanna hear that I'll turn out okay. And what I'm feeling will pass. So what's the point of getting all worked up and all burnt up? Yeah, I'm doing fine where I'm at. I'm doing fine where I'm at. Lately not anticipating all things to come. We've got blisters, souls, and bad decisions. We're trained to run, thinking about ourselves and no one else. But who loads the gun? Got me sitting, waiting, wishing about the things I've done. I thought that I wanted a Benz or a bag or a life where I ain't checking the tag. If I could do it again, I would pass. Cause I don't wanna live in the past. Don't wanna hear that I'll turn out okay. And what I'm feeling will pass. So what's the point of getting all worked up and all burnt up? Yeah, I'm doing fine where I'm at. I'm doing fine where I'm at.
I'm about to put like 4 bands down, bro. No, that's the only way on the spot. That's the only way we're gonna make a quick 4,000 right now.
Oh yeah,
We gotta go big because it's moving too fast. I see what they're doing. I like 420, but 420, I don't like to break even. I don't know if that's gonna happen today. I'm trying to go with something that's gonna happen. It's 428 quick. They got the 418.80 break even. That's really possible. It can happen. The low of the day is 419.60. They gonna if they retest this low, they're going to fall below 419.60 quickly.
Especially if they did that.
So I'm just trying to wait it out and time it out, though. You feel me? I don't need the cheapest price because this price we are paying a premium. If that makes sense. Trying to get the cheapest premium as possible.
Out of this technological terror you've constructed, the ability to destroy a planet is insignificant next to the power of the...
Okay. I'm in disbelief. Start from beginning, this shit was a joke. They used to laugh at me. Now it's not a question, this shit that I touch becomes a masterpiece. I used to run from my problems. I was an athlete. I ain't know nothing about making it, just hoping the grass was green. Now going back's not even question. Oh, life before was purgatory, now it's painted perfect for me. Lessons I chose. Yeah, I haven't worked on purpose, but I think it's self-learning. I ain't know I can live paycheck to paycheck and make it. I used to be fine with that. Now I'm invested in trying to be famous. I crossed where the line was at. I used to live for a little bit. Now I'm percentage this little is the part that's above where the medal is. If I want the money, I'm getting it. Life's not impressive. This shit is progressive. I'm in it for me. When I see $1, I'm moving the camera. I'm making a reach. Yeah, I just turned that into something. I did it. They hate what they see. They don't believe I can do it, but honestly, not to do it. I'm in disbelief. Done playing the victim. Life ain't what it seems. Gotta want it just to get some. Yeah, and I know that. Raise your gloves, we can toast that. Gonna throw back and come back and toe tag. Cost more shit than your own pay. Oh.
Watch it. This is all. We go to 418. So if we go higher than that, you feel me? If we go lower, basically, it's gonna run. Yeah, it's already right here. You only need to get to that dot, and then it's gonna start running. So the higher they get, the better price for us, though. Sometimes, so I'm trying to wait them out.
I'm getting racks, little bitch. I came from rags to riches. You getting mad, little bitch, cause I fuck the baddest bitches. I came from rags to riches. I'm not your average nigga. I came from rags to riches. I'm getting bags and bigger. I came from rags to riches. You getting mad, little nigga. I'm getting rags, little bitch. I came from rags to riches. You getting mad, little bitch, cause I fuck the baddest bitches. I came from rags to riches. I came from rags to riches.
Yeah, bitches big kill, I been doing this shit, I'm the goddamn man. I don't even work for it, throw it like bread for my pick the pussy up just like Jackie Chan. I jump out that pussy, then it's back to the band, throw the bag up in grams. The hair on the ice, and crack in the bands. We even got the jiggers for the low for your bands. You can get it for the 8, but they going for the 10. I stay strapped up, I ain't goddamn playing. Hit a nigga ass up with that FN. Stretch his ass out in the goddamn ambulance. So please don't get mad, little nigga. Better get you a bad little nigga. Cause I'm not your average nigga. I'll put your ass in the casket, nigga. I'ma leave your ass with your dick in the dirt. I'ma leave your ass with your pick on the shirt. I'ma leave your ass with your thoughts on the curb. I'ma put your ass in the box in the hearse. I'ma put your ass in the box in the church. I'ma leave your ass 6 feet in the earth. We slide 3D when it's time to go swerve. Hanging out both windows, give your ass that work. Give your ass that work.
Bitch. I came from rags to riches. You getting mad, little bitch, cause I fuck the baddest bitches. I came from rags to riches. I'm not your average nigga. I came from rags to riches. I'm getting bags and bigger. I came from rags to riches. You getting mad, little nigga. I'm getting rags, little bitch. I came from rags to riches. You getting mad, little bitch, cause I fuck the baddest bitches. I came from rags to riches. I came from rags to riches. I want them fast, little nigga, but I know I gotta grind full. I want them fast, little nigga, but I gotta put in time full. See these niggas, they be lying for. But I'ma ride, I'ma die for it. Ain't no capping, it's my store. I want that money, I'ma pop for it. Hit you with that Drake, hit you with that K, hit you with that Cuz, hit you with that Bay. When it come to money, just know I won't play. When it come to money, I shit you where you stay. I'm big stepping, dripping every motherfucking day. But this is the youngest bitch, they found another way. I'm running pack, just call me Walter Payne. I'm selling all this grass, I'm in the hood, Hall of Fame. My nigga killer told me, Spizzy, go ahead and blame. Dude, like the moment that these other niggas ain't, nigga. So I don't give a fuck what you other niggas think. I'm one rack and these other niggas late. Hey, one rack and these other niggas late. Go Spizzy. I'm getting rest to me. I'm getting rest. I'm getting from rest. I'm getting 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 rest.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Stop Working Live with LCAOD, and we're back here from the break. They're playing, man. It's wanting to try to flush here on the spot. It looks like the United States is going to be selling today. So far, or they're going to bounce it here. I warned you guys, they might retest 419.61 and then still bounce it. So just stay cautious right now. They're right on the band, lower band at 420.50 cents is selling still 420.42 cents. It's coming down. Amazon's at the low of the day for them near it. Everybody's like right there. Can flush Tesla too. This could be the moment, you guys, or they could bounce it here. It's hard to tell right now. It's moving so slow. But going so fast at the same time. Just a dip or a rip. Looks like a dip. It looks weak to me. They got rejected at 422.13. Looks like they might retest it. They might retest VWAP again here just to stall us out. It's 12 p.m. Oh, no. SPY coming down. Red here. The Dow's down 93%. SPY selling. Yeah, they're selling. They're selling. United States is selling. So it might retest that 419.61 level and still bounce. So you guys, so hang tight here. You want to let them get it all out here. It's only been 30 minutes of their control here. I'll give it about another 15 minutes. They're going to go to lunch at 12:30. The move will be initiated here in about 15 minutes. It's coming up here. But they did get rejected so far. The United States did try to bounce it back up into the channel and did get rejected so far. And it's slowly coming back down almost near 419, 424 cent here. $4.20 even here. $419.99. $419.97. $419.93. $419.92. 84. 80. Whoa. Could have broke even right there with that one. $419.75. $419.66. $419.63. $419.62. They just broke a new low, you guys. $419.59. $419.56. New low today here. Looks like the United States is selling too, you guys. Here it comes. Market coming down. $419.53. Market's coming down now. Tesla's coming down. Amazon's coming down, I'm sure. Yep, they broke their low. 25.25. Everybody's selling now. It is confirmed. 419.46. So we're getting a lower low pattern of today. The United States pattern is starting to form out like the Euro pattern. Oh, yes, 419.35. They're selling. Amazon's dumping here now. Hang on tight here, you guys, though. Let's see. It might bounce here. They just formed a new low, though. That was the move, though. That was the move so far. 419.32. They just formed a new low. Oh, Amazon still selling 25.20. Oh, uh-oh. They get into it here. This is either a nice little bottom here or it's going to keep going lower at this point. Or 1917, they're still selling on the SPY. Or 1915. They're selling pretty fast now. 25.20 Amazon coming down here. Where's Tesla? 903. Have they cracked 900 yet? I'm waiting on that over there. I need that crack below 900 on Tesla. 419.12 cent here. They're being stingy. These market makers being stingy. They went off of that. That would have been like a quick depends on what they put up. Maybe a band over there. Quick little band for real. 419.24. So 419.19 is the low. It's bouncing off of that. That is the low of the day right now, currently. Just tagged it. So they just really right here at the bottom. You see, we're not getting no flush, right? Y'all noticed that, right? It's like they got halted or something. This is what I wanted to see play out. Do we buy the dip here? Or do you short here? Whoa, big pop on Amazon right here. 25.26. Whoa, I don't know where it came from. Fake. I think it's fake. It's gonna flush this one. I don't know, you guys. Let's see here. It's at the bottom right now. It looks halted. It looks like they're trying to make a decision if they're gonna have to flush this thing or bring it right back into the channel. We're gonna take a quick break here. No briefing still, you guys. But this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD, and we will be right back.
Extra. If you go short, we stretch. Got it for the low, sell it for the high. You know one nigga finesse. Said he gon' do it to me. You know these niggas be flexing. Nigga get hit with this Westin. You know that my nigga keep weapons. Extra. If you go short, we stretch. Got it for the low, sell it for the high. You know one nigga finesse. Said he gon' do it to me. You know these niggas be flexing. Nigga get hit with this Westin. You know that my nigga keep weapons. Extra. Brother for brother, you know how I'm rocking. Nothing but hundreds that stash in my pocket. Don't fucking these bitches that straight up exotic. See a battle, can't tweet about it. So many rats you can't fit in my pocket. They straight up exotic. Fucking these bitches, she say I'm too toxic. Little spade bitches, she calling me pop. Run down, creep on her, put him on the shirt. Long night, no street, got it from the dirt. OTMs out of shit on my shirt. Brother for brother, let's see what he worth. Hey, my brother, if you ain't come from the turf. RP truth, that shit hit the worst. Remember them days I was laying in the bed and my mom told me it could have been worse. Capping they rap, why they shit sound the same? Yo, bro, my brother came from my pain. Did what you did, so stay in your lane. Green light on, don't know my nigga for the same. Nigga be with all the diss and keeping me all in their mention. Get hit for all of that flinch. You go on the hoe, check my pen, but 10 toes in, really stand on my bed. Extra. If it go short, we stretch. Got it for the low, sell it for the high. You know my nigga finesse. You know the finesse. Said he gon' do it to me. You know these niggas be flex. You know that they flex. Nigga get hit with this West. You know my nigga keep weapons. Extra. If it go short, we stretch. Got it for the low, sell it for the high. You know my nigga finesse. You know said he gon' do it to me. You know these niggas be flex. You know that they flex. Nigga get hit with this West. You know that my nigga keep weapons. Extra. Extra. If you go short, we stretch you. Got it for the low, sell it for the high. You know my nigga finessing. Said he gon' do it to me. You know these niggas be flexing. Nigga get hit with this West. You know that my nigga keep weapons. Extra. If you
go short with stretching. Got it for the low, sell it for the high. You know my nigga finessing. Said he gon' do it to me. You know these niggas be flexing. Nigga get hit with this Westin. You know that my nigga keep weapons. Extra.
They got rejected. Signs all indicating it's still. That's how the man can bring it down, right?
Bigs up, bigs going back up. Tesla about to be
Facebook just flipped red. Tesla is about to be low.
Facebook flip red to what?
205. 904.
We good.
This is good. Hey, this will be the perfect time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we got it right there.
Right there at the Euro close. I don't like it at the Euro close. I wanted to open it. That's the lowest. That was the moment. That first 5 minutes is one. It was offered more basically. From 425 to now, that's a lot more than 421 to 419. It's curving up right now.
I'm gonna be hot.
Bounces.
You gotta wait right there, man. These moments. Tricky day. Real tricky day. I mean, this morning, it just did it so fast. That's why I was like, fuck. That was the time. That was it.
Say my kid.
Still live. One wreck. You already know what the fuck it is, nigga. Gang so bad. Spit. One wreck. If I don't do nothing, I'ma ball on these niggas. I'ma ball on these niggas. I'ma ball on these niggas. If I don't do nothing, I'ma stack on these bitches. I'ma stack on these bitches. I'ma stack on these bitches. If I don't do nothing, If I don't do nothing, If I don't do nothing, I'ma spaz on these niggas. I'ma spaz on these niggas. I'ma spaz on these niggas. They say that I'm a baller cause they watch the way I stack cheese bag. Got the bag, they be watching how the pack flex. Plug, switch the numbers up. Fuck nigga trying to text me. All the fan, he like dog, you know how I catch me. They say that where the racks be. Rack for rat try match me. Chasing down this chicken, I can't let these niggas catch me. Look like been one rack, yeah, that hunt that shit like captain. Pressure tight like federal, no shorts, I need max, please. Boogie land through war, that's one rack, I never stop the truth. So talk about what you know, if you bitches tryna clock us through. Spazzing on all opposition, fuck all y'all opposition. The movement made them stop and listen. In the midst of handle business, Luke done did it. Yeah, bitch killed the litness. One rack is written. Straight pocket. If I don't do nothing, I'ma ball on these niggas. I'ma ball on these niggas. I'ma ball on these niggas. If I don't do nothing, I'ma stack on these bitches. I'ma stack on these bitches. I'ma stack on these bitches. If I don't do nothing,
If I don't do nothing, I'ma spaz on these niggas. I'ma spaz on these niggas. Hey, killer. I be ballin' on these niggas. I'm the definition of hood. Rich every goddamn day. I be sky high. I be smoking on that good shit. Y'all niggas be smoking that bullshit. Talking about 1500 for a P. Fuck nigga, you can keep all that shit. You ain't getting no goddamn money from me. Back in 09, nigga fell in love with that OG. A nigga ain't been the same since. So if you ain't smoking how I'm smoking on the good weed, then fuck nigga, you got me bent. They call me killer, so I be smoking on the killer. Straight raw babies, I don't fuck with no swishers. Big long rappers, I don't carry small pistols. Big tall chopper like a damn wall, nigga. I don't do nothing, you know I'm a ball, nigga. Tryna stack my money up to the tall ceiling. They got one it all, tryna ball with my niggas. All my niggas real, so you know I'm realer. Black and white stripes, all my niggas official. You don't even know half the shit we been through. All my niggas solid, ain't none of them see through. Then when they got beef, nigga, I got beef too. Whenever I eat, nigga, I bite off the spoon. I'm a big 8, y'all niggas baboons. Y'all ain't ready for the shit that I do. Y'all niggas can't move the way that I move. We carry big cutters, split your ass in two. Nigga, we pull up, we ain't passing through. We bet all this shit, we love action, fool. And whenever I see you, I'ma spaz on you. If I don't do nothing, I'ma ball on these niggas. I'ma ball on these niggas. I'ma ball on these niggas. If I don't do nothing, I'ma stack on these bitches. I'ma stack on these bitches. I'ma stack on these bitches. I don't do nothing. If I don't do nothing. If I don't do nothing, I'ma spaz on these niggas. I'ma spaz on these niggas. I'ma spaz on these.
See, you know what I'm saying? It's stuck, yeah. What the fuck going on right here? It's stuck in some mud. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we back from the break here. Looks like the United States is confirmed they're not buying, but they're not selling far either here. So it looks like we're consolidating here, and they're trying to, you know, trick, trap, frustrate, and fool us here at their best on this Friday. This ain't the same action as last Friday. So y'all are going to have to chill out, hang tight, stay calm. A lot of y'all can't handle this type of action, I understand. Chat not even jumping today. I get it. It makes sense. Enjoy your weekend early. Ain't nothing wrong with that. But something coming, though. You can sense it. Something is in the works here. It's either a sharp bounce for real, because like I said, if it's not going to flush, we do know the Bulls ain't going to just let them continue to stay here. It's going to sharp bounce. Trust. And if you know, eventually the Bulls give up, it will flush because the Bears already got the momentum. We're, you know, in their land, in their field. We're in the woods, deep. So it's really just going to boil down to, I guess, overall investors. There's really not that much volume today, I'm assuming. Might be a little bit of the cause too. But the market makers are definitely not, you know, there's not a lot of bidding acts going on here today, you guys. The real move, like I said, it actually honestly came the first 5 minutes of the market opening. Like, that was it. And up until now, you know, you can sell. You're up big. But other than that, we're not getting no flush. It's coming back down right now, though, trying to retest the flush. But see if it does it. Let's see. Put it back on the 1 minute. So we're getting a retest here. 418.88 is the low of the day. 419.60 was Euro's close low. And the United States is taking it here to 418.88, the low of the day. Now Amazon is starting to sell here now though. 25.18 over there. They're starting to sell more. Could have just held your put. If you swung a put, you could have just held it all day over there. Woo! This was sitting games. It was just games just rolling over there. Man. Yeah, okay. Now we starting to get a little bit of some dumping here now. The spot's coming down. 418.79. So let's see. Now we need to be zooming out 5 days to see. Past 5 days. Now let's see what we're gapping, trying to feel. 416 is possible now. Now I see about 416 is probably left by the end of the day. Maybe even 415 for real. Straight down. Mr. 5-minute chart right here. Keep that up for a second. Oh yeah. It's at the bottom. 418.68 new low on the spot. That's all you gotta do, just move the date back a little further. That's what I was doing. May 6, we really got to hold though. I'm trying to go 4. We can go 420. If we go push the day back, I'll go like 422, 424. Put its resistance at 422. If we pushing the day back. I think the spot can be below 4. The break even say 413. The spot can be below that next by May 6th. When is May 6th? Nah, you gotta make sure all this shit. Now I realize too, you gotta make sure everything like check dates, what day, all that for that before you just swipe. Shit, real is real money. Shit, you ain't got nothing. You ain't got nothing over the weekend. Why you don't need no payments and nothing? This coming up, it's about to be a new month. All that shit. Think smart. We play it right before we just jump in here. That's next Friday though. Next Friday the 6th. Put some labor trucks on. Oh, that's a shit.
Amazon said, fuck y'all, I'm coming down.
Right. Just kept on. That's bringing the market down a little bit for real right now. It's bringing the spot down for sure. That's the same pattern. With the spot bringing them down.
Amazon said, fuck it.
Yeah, that's false. False bounce. $3 short afterwards. The real short was here. $5. 8. Yeah, that was the real one. $8 spread. That's 8 bands. That's the one I want. Now we getting half price. That's what I'm saying. It's tricky here. It looks like better off buying a call and trying to get 8 bands on the call. You feel me? Because I don't know. We haven't seen no lower than this, what we're seeing now on the spot. Think about it. That was 2020. Everybody keeps saying it's going to go there, but we ain't did it. You keep bouncing off 420. Look, March 11th. Robinhood keying in 420 on March 11th. That was the last bounce, that sharp bounce in March Madness, 420 to 452. Come on. It's got to be the dip right here if it's not going to flush. You know what I'm saying? Make you put your thinking cap on, right? You get like, damn, would it be better to put my money on a call here or fucking put? See what I'm saying? It looks like it's oversold at this point. Ryan is probably right. It's going to bounce. His indicators don't lie.
It's fucking
Indicators, right? Even though it's selling right now, it looks cool. Yeah, but it's eventually this is going to stop. It might be next week. Swing calls. But where? And I think now would be the best time. It's at the bottom, but it might go lower, right? So gotta wait till the end of the day. Only place I see the swing calls is 428, 429 break even.
Just gotta catch it. Motherfucking Friday, man. Try to steal the show. Tell you Wall Street criminals.
What load up the calls for next week, right? Because they see the market being fearful.
They going up today. Oh shit!
But
Pop one of them.
Oh, at least one. Yeah, because we about to load it. But I'm saying like break even gotta be.
Shit, what they touch?
428.
428.
The past 5 days, the spot been touching 428. Dumping. That was gap down right there. Look, 429, 64. At 429, 19. 429, 19, 429, 64. Twice. So if I buy any calls, I'm only going to trust this one. 1, 2, or 3. Only one of them 3. And load it. You get what I'm saying? So that's where it's going. That's the target. They keep hitting that. They keep selling for some reason. They're making a hell of profit, obviously. But Amazon's starting to bring this bitch down, though. So I come down. We tested the lows. Flush. I want to see the flush. Yeah, break this tension. Look, this was the low. This was from Monday. This was from Tuesday, or one of them days last week. Monday or Tuesday this week, 5 days ago. 413 was pre-market. Nobody even got there. So that's what I'm saying. They closed at 416. Sold out 413 in the after hours actually. Pre-market. 416. Back to 422. You see what I'm saying? The numbers is like buy the dip. It's screaming buy the dip to me. Like, I'm not seeing no flush between those numbers. Like, I mean, I'm done with the puts. Like I said, the put actually took place up here. We didn't catch it. I'm not buying it down there. It'd be dumb because now we gotta be hoping it's gonna just keep going down. And I don't want to. We knew it was gonna do that. We just didn't buy it. Say it's gonna keep going down, and it hasn't been in the past week, month, 3 months, or year. It's hard. You get what I'm saying? To say, I always want to buy cars.
Hello. Look over there on the couch.
You understand what I'm saying, though? It's tricky here, but we got to bitches make a decision, obviously, right? They gonna keep moving.
bounce coming. Feel the bounce
I
coming.
feel it bounce coming too, bro. If they can't break, cause why? Look, we a whole Wall Street about to go to lunch, and we still stuck on these numbers. That don't make sense. It's been a whole hour since Euro closed, and that's it.
Yeah, it's definitely see right here. It's 12:30. Ain't that top line?
Yeah, it's lunch. Wall Street just going. They just got up now. They gone.
Let's see if it's done.
Got the little amateurs watching the machines right now.
Yep. So what's loyalty? Everybody ain't showing me. People got their own definition of loyalty. So what's loyalty to you? Tell me what's loyalty to you. Tell me what's loyalty. Everybody ain't showing me. People got their own definition of their loyalty. So tell me what's loyalty to you. Tell me what's loyalty to you. So I'ma make my moves and get that dough. And I can fuck it up and I'ma get some more. Mustang full of muscle, damn right I'm swole. I was a hot head, but the games that made me colder. Don't care what I'm built, you know I never fold. 3 queens in my life, I never let them go, no. The haters try to knock me off the high horse. They try to bring me fucking low, bruh. But I ain't with that shit. I'm in my own fucking lane, and I've been in this game, and damn right it done changed up. I swear to God, these niggas getting more lame. Yeah, I swear to God, I ain't worried about nothing but this paper in my family. So what you niggas gon' do? See me ride low in the motherfucking Cool 4-5. Got my niggas in the back and they all fucking strapped. Tell me what's loyalty? Everybody ain't showing me. People got their own definition of the loyalty. So tell me what's loyalty to you. So tell me what's loyalty to you. So what's loyalty? Everybody ain't showing me. People got their own definition of their loyalty. So what's loyalty to you? Tell me what's loyalty to you.
Busy. I say all I want is money, so the grind gotta pay me. These streets ain't gon' make me, but these streets they gon' make me. A couple G's faithfully, these streets they gon' take me to another level. I be on the pedal, I be moving cautious, bro. These bitches be the devil, cause they tryna paper rapers. I be the paper chaser, money band maker, and I be smoking on Jamaica. My weed got hella flavors. And y'all mad cause y'all haters. I be high as elevators. I'm the God, the creator. And my time ain't for wasters. I'm tryna stack this paper. Don't worry what I'm making. I'm getting to it. And I be posted on your block tryna get to it. Yeah. And that pack got the smell of that fish to it. And yeah, it's a Monday movement.
So tell me what's loyalty? Everybody ain't showing me. People got their own definition of the loyalty. So tell me what's loyalty to you. So tell me what's loyalty to you. So what's loyalty? Everybody ain't showing me. People got their own definition of their loyalty. So what's loyalty to you? Tell me what's loyalty to you.
It'd be like that.
Get that.
Yeah, that's why I told Aaron, just take you a think week, man. Get you a think week, bro. Everybody takes those. You're not human if you ain't taking a think week doing this type of shit. Oh, what's loyalty? I'm about to tell you. Guess what I'm about to tell you? You know, something you can't do. That's
Oh yeah, you got it.
fact.
I would love
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Stock Market Live with LCAD. We're going to take lunch here now. A Wall Street lunch break just started 4 minutes ago. LCAD lunch break starting now. I'll see you guys in about an hour, 1:35 p.m. I'll be back. The market is selling off, you guys. We're in a bear market. I told you the United States is not buying anything. They're selling too with the euro right now. But we're just noticing here at LCAD, it's not flushing either. So it might be time for a quick bounce. It might be the market makers hinting oversold, you guys. It might be oversold here, but like I said, if it's not oversold, it will flush here. We got the FOMC statement coming out next week in the conference, so keep that in mind. But that's next week, and the data this morning came out. It was all right. The market just kind of took it bad here. Obviously, that's why it went down. And so the inflation data was all right, but it's just market just took it bad. So it's going down right now, so you guys. So I think the low of the day possibly might be around 416 on the spot, 415 if they can prove it. But if not, it's going to bounce from here, you guys. This is the bottom. But we'll be back in about an hour, you guys. Enjoy your lunch.
One rap.
Somebody's
Go spit. Look at that for life.
Any moment, rub through it.
Just chasing the dream. See it green, nigga. I'm gonna go,
Alex,
nigga.
what you cooking?
Right at 1 p.m. Jen speaking to.
I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, I got play. Yeah, I got options, let's play. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. Yeah, I got options, let's play. I got options, who wanna pay? I gotta flip, I gotta save. I'm in a beamer, I wanna rave. I got some tricks, I gotta trade. I gotta put it on a rainy day. When you invest, your mind gonna raise. When you invest, your time gonna pay. A nigga playing chess, a nigga playing spades. A nigga stacking book, a nigga getting cake. All I know is stocks, all I know is trades. When it come to money, I be in the wave. When it come to money, I be in the days. A nigga ain't hurting for no cake. A nigga buying power, got me feeling great. Stock market stupid, police going crazy. I be in the booth, trying to find a way. I be in the trap, trying to make a way. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. I got options, let's play. Stand in my own lane. I'm running up, keep going. Stand in my own lane. I'm just standing money, standing money, standing money, standing money. Make the money, make this money, just letting this money, make this money, make this money. Can't take that from me, you can't tell me nothing. Yeah, I'm just letting this money, letting this check, this money, run it up, running it up, letting this check, run it up, checks, run it up, letting this check, run it up, checks, one rap.
But not high like they used to be though. That's what I'm gonna notice. Different though, because Amazon ain't gonna be through that. They'll probably go back to 27. Now they're not going back that high. It just would make sense to prove that it's oversold.
I don't know, like they heating up some calls right
now. That's what I'm saying.
I'm with it.
Finesse.
Let's go. Give me no confirmation.
Finesse.
Explain it to y'all until I do it.
We are a QT man.
Finesse.
Because I'm about to
Finesse. Finesse. One rap. Go busy. Finesse. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake.
K. I'm all about that K. Finessing. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. Finessing. I'm all about that K. I'm all about that K. I'm all about that K. Finessing. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. Finessing. I'm all about that K. I'm all about that K. Ain't worried about no snakes. Ain't worried about no jakes. I'm all about that pay. You niggas in the way. Get the fuck up out my face. Get the fuck up out my space. Cause I'm headed to the K. Yeah, I'm tryna get that right. Yeah, I'm tryna hit your bait. Then we headed to the bay. Talking about that Frito Lay. I got options yeah for days. I got options yeah for days. I'm finessing. Never stressing. I got a bad bitch, I'm tryna get her pregnant. I got a sweet lick, it's time to send a message. I got a big Glock, I'm tryna kill your best friend. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the J's. Can't worry about the J's. Can't worry about the J's. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Hey, can't worry about the J's. Can't worry about the J's. Can't worry about the J's. I ran it up finessing. I'm ballin', chimney. I'm the answer, come and test me. But nobody disrespect me. Cause I'm stepping on their necklace and I'm sliding with my weapon. I'm the hardest in my system. TTG, go ask your best friend. I'm a soldier, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. Ain't no foe, nigga. Ain't no foe, nigga. What you hold, nigga? I thought I told you, nigga. We stepping over, nigga. My gift been going, nigga. My stripes they folding, nigga. I'm from that bowler, nigga. I'm chili cola, nigga. Go get a bowler, nigga. I'm tripping over, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. We stepping over, nigga. One rap finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. I'm finessing. 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 Finessing.
Let me see. Jordan 97.
Oh, okay, I see it right there. Bouncing. Okay. This is what we're going to do right here. 920. They're not going back to 920. See what I'm saying?
So,
look at the volume right there.
shit go on. Keep dripping. 896.
Wait 2 minutes. I know what they're doing. 2 minutes. It's momentum about to shift and keep going down. Hold on. Okay, let's see what they're doing. It's a nice time too. Yeah, it's gonna shift and keep going down to 2 minutes. They on the clock. They on the time clock. They've been shortening for 15 minutes straight. It'll be 15 minutes and 2 minutes if that makes sense. So we don't want to buy no put here and then it's gonna come up one time and then gonna go back. You know what I'm saying? Wait 1 second. Somebody pass me my lighter, man. That's confirmation. Freestyle, that's out top. I'm trying to keep it clean. I'm trying to be seen. I got that blood. They say, Lenny, you too high. But I ain't tryna be cool. I ain't tryna be cool. This the sun, sit down, go to school. I ain't tryna be cool. I ain't tryna be cool. This that sun, sit down, go to school. I ain't tryna be cool. 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 This that sun, sit down, go to school. School rocks, you can learn everything you want. School rocks, sit down, pay attention, don't talk back. Niggas know what's up, niggas know where it ain't. I don't give a motherfucker, I'm getting money, what you think? Hey,
I'm getting money, what you think? Hey, take care, take care, take care, take care. Roll out, it's fair. Go up, go down, it's there, it's here. My mind, we racing. I'm here, I'm there. You here, you there. We here, we here. I'm here. I did it, came up. I'm committed. You did it, I'm committed. You sent it, I sent it. We sent it, you sent it. We sent it. We swipe, we win it, we win it, we win it. Shit reverse though. It can be a fucking curse though. If you're running your mouth, I hope your shit go down south. I hope your shit go down south. Like my bitch going down south, but we ain't gonna talk that now. This ain't about no fucking bitch. Man, that bitch ain't shit. Man, she lied on my list. Man, she lied on my list. Then she asked for some dick. Then this shit got twisted. Then I said, ain't no twister, but this ain't no game. You can't get it. You can't fit it. You can't fit in with my team. I'm committed. Yeah, I said it when I said it. Then I know that I did it when I did it. If I did it, then you know that you did it too. So that's all I know, that I did it, boo. Every nigga talked against me, they dead, ooh. Damn. And they dead, ooh, and I don't even brag about that. I just ask God, why is it is like that? Damn, I done did some fucked up shit, but I know I'm gon' go. But it ain't lit, yeah, it ain't lit to be talking about death. That's why I'm even gon' get on that subject to death. You get it? Don't talk about death, don't get on the subject to death. Niggas ain't got death. They run out of breath. They run out of breath, yeah. Hey, they run out of breath. Hey, but I'ma step, with that 4-5. I step with my hands, yeah, I got hands. It don't matter what you wanna do, leave you in the sand. Knock a nigga down, leave his ass to the land. Rest in peace, that's my mans. That's my mans. Yeah, that's my man. To the land, rest in peace, that's my man. I was in the hood, on the west end. Yeah, we got it in the best, yeah. Niggas is some real trappers. Real trappers speak up for the real trappers.
Still high, one right.
I'd rather it be you and me.
Yeah, yeah,
I'd rather it be you and me.
yeah, one right.
I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me for my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me up my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me.
Tryna get me for my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me out my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather be laying in the cut, water in my view while I'm rubbing on your butt. She sucking on my balls and she ready for a nut. She fiending for a nigga, you know I had to eat it up, beat it up. Freaky stuff, I've been a G and me she trust. Money on my mind, I gotta get it just for us. Love on my mind, is it real or is it less? Time I never tell, just keep it real. I need your touch, don't tell no lies, don't want no fuss. Just you and me, laced up designer, damn expensive jewelry. Sitting courtside, bad bitch, you and me. Haha, just you and me. Well, I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me for my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me out my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me for my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me out my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. La la la, la la la, la la la. What I hear when you la la la. I don't need no lines, baby girl, it's bye bye bye. Hit the road, back up shit, it's time to slide. You should have been a honey, baby girlfriend. I thought you really what I wanted, but you la la la. Got me going circles squaring on your line. You need to stop, this shit ain't right. I see the hurt in your eyes, I'm making right. Hit my phone and let me know if you right tonight. If you ride or not, hit my phone and let me know if you ride or not. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me out my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me out my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be. I'd rather it be. I'd rather it be. I'd rather it be you and me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'd rather it be you and me. Well, Ray. Go Spizzy.
What's his name?
Yeah, that's great.
Trying to get away from them fuck niggas. I'm trying to get away from them fuck bitches. Fuck bitches. Oh ass bitch. Bitch. I'm trying to get away from these fuck niggas. Trying to get away from these fuck bitches. Trying to make a way, that's a plus, nigga. What you know about laying in the cut, nigga? What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? Right down on the op, make a butter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my gutter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga. Say I'm trying to get away from these fuck niggas. I'm trying to get away from these fuck bitches. I'm trying to make a way, that's a plus, nigga. What you know about laying in the cut, nigga? What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? Right down on the op, make a butter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my gutter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my gutter, nigga.
Two clips up, take together on the stick. I'ma dump out the clip, then reload that bitch. How you stupid ass running and ducking and shit? Whatever you behind, I'ma explode that bitch. You a pussy ass nigga, I'ma expose that shit. And it ain't no chill, cause I told that bitch. I'm trying to put some goddamn holes in his ribs. I'ma put a goddamn hole in his lip. G shit, nigga, we ain't showing no love. All my niggas some goddamn thugs. All my niggas some goddamn thugs. And all my niggas get it out the goddamn mud. Mr. Cocaine with the mirror like a chopping. How you goddamn nose running like a faucet? You got my pockets, I'm swole, no problem. I know how to whip it in the bowl, no problem. Know how to cook it on the stove, no problem. Put a lighter under that spoon, no problem. Trapping like a bitch trying to get every dollar. Come get it now, don't wait till tomorrow. I can send it to you in the mail, no problem. Just put the shit on the scale, no problem. Nigga, I can send you a bill, no problem. I bought my bitch some Chanel, no problem.
Trying to get away from these fuck niggas. Trying to get away from these fuck bitches. Trying to make a way, that's a plus, nigga. What you know about laying in the cut, nigga? What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? Run down on the op, make them butter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga. Say I'm trying to get away from these fuck niggas. Trying to get away from these fuck bitches. Trying to make a way, that's a plus, nigga. What you know about laying in the cut, nigga? What you know about slide with the cutter, nigga. Run down on the eye, make a butter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga. I said it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga. I'm back on that trap shit, gotta get it, I'm back on my rap shit. Gotta spit it, I'm back on that jack shit. Gotta lick it, I'm back on my back shit. What's the ticket? Stay jigging, finessing. All in your section, boy, pipe that shit down. Little bitch, I'm a blessing. Your nigga be hating, I'ma teach him a lesson. I'm strapped with that fire, be trusting these bitches. Tryna elevate on these fuck niggas. I'm tryna double up on some butts, nigga. What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? What you know about hanging with some gutter niggas? What you know about crossing out the mother niggas? What you know about whipping up an onion, nigga? What you know about getting to that money, nigga? I been back to the trap and tryna blow a nigga. I been stuck, I just hate to have to cut a nigga. I been stupid, I ain't worried about you other niggas. When you cross me, that's when I gotta up a nigga. I'm blanking bad on this bitch, I'm like my brother, nigga. I'm just tryna get away from these fuck niggas. I'm just tryna stay tame from these fuck bitches. Just tryna maintain, I'm going up, nigga. Going up, nigga. Right. Going up, nigga. Right.
Got me in my zone, mama, pray I make it home. In these streets, I'm all alone. Mama, pray I make it home.
Hey, yo, Nash, you go crazy.
Got me in my zone, mama, pray I make it home. In these streets, I'm all alone. I got shawty in my phone. Got me in my zone, mama, pray I make it home. In these streets, I'm all alone. I got shawty in my phone. Make a call and I'll be gone. Make a call and I'll be gone. Young nigga, what you on? For my mama, work the pain. Hit the block and made a name. Nigga 50 like he came. Lead the game the way I came. Money made, but what you gain? Had to get it through the rain. My nigga saying that I'll change. Cop a beamer, keep the range. White tees, I keep it plain. Chase the money, not the fame. Ain't competing in my lane. Watch your brother niggas lame. Vision clear, Gucci frames. Ain't for post, it's your brain. Talk that shit and you get flamed. It's what I bleed. Shit come with ease. I'm serving fiends. Roll the leaf, my eyes heavy, I'm in the V. Straight for this bag, now we touching the loop. It's love for my brother, still watching my crew. Roll me this way, swinging shit like Carew. You shot, but you scared when I you up for two. Brackets stay open, so I'm on the move. Slide with my baby, cause she in that mood. I'm in the hood, they don't like it's full. Switching your set, now you playing it cool. And I ain't out here wasting no time, no. And I ain't out here wasting no time, no. And I ain't out here wasting no time, no. Down on my ass, had to flip what I had. Down on my left, turn the 8 to a half. Get in your bag, they gon' head and be mad. It's be crossing the middle, I'm taking a flag. Blood on my name, wipe it down with a rag. Throwing shade on my name, why you moving like that? Missed out on some chicken, we make it right back. The streets they been hot, but the niggas been cold. Watching these bitches cause they getting bold. Watching my brother, I heard that he told. Niggas gon' fold like clean clothes. Niggas feeling like Gino. In that pocket, you scary. Ho. Got me in my zone. Mama, pray I make it home. Got me in my zone. Mama, pray I make it home. In these streets, I'm all alone. I got shawty in my phone. Make a call and I'll be gone. Make a call and I'll be gone. For my brother, what you on? Said they got me in my zone. Whoa, yeah, yo. I say, yeah, yo.
Right, that's what I'm saying. You can't really tell right now. It's hard to tell. I mean, we can tell the day they selling, yeah, but I'm just saying, like, think about over the weekend. Right now, they're just selling. But you kind of missed the big sale you get from this morning to now. That was the moment. Like just short hits. That's what.
What right? This busy chasing bag on this one, man.
They didn't think
From the real nigga. Shot. Shit really fucked up. Shot nigga. Goddamn shot. You know what the fucking nigga doing to goddamn get to that fit. That ain't your motherfucking business. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Man, this shit fucked up. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Man, this shit fucked up. I ain't tripping or hurting for shit. Just gotta stay focused and keep stacking money. And watch you hating on me. It could be your big dog. It could be your little homie. I keep that iron on me. I'm never blind, homie. I'm always riding, homie. And when it's time, homie, for that stool light, I bet you dying, homie. Show me my opponent. You gotta be lying, homie. I knew you wasn't real. You always show me phony. It's just reality now. My shit, I bet you want it. I dare you niggas take it. Your family gonna have to wait it. These bags gonna have to take it. So play it how you play it. The end won't see you make it. Then that's what rap on. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Man, this shit fucked up. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Man, this shit fucked up. Make the money, stack the money, invest the money, don't waste it. Cause these niggas out here watching, nigga, they ready to take it. Hey, my nigga, I'ma have focus, bro, they better be patient. Cause I'm sliding, yeah, I'm riding, and I'm ready to spank them, blank them. Yeah, I hit them up, got my glizzy tuck. What the fuck, what these niggas thinking? What the fuck, be these niggas raising? Man, that shit fucked up, but you niggas gon' get it though. And my niggas, yeah, they with it, ho. And I'm sliding by whatever, ho. Even if that shit fucked up. Man, I don't give a fuck, bro. What the fuck these niggas on, bro? Yeah.
That show like strength for the Bulls. They should not do that shit. Looks like
sweat me in for a 905. That's me then doing 500 too. Right now. So good.
Just check it out. Look at it. You know what I'm saying? But you starting to see. I'm glad you're waiting. You starting to see what I'm saying though. You know. It can really go either way, Steve, for real, because it's not flushing. It's going down too slow now. What happened to the fast drops from this morning? You feel me? You dropped from 425 to 420 in 5 minutes. What happened? Now it's taking you hours to get to 421 to 417. It took 2 hours to do that. Yeah, so I may add up. Might be oversold here. It's about to get white. Them cars get too cheap, and the rich see a discount. People like you and I are rich. We see a discount. We know we're not tripping either. These companies not going bankrupt. Amazon kicking right back up 25.15. That's why I'm about to 25.17. That's why I'm about to go. They just went up 17. 25.8. No, I'm going.
Why is it coming at 1 o'clock?
They seen the fear. Nobody buying nothing. 903. Tesla. 903 in the channel. 903 4-cent Tesla. 903 24. 903 90. How much time you putting on?
Oh, it's Mike going crazy.
Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. I keep it bull and I'm not talking south. Fuck niggas, get out of the map. I roll with scrap, then I keep me a strap. Nigga, this ain't no tip and tap. Nigga, it ain't no talking about that. Nigga, talking, listening that. I ain't even listening that. I'm turning up and I'm fucking it big. But nigga know what's up with me. If a nigga try DP, I swear he gon' RIP. Bossy fuck about nothing, you know I'm keeping it low key. Can't fuck about nothing, you know I gotta keep a P. I gotta keep a key for a G, or I gotta keep a G for a O. That's a B, that's a fucking P. And I just had my daughter, yeah. Anybody try to play with her, they gon' slaughter, yeah. Still water judge, yeah. Really that shit party train. We don't give a fuck about nothing you doing. Nah, we just living our life. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. Yeah, I know you told, I seen it in writing. That's Facebook, that's the shit I'm not liking. My lawyer called, said they charge me for 90. He called back, say this ain't looking mighty. I called back, said I'm living so righteous. I dare one of these niggas try to try me. It's gon' be a motherfucking homie. It's gon' be a motherfucking homie. Fuck niggas always run their mouth. They'll let us gon' be the one to let you down. Didn't see that then, but I see that now. Show me all these niggas from a nick to a pound. Gotta stay low key, just like underground. Let the money do the talking if I like how it sound. Chill but Lexus, and nothing go around. Ain't chill but let the tree merry go around. Yeah, how or get lost and found. Down by the river, they'll say you drown. Live your life and hold your ground. Don't run your mouth and run you around. Live your life and hold your ground. Live your life and hold your ground. Don't run your mouth and run you out. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house.
We just need the spot to fucking keep going. 4:30 after 4:35 is telling us unlimited. How many times have we seen the spot past 4:35? We got Tupac's birthday. His watch, that shit just rise. We got 3 calls. Shit's gonna pick up. These calls gonna be about 20, 40 bands if the spot go to like 4. It says unlimited after 4:35. We rolling in dough, nigga. That's what I'm thinking. Whoever just think about it from March to now, from the middle of April, whoever brought the 410 calls then, and they sold them at 460. Niggas made go up just now. Why you think it came back down so fast? Them niggas took profit. Nigga. They brought the fucking bottom and sold the fucking top. Now we sit right back here at it again before we can do it again. Nigga, it's like a Pokemon. Next Brian, who next?
What right? Just busy chasing bag on this one, man.
Economy, people
not real nigga. Shot. Shit really fucked up. Shot, man. Goddamn shot. I don't know what this fucking nigga doing. Goddamn get to that shit. That ain't your motherfucking business. Shit gon' really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Man, this shit fucked up. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Man, this shit fucked up. I ain't tripping or hurting for shit. Just gotta stay focused and keep stacking money. And watch you hating on me. It could be your big dog. It could be your little homie. I keep that eye on me. I'm never blind, homie. I'm always riding, homie. And when it's time, homie, for that stoop life, I bet you dying, homie. Show me my opponent. You gotta be lying, homie.
I knew you wasn't real. You always show me phony. It's just reality now. My shit, I bet you want it. I dare you niggas to take it. Your family gon' have to wait it. These bags gon' have to take it. So play it how you play it. The end won't see you make it. Then that's some rap roll. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, turn fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Man, this shit fucked up. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, turn fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. What the fuck? Man, this shit fucked up. Make the money, stack the money, invest the money, don't waste it. Cause these niggas out here watching, nigga, they ready to take it. Hey, my nigga, I'm out here focused, bro, they better be patient. Cause I'm sliding, yeah, I'm riding, and I'm ready to spank them, blank them. Yeah, I hit them up, got my glizzy tuck. What the fuck, what these niggas thinking? What the fuck, be these niggas raising? Man, that shit fucked up, but you niggas gon' get it though. And my niggas, yeah, they with it, ho. And I'm sliding by whatever, ho. Even if that shit fucked up. Man, I don't give a fuck, bro. What the fuck these niggas on, bro? Yeah.
Sometimes you can be in the zone, you hot, you see how we was last night. You be in the zone, you hot, you can calm the not all the time it's see how fast they shoot this way. I was like, they got going on. Testing it again, bro. And that's what I'm saying. The swings on the calls definitely gotta wait till 3:59. You feel me? It's too much volatility. They gonna try to just wipe you now. You better off waiting till close. The best bet is to just day trade the put though, for real. If you want to make some quick profit, day trade the put. But the swing of put, I can't say that because we at the bottom technically. To me, I'm feeling what Ron's saying. His indicators are right. It's gonna sharp bounce eventually.
Who is it?
It's me, Snakes. I got the stuff.
Leave it on the doorstep and get the hell out of here.
All right, Johnny. But what about my money?
That can go either way too.
What money?
AC said you had some dough for me.
Matter of fact, how much do I owe you?
AC said 10%.
They trying to really get that shit to one.
Too bad AC ain't in charge no more.
What do you mean?
He's upstairs taking a bath.
With that shit, we can own.
He'll call you when he gets out. Hey, I tell you what I'm going to give you, Snakes. I'm going to give you to the count of 10 to get your ugly, yellow, no good keister off my property before I pump your guts full of lead.
Right, Johnny, I'm sorry. I'm going.
1, 2, 10. Keep the change, you filthy animal.
Hey, rule number 1, if you got that gun, never show that gun, y'all. Rule number 2, if you pull that trigger, then you better shoot. Hey, rule number 3, if you aim at me, then you better squeeze till that clip it beat. But if you ain't bout it, then I'm bout it. I do it, y'all just mouthing. I'm high up like a mountain. Y'all goofies, y'all be clowning. Hey, rule number 1, if you got that gun, never show that gun. Yeah, rule number 2, if you pull that trigger, then you better shoot. Hey, rule number 3, if you aim at me, then you better squeeze till that clip can D. But if you ain't bout it, then I'm bout it. I do it, y'all just mouth. I'm high up like a mountain. Y'all goofies, y'all be clowning. Rule number 1, if you got that gun, never show that gun. Rule number 2, if you pull that trigger, then you better shoot. Hey, rule number 3, if you aim at me, then you better squeeze, bitch. Drill that shit.
came back, he was too hot. That's what happened to him. That shit held back to 25, 18 miles. That's why. They gonna wait until they see them flush, then they'll flush. How you feeling? Yeah, right there. That's the last of it. Yeah. I don't want to take that. Oh, they look like this.
Bricks with the heat, ho. Pull me up a foe, ayy. Pull me up a foe, ayy. Geeking, ho, we geeking, ho. And we tweaking every day, and we tweaking every day. Yeah, pull me up a foe, pull me up a foe, ho, we geeking, ho, we geeking. And we tweaking every day, and we tweaking every day. Pull me up a foe, pull me up a foe, ho, we geeking, ho, we geeking. Ho, we geeking, and we tweaking every day. What he thinking? He ain't thinking. We high shit. Flick the wrist, sell a brick. I sold the brick, but got the shit down, ayy. Hit him with the wham bam. Coming from Simmons Sam, ayy. He don't want it. Violence don't condone it, cause we smoking on this loud and we drinking on this potion. Yeah, that lean. Roll another bean. Popping beans till I dream. Ho, you geeking, we be tweaking, what you thinking? We ain't blinking, we ain't missing shit, we ain't lacking, we ain't losing. Hit the snooze button, cause y'all be drooling, yeah. Y'all be drooling, yeah. Lean, gone, lean. Pull me up, roll up, pull me up. Bricks with the heat, ho. Pull me up a foe, pull me up a foe. Ho, we geeking. Ho, we geeking, and we tweaking every day, and we tweaking every day. Hold me up a foe, hold me up a foe. Ho, we geeking, and we tweaking every day, and we tweaking every day. Hold me up a foe, hold me up a foe. Ho, we geeking, and we tweaking every day. Nigga, little nigga say what? I'll run up with the two. Nigga, do not like or lose, ayy. Hit the snooze button. Put him straight to sleep. We on creep, yeah. Pull up to his face. You ain't calling that no sneak. You said you want the beef. We gon' grill and then we eat, ayy, ayy. Say you defeat me, but you can't beat me, ayy. I'ma sleep in, ayy. I'ma sleep in. Pull up four, pull some more, down that six, It's up my dick, and do it quick, I nut then dip, ayy. Hold me up a four, hold me up, hold me up, Pull me up a foe, pull me up a foe. Ho, we geek, ho, we geek, ho. And we tweaking every day, and we tweaking every day. Pull me up a foe, pull me up a foe. Ho, we geek, ho, we geek, ho. And we tweaking every day, and we tweaking every day. Hey, little nigga say what? Say what? Hey, little nigga say what? Say what? Hey, gun off tough.
What you want, nigga? What you want? I'm like, wait, alright, bro. I'll talk to you later, bro. You got till 9 o'clock to hit me up in the morning. Man. You see, straight like that. That's what I told him. Going back and forth. You know, though. You know. I went over there. Sonya's birthday was, you know what I'm saying? She had a little cookout Sunday. Went over there.
You said you tried to get close to me.
Yeah, he's still talking about it. I'm like, bro, you know, everybody cashed out, everybody happy, niggas moving on.
We getting high, cause we like to smoke, we like to smoke, we like to smoke, we we like to smoke. And we getting high, we getting high, we getting high, we getting high. Cause we like to smoke, we like to smoke, we like to smoke, we like to smoke.
Yeah, I like to smoke up on that dope. When I roll it, yeah, my nigga, yeah, I like to take a toke. Yeah, I pull it, yeah, my nigga, I with that toke. Yeah, I smoke it, yeah, I roll a doobie. Yeah, I roll a doobie, kick back and watch a movie. Yeah, I'm just laid back, chillin', I'm groovy. Yeah, my nigga, yeah, I'm shooting clips just like a movie. Ooh, yeah, your girl roll a blunt, then she wanna do me. Yeah, she wanna do me. Smoking the blunt though, roll it. No, I never stunt though. Hell nah. Roll up that blunt, bro. Light it. It smell like a skunk, yo. Yeah, it stank. Oof. Rolling up that thing. What you think? It's filling up my tank. What you doing? Yeah, that shit stank.
Ooh. Damn, that shit stank. Damn, that shit in my house stinking up my place. And now I feel misplaced, cause my mama found my stash. Damn, she said, boy, that is gas. Where'd you get that from? The shells. I said, mama, be quiet, don't tell. Please don't tell, and I won't tell. We just getting high, float in. I'm in the sky, If I lie, I die. If I lie, I die. I told you I'm believe. You better believe me, man. We getting lit, we getting lifted. My flow so gifted. Pay attention. You know we own it. They really want it. They gotta pay for it if they really want it. Cause ain't nothing free. Nah, this gas ain't cheap. Hey, come on, Harry B. Come on, Harry B. We getting high, we getting high, we getting high, we getting high. Cause we like to smoke, we like to smoke, we like to smoke, we like to smoke. Yeah, we getting high, we getting high, we getting high, we getting high. Cause we like to smoke, we like to smoke, we like to smoke, we like to smoke. Just cause they're so cheap. Like, why fucking not? You see what I'm saying? Why fucking not? They're super cheap. Now you swing puts. The reason why you shouldn't do that is because you're paying a premium too high. The market already done sold off, but it ain't flush, so that means the bears holding their gains. They risking the profit, wishing somebody try to buy in because they not selling. They thinking it's gonna keep flushing basically. Now we can think like that too, but that's a high risk for us because we not in already. They already in, you feel me? I'm trying to go with the cheap risk, big reward. I see calls. Put some time on them. The market is not gonna go down forever.
Hey. I just hit this motherfucking backwood, man. You already know how I'm coming, you already know how I'm rocking and rolling slide. Nobody. Hey, I don't know why y'all play with me. Damn. Hey, I'm blowing on this wood. Y'all think shit really good. Shit ain't good in the hood. It's not. Lost couple niggas ain't good. R.I.P. my soul. So they got on Magnolia. Everything he can replace. 75 they play the trenches. Hey, nigga, it's a chase to what did the race without took his pack in his face. Gang shit, spit in his face, manufacture spit on the dick, shot, and shit is split. Pull off a wig, boy, that bitch bald headed little bill and that pussy Caillou. Hit the bitch, pass off like an alley hoop. Begging that bitch like Michael Jordan. I'm slapping the nigga, I'm slapping your hoe. Hey.
They know how we move, ayy. Riding with the crew, hey. Throwing up my tools, yeah. Throwing up the dudes, hey. JoJo toting on the scene, he gon' make some moves, hey. Smoking on the gas back, we're blowing up the room. Woo. What you smoking on, little nigga? What you smoking on? That gas ain't really that strong. That pack ain't really that strong. But I smell you smoke it in the dough. You smelling what I'm on. Hey. Bands on me, cash on me, yeah, I fuck it up. Bad bitches coming through the back for temperature. And let her pee in the cut, rolling doobies up. Bags on me,
cash on me, yeah, I fuck it up. Bags on me, cash on me, yeah, I fuck it up. Bad bitches coming through the back for teenager. And then it be in the cut, rolling doobies up. Bags on me, cash on me, yeah, I fuck it up. Fuck it up, rank it up like Mickey, make it icky like Mickey. Spit hanging from my mouth, sticky. From up top, you look pretty. Make me Millie, rock with my Jimmy. It's AR-50, see next century in theory. Bags on me, cash on me, yeah, I fuck it up. Bad bitches coming through the back for teenager. And let it be in the car, all the newbies up. Bags on me, cash on me, yeah, I fuck it up. Bags on me, cash on me, yeah, I fuck it up. Bad bitches coming through the back for teenager. And let it be in the car, all the newbies up. Bags on me, cash on me, yeah, I fuck it up. Bags on me, cash on me, yeah, I fuck it up. Bags on me, cash on me, yeah, I fuck it up. Bags on me, cash on me, yeah, I fuck it up. Bags on me, cash on me, yeah, I fuck it up. Bags on me, cash on me, yeah, I fuck it up. Bad bitches coming through the back for teenager. And then the B and the clear rolling doobies up.
They don't it look good to get in there right now. I know what you're saying, because that's how I feel too. The dip looks clear. This seems like the bottom to me.
Feel me, bro? This would be a perfect time, right now, just.
I think if we feel like it's the bottom, the only way possibly to be right is just to put time.
Yeah.
Play smart.
Pull up with a car, I'ma roll up out the jar. Yeah, gas 93. No, not no car. Yeah. This that higher than the stars. Hey. This that higher than the stars. Hey. Pull up with a car, I'ma roll up out the jar. Gas 93. No, not no car. This that higher than the stars. Hey. This that higher than the stars. This that higher than the stars. Yeah. But I do have a car. Riding around with your bride. Yeah, that's my bride. That's my she. Do her job. She get paid, not rob me. I do what I got to. Money is the root of you. Money is the root of us. Hey, my guns play pick up the bus. But I'm busting down cars. Cause I'm stars. Pull up with a car, I'ma roll up out the jar. Gas 93. No, not no car. This that higher than the stars. This that higher than the stars. Hey, pull up with a car, I'ma roll up out the jar. Gas 93. No, not no car. This that higher than the stars. This that higher than the stars.
Higher than the stars. About to take off, go to Mars. I whip a Lexus. I drive a foreign car. I break it down, put it in the car, and roll it up. Yeah, nigga, about to spark, I'm about to spark. Higher than the kite, yeah, my nigga, like Nike, yeah, boy, about to take flight. Take flight, take flight, take flight. Yeah, my nigga, it's gonna be a long night. A long night, it's gonna be a long flight. And when I roll it, be high as a kite, as a kite. You know just what I'm smoking, just what I'm rolling up that potent,
Pull up with a car, I'ma roll up out the jar. Gas 93, no, not no car. This that higher than the stars. This that higher than the stars. Ay, pull up with a car, I'ma roll up out the jar. Gas 93, no, not no car. This that higher than the stars. This that higher than the stars.
They waiting, look, they waiting. Look, 77 on the volume, they waiting. They're waiting for it. Something about to happen if there's still a lot of volume.
Well, not really. There's just the people see the opportunity because it's stupid cheap. That's all. True. Tell you, the real opportunity is time in the market. Like literally, pick a further date. Put some time in this motherfucker for real. Like stay here for a while. Instead of like just trying to time the market right now. I'm telling you, that shit is switching like a bitch on a Friday night. For real. But yeah, though, I mean, if you want to do it, though. I think you got some
Yeah, gotta stay prayed up. These young bitches get you cased up. Damn, this shit is so amazing. Yeah, you better say your grace and get on your knees and pray, yeah. Yeah, gotta stay prayed up. This shit really is a wake up. I take the L like a Laker. Yeah, gotta stay prayed up. These young bitches get you cased up. Damn, this shit is so amazing. Yeah, you better say your grace and get on your knees and pray, yeah. Yeah, you gotta stay prayed up. This shit really a wake up. I take the L like a Laker. I take the L like a leaker. I take the L like a leaker. I am not a tweaker, I am a geeker. And she was geeking. Straight like that. That's how it was. That's how it is. It's over with. I don't look back. I look forward to my future. Straight like that. So what they saying? I can't hear them. Still not with them. Was in the jam. In the system for a little minute. That's how it felt. That's how it felt. If you don't know nothing about that, then don't talk about it. Straight like that. Yeah, that was a wake up. Still got my cake up. Yeah, I'm blowing them O's, still gon' bake up. That's what it is, that's how it is, that's how I'm going to my life go, then that's what it is. And I don't worry about nothing, I don't trip. Yeah, she still tripping by my fucking dick. Damn, she still fucking want my fucking dick. She's so fucking crazy, she addicted. Goddamn, I don't even want the chick. Goddamn, I don't even want the chick. Goddamn, I don't even want the chick. Yeah, gotta stay prayed up. These young bitches get you cased up. Damn, this shit's so amazing. Yeah, you better say your grace and get on your knees and pray, yeah. Yeah, gotta stay prayed up. This shit really is a wake up. I take the L like a Laker. Yeah, gotta stay prayed up. These young bitches get you cased up. Damn, this shit's so amazing. Yeah, you better say your grace and get on your knees and pray, yeah. Yeah, you gotta stay prayed up. This shit really is a wake up. I take the L like a Laker. Yeah, you gotta stay prayed up. These young bitches get you cased up. Damn, this shit's so amazing. Yeah, you better say your grace and get on your knees and pray, yeah. Yeah, you gotta stay prayed up. This shit really is a wake up. I take the L.
And I cake up, I survive. Niggas telling all these lies. Hit me with some counterfeit, he gon' die. Here with the gang, you know they gon' ride. All of my niggas, they homicide. Anytime in this action, RP to the ratchet. Now I gotta keep it on because they took the homie. Now niggas know me, E100. All of my niggas gon' ride to the end. Rolling up backwoods deep in. This shit is just deeper than best friends. If I catch a nigga that done it, I'ma have to get him lined up. Fuck it, I have to run up on him when I see him. I ain't gonna say nothing else. Told my nigga I'ma ride. He said 100. Just pull it up, we gon' find out who did it. Ain't speaking no more on this image. Anybody play with the game, they gon' feel it. Feel it. We ain't playing. Lost a good man. Now I gotta go and grab it. Goddamn. Stay prayed up. Stay woke. Stay prayed up, hey, and you gotta stay woke.
Yeah, gotta stay prayed up. These young bitches get you cased up. Damn, this shit's so amazing. Yeah, you better say your grace and get on your knees and pray, yeah. Yeah, you better stay prayed up. This shit really is a wake up. I take the L like a Laker. Yeah, you gotta stay prayed up. These young bitches get you cased up. Damn, this shit's so amazing. Yeah, you better say your grace and get on your knees and pray, yeah. Yeah, you gotta stay prayed up. This shit really is a wake up. I take the L like a Laker.
K-Dub.
K-Dub.
K-Dub. But the only thing I've seen my company, and it's crazy that I'm making this much money and I ain't even did this yet. And we need to start doing this. Like I said, we haven't brought no long terms and really watched the equity rise. We keep playing weeklies and hitting. We play earnings, hit. We ain't really just took the time to really load up some contracts, put some time on it, and really just become millionaires like we know we can instead of seeing the contracts run up on us and we be like, damn, why the fuck we ain't even? We could have just made motherfucking 30 bands off. You get what I'm saying? Nah, fuck that. Let's start doing that now. Let's just go ahead and buy like that so we can be like, damn, we just made 30 bands instead of saying like we could have. We just made. I'm thinking big. Every time I buy now, I'm not buying no little small contracts. 1 or 2, like I said, that's a solo game. You can't really go against it. Get our games over. Our games definitely over. Can't even trade that right now. Because that means they're being stupid money to the SEC.
No love, living. No love, lost. It costs to be the boss. Right price, my people take you out. Gotta keep the hate in dead graveyard coffee. Cheapin' just like kids rolling off football. Gotta keep the hate in dead graveyard coffee. Cheapin' just like kids rolling off football. I decide how I'm gon' face it. I decide how I'm gon' make it. Every day I'm just trying to make it. Making and baking. Blue faces. I love honey, I love money. Please blowing me up, what you want, honey? Phone always motherfucking jumping. I can't never get no peace, man, I just want it. But I'm just chiefin'. Man, I seen some demons. Hey, demons being deacons. Not Wake Forest, but you get it. No love, living. No love, lost. It costs me the boss. Right price, my people take you off. Gotta keep the hate in dead graveyard coffee. Season just like cancer rolling off football. Gotta keep the hate in dead graveyard coffee. Just like kids rolling off footballs. Hey, bitches like my postman, they know I'm the most. They can't wipe me out, no short motion. Yeah, but she water floating. And I'm swimming there, all the motions, all the waves. Tired of it. Cannot take me back, you can't wipe me, bitch. Cannot take me back, you can't knife me, bitch. Cause I always turn my back on snake shit. Money doing that weight lift. And these niggas doing that snake shit. With the rats. Never ever been there, always got chest. What the fuck you talking about? I ain't get into you. It came from the motherfucking soil. Hey, I'm your highness. I'm royal. Hey, I be getting oil. I be getting oil. Dab the moral. Nigga, I be oil. Lift up. Where you ain't cold? What's up? I ain't got no boat. Never sunk. Float. Whenever it happen, hope. No love, living. No love, lost. It costs to be the boss. Right price, my people's take you off. Gotta keep the hate in dead graveyard coffee. Cheapin' just like kids rolling off footballs. Gotta keep the hate in dead graveyard coffee. Cheapin' just like kids rolling off footballs.
920. Again, obviously, we're not gonna do it right now because the spot's at 419. Trying to match them. But it's at a point where you know it can just easily go back to 425 on the spot, so it's gonna easily go back to 932. We'll just go either way. Matching it up. If it makes sense, that's right. If it don't make sense, it's probably not right.
Yo. It's bad. It's bad. Hey, 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 hey. You know it's bag and I'm still chasing. Yeah. You know it's bag and I'm paper racing. Yeah. While I'm vibing in. Yeah. Hey. We in the rental. We in the bender. You know I'm bending. You know I bend 'em. Hey. You know I send 'em. You know the birds. You know I pin 'em. Hey. Down to they can. Yeah. I'm down with my bag. Hey. I ain't reading off the pad. Yeah. Said I'm going real bad. Yeah. But you think I'm real mad? Nah. I'm just moving in the groove that I'm in, y'all. Hey. Ha. You hear me? Hey. You hear me? Hey. Hit them. Then the peak. Hey. Hit them. Then the peak. Hey. 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 Nah. It's me. Just love for money, you know. A lot of that. Money every day. If you don't get it, then you don't. And if you not with us, then you won't. So we don't give a fuck about you. Middle fingers up, even deuces. Fuck you. Shit like that. Shoot in your head. If you touch this bread, yeah, go sit in time out. Cause you lied. You put me in a drought. Yeah, but I'm still here now. Yeah, I ain't never stressing. Yeah, I'm just counting up my blessings and I thank God he talking to me. I learned my lesson. These niggas just is hating. And I don't play with that hating shit. They just make it. Yeah, that's that dumb cry. Yeah, she sucked it on my God. Yeah, is this my kid or not? Yeah, I'm so real right here. Yeah, I'm getting all these bills. Yeah, I told you pay your bills. Or you can meet my still. I'm like a stilly. It's the black and yellow. It'll sting you. We just winning. We stay winning. For these niggas. For these niggas, man. I be smoking every day. It's Leonard Pete, yeah. Yeah. It's Leonard Pete, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. That's just all we would have had to do. Previous close 1250 was take that Facebook profit and throw it here. That's what I was trying to tell y'all. But Aaron's like, man, I'm done for the week. Fuck trading and Flav. He just, you feel me? Flav is old school. He not really. And then you was like, you was just coming from a different state. I get what you was really saying. It's like, you ain't want to be on no plane and that shit ain't your way. I get that. But really, you would have got out there plane happy as a bitch.
Let's go, Tim.
Let's get back on this motherfucker and go somewhere. She'd be like, what, man, for real? Yes, look how much we just hit. Yes, let's go. Get back on the fucking plane now.
Crazy. Nigga,
yeah, bro, up though.
Oh yeah, I'm at my limit. Hey, can't get no higher, can't get no flyer. It's chase a bag, oh yeah. I'm chasing bags, oh yeah. Finna eat this beat to death. Finna beat your bitch to death. Call it what you want, oh yeah. Limit. Hey, can't get no higher, can't get no flyer. It's chase a bag, oh yeah. I'm chasing bags, oh yeah. Finna eat this beat to death. Finna beat your bitch to death. Call it what you want, oh yeah. I'ma beat it. She called the domestic violence. I hit it physical, but not fiction science. I do what I gotta do to survive, bitch. You talking shit, but you ain't got no money. And that don't add up to me. I'm getting money, I ain't got no limit, honey. What the fuck you wanna do, honey? I shop on fucking summer, I shop on fucking winter, I shop on fucking spring, I shop while I'm eating dinner. Don't rush, just chill, get money, pop a pill, relax, get bills, pay your bills, for real, shit serious, in the field, get popped, I'm tryna squeal, you already know, what's up, over here, trying my limit, hey, can't get no higher, can't get no flyer, it's chase a bag, oh yeah, I'm chasing bags, oh yeah, finna eat this beat to death, finna beat your bitch to death, call it what you want, oh yeah, limit. Hey, can't get no higher, can't get no flyer. It's chase a bag, oh yeah. I'm chasing bags, oh yeah. Finna eat this beat to death. Finna beat your bitch to death. Call it what you want, oh yeah. Ain't no fucking stopping me. Your bitch, she stay copying me. I'm counting the monopoly. I gotta smoke my broccoli and save up all my cottage G. My doctor stay prescribing me. Those hands all on my body, G. You know I got the gas for cheap. Or you can't get taxed a petty fee. It's whatever you wanna do. My bag stacking double cheese till it ain't no limit left on my masterpiece shit. Ain't no passing me, bitch. Yeah, I'm gonna get rich. Fucking with Leonard P. Yeah, that's my little cuz, nigga. And if you fuck with him, you know what I'ma do to you. Nah, cause I'm at my limit, bitch.
That took the life out of the market. Ain't nobody doing shit. Big tech exposed, my nigga. Big tech crumble. You can say anything. Big tech folds. Big tech tumble. No more big tech in bed. You feel me? Like whatever. It's gone. It's done. 24.90, they still selling. So now this the market makers, they get some of that action. Now they're like, all right, we got control. Put this sticker on there. Let's just do what we need to fix it.
She said she love me, but I really think she lying. She said she trusts me, but I came with your kind. I stay loyal, but you kept me in the blind. Over and over, it's like every time you say lying. She said she love me, but I really think she lying. She said she trusts me, but I came with your kind. I stay loyal, but you kept me in the blind. Over and over, it's like every time you stay lying. I had to cut her off, she wasn't good for me. She like a gnat, always bugging me. Get the fuck on, away from round me. Before I slap your ass for stealing money. You trying to chase a check, you take it from a king. I gave you everything, so fuck the money, fuck your diamond rings. You a petty bitch and that's on everything. I hate your ass and that's a rarity. I look at you but now it's like barely. I should've bagged your Aunt Beverly and took her to the hills while I'm smoking on this medicine. You know how I do. When I'm down bad, I used to call you boo, but now I look at you and call you crew. Cause that's where you been, but I don't give a fuck. But I never did what I never was, and now this who I am. And that's on everything. You stay lying, you ain't loyal. She said she love me, but I really think she lying. She said she trusts me, but I came with your kind. I I stay loyal, but you kept me in the blind. Over and over, it's like every time you stay lying. She say she love me, but I really think she lying. She say she trust me, but I can't with your kind. I stay loyal, but you kept me in the blind. Over and over, it's like every time you say lying. You stay lying like love is a crime. You stay whining, no turn. You a legend, yeah. I'm tired of that complaining. Sneak dissing with your main bitch. All that full shit, I can't handle it. That's why I keep the Glock near me. Shit like that, I don't care, baby. If you wanna sneak this, I'ma sneak with this bitch. Cause I can lie to you if I am lying hearted, but I see through. I'm a puzzle, I figured out everything across the map. Fit in all the gaps. Punch in, throwing jabs. And I might just take a dab. And I'm swimming, that's Michael Phelps. I don't give a fuck how they feel. Cause they ain't get the cards that I was dealt. And this shit fucking hurt me for real. 2 more days to smoke till I chill. Say she love me, but I really think she lying. She really lying. She said she love me, but I really think she lying. She really lying. She said she love me, but I really think she lying. I really think she lying. She said she love me, but I really think she lying. Over and over, it's like every time you stay lying. You stay lying. Tears running down your eyes, crying. Over and over. It's like every time you stay lying.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We back from lunch here. Took a little extra 10, 20 minutes here today. I mean, just because it's so chill today, y'all. I mean, y'all relax. Everything chill, ain't nothing going on. Chat room, nobody even talking. I ain't even checked my comment section today. I haven't even looked at my Discord. He almost tricked me into closing my short. So it looks like y'all are listening, though. Some people still are here today. I'll be in. Oh, y'all talking to each other. Okay, that's Game Changer. And thank you, man, 90. But yeah, man, it's a chill day, right? Basically, though. Amazon's down $400, you guys. $400. It's really crippled the market and got it solids. The Bears is just clawing here to the downside here. Don't be a hero and try to buy no dips, man, because they're getting all sold off. Every last one of them. Even the last one that we thought was a dip just got sold off there. So don't buy no dips right now, man. You want to wait to the end of the day if you're going to try to swing in this volatility here. The VIX is picking up here, though, right now. We're waiting on Secretary Jen to go live here shortly. She's going live early today. So we know she's a market mover. So We're gonna see what she got to say about all of this action here today, and I'm pretty sure she'll be mentioning the FOMC statement coming up next week and how important it's going to be. So let's be on the lookout for that. Any Russian or Ukraine updates, maybe something like that of that nature. She'll probably be talking about today, but I don't know. We'll see. The SP 500 is down 2.30% here. The Nasdaq is down 2.65%. The Russell 2000 is down about 95%. The VIX is up now 3% at $30.91. So volatility has picked back up here today, up only 3% though. But the Dow is up, down about 1.55%. So we're bearish, you guys. The market's red here still. After lunch, they continue to sell, you guys. The United States is continue to sell today. Sell. But the euro closed though. The euro opened from this morning when we opened up at 9:30 a.m. The euro market with the mix with the United States market, it was just like they just got straight to the selling, you know. And then when the European market closed here, you know, the United States took over fully, and then we just started selling too. But it's still in the range here. It's a spread. It's a spread. It's a wide spread, but it's a spread. A spread is a spread. So we're not seeing a debit spread. That is. Maybe if you would have caught the top this morning and maybe exited at the bottom of 417.21, that's considered a debit spread. But other than that, if you caught it from the second half of the day, you're going to get a half gain there. So, you know, it could easily pop back up on you. So just keep that in mind. Just stay cautious right now. Patience, you guys, patience. That's what pays the most. And we know over here at LCLD, like I said, the statement next week is going to move the market. So just keep that in mind. But it's Friday, so I don't want to bore you with all this economic data. So we're going to continue to play music, and we're waiting on Secretary Jen. And we'll be right back after the break. This is the Stock Market Live with LCALD.
Yeah. Bitch, walk down shit. Fuck nigga. Damn Cartier. I'm smoking on fish, I got a new stick. The lick was a come up, but a fuck nigga snitch. We gon' go through with a drink and a fifth. Get some bread, got no time for a trick. Look out when you see me, why the fuck you ain't spend? If I need it, fuck it, slam my cans. I was the one that made walk down the trend. To the plug face, never see him again. Stop waiting, we ain't spending no bins. Fuck a friend, rather have them ends. Ace up, what the fuck is a 10? If I'm down bad, I rob for the lid. Fuck nigga, well, he ain't got no stick. Lou a bitch, caught him down bad with his friends. I'm talking my shit cause I come from the trenches. Stick to the trap, stack it and flip it. Can't take the heat, get the fuck out the kitchen. In other words, that's for you niggas be snitching. Me and Zay Bands with a rock for the lid. Free wearing Musco, they doing the bid. He kissing that hoe and she using her lips. Free block boy, look, do with the shits. No stick, you cannot hop in this whip. Spin the block like a Uber or Lyft. QB plug, I'm down for the blitz. If you not on that, stay the fuck out the mix. Niggas be clowns, like it, Pennywise. Fuck niggas tell many lies. You say you a shooter, that is a lie. Fuck a friendship, your ass can get slammed. No cow. Bitch, post on that block. Shoot the kill, won't ready to die, shoot the lip. Gon' let tie this shit, get ruthless, bitch. At the real man, this won't shoot the blick. Ain't taking my time with no stupid bitch. Ain't got time for no moody bitch. If you run up on me, I'ma shoot it clear. Hell yeah, fuck nigga, I shoot the lip. I'm smoking on fish, I got a new stick. The lick was a come up, but a fuck nigga snitch. We gon' go through with a drink and a fill. Get some bread, got no time for a trick. Let's out when you see me, why the fuck you ain't spend? If I need it, fuck it, slam my cans. I was the one that made walk down the trend. Run to the plug face, never see him again. Yeah, okay, you know, we slide, you know, we ride for niggas, we really high, you know, we the outside.
He usually would have had y'all hype in the chat, y'all be like, let's do it, but he was all telling you, I'm saying, not thinking it could happen, I'm telling you, bro, it's fucking now he like, change their market. Whether you believe that or not, every time her presence is about to get felt, the market just start moving. When she walked to the screen, it go crazy. Every time, literally. And then people can say what they want, but I'll be watching this shit too much. Like every time, literally, she walk out or she about to begin shortly, this market started moving out of nowhere. Like it just
Crucial 808. Up on the block with the pack and I'm pumping. Bad little bitch that he making them songs. She's fuck from the back, little bitch, I ain't loving. Yeah. I'm the young nigga, got the sick in the function. Roll up the crash, done me in the rush. Up the block, little nigga, no touch. To get to the goal, little nigga, no fumbling. Up in the trap, from sun up to sundown. Don't even try to run up, you get gunned down. Too high off the ops, I can't come down. Talk shit, up the Glock, you gon' run down. Cut open shot, little shit's gon' shut him down. I ain't do front being, bitch, I don't do fronts now. He kept on running, till it's not run down. I don't do dubs, I do A's for nothing. If you worry, he gon' get paid when he touchdown. They say I'm a dirty boy, got mud in my cut now. Pressure get glad, they quit the shutdown. Yeah, they quit the shutdown. She see him up, she wanna fuck now. Shit was depressing, it ran my trust out. If I ain't got my seat, he gon' get punched down. He did. Come caught what you need. Stay the fuck on the sidewalk, you not in the streets. I left him off on the block like some cleats. If he try to blow, I'ma if he reach. If he try to blow, I'ma if he reach. If he try to blow, I'ma If he try to blow, I'ma if he reach. If he try to blow, I'ma up on the block with the pack and I'm pumping. Bad little bitch that he making the songs. She's fuck from the back, little bitch, I ain't loving. Yeah. I'm the young nigga, got the sick in the function. Roll up the crash, done me in the rush. Goes the Glock, little nigga, no touch. But get to the goal, little nigga, no fumbling. Up in the trap, from sun up to sundown. Don't even try to run up, you get gunned down. Too high off the ops, I can't come down. Talk shit, up the Glock, you gon' run down. Cut open shot, little shit's gon' shut him down.
Crucial 808. Would have been good for the group if we would have all brought in this morning though, for sure. It's okay though. We don't got everybody participation needed the other day. You gotta think about that too. We need kind of everybody here.
It's wood on the beat. Which one of you thought he's gonna make that pussy pop? Throw that ass until I merely rock. Bounce that ass like a ball, bitch, you know I'm up now. Can't go back to that old shit, I'm chasing bucks now. I say, which one of you thought he's gonna make that pussy pop? Throw that ass until I merely rock. Bounce that ass like a ball, bitch, you know I'm up now. Can't go back to that old shit, I'm chasing bucks now.
Chasing bucks now. I'm chasing bucks then. I was chasing bucks in the wind, trying to fucking win. What you wanna talk about? I'm smoking that OG 93. Bitch, don't pretend. We getting it in, blow it by the pound. I see it now, they snitching down. And I don't give a fuck about no clowns, cause I got red dice, like arrows. You'll get it when you want to, I don't give a fuck, nigga, I'll fucking stunt you. I'll fucking host you, yeah. You don't want no water, you don't want nothing. She throwing ass, she been doing it, I ain't throwing no cash. I told this bitch I gotta say this my last. I told this bitch you better get off your ass. So she got mad and she says, it's some fucked up, dirty down shit. And I don't fuck with no dirty down bitch. I fuck with real bitches, they be on that shit.
Which one of you thotties gon' make that pussy pop? Throw that ass until I merely rock. Bounce that ass like a ball, bitch, you know I'm up now. Can't go back to that old shit, I'm chasing bus now. I say, which one of you thotties gon' make that pussy pop? Throw that ass until I merely rock. Bounce that ass like a ball, bitch, you know I'm up now. Can't go back to that old shit, I'm chasing bus now. This chase a bag, I know you heard of that. They like he coming back. I'm like, I'm going ham. You mad or sad, bro? Well, my bad, Joe. Just get a bag, ho. Get off your ass, ho. I'm blanking bad, though. I'm banking bad, Joe. I'm breaking bad, those. Gucci sandals. I leave the tags on. Or leave the tags off. I bust her ass open. I bust her ass off. She call it blast off. I call it rocket ball. She going under, nigga. She like a groundhog. I keep it 10-4. She keep it 10 toes. All the way down with my fam, ho. Let the pick one of you thotties gon' make that pussy pop. Throw that ass until I merely rock. Bounce that ass like a ball, bitch, you know I'm up now. Can't go back to that old shit, I'm chasing bus now. I say, which one of you thotties gon' make that pussy pop? Throw that ass until I merely rock. Bounce that ass like a ball, bitch, you know I'm up now. Can't go back to that old shit, I'm chasing bus now. Gotta get it. Hey.
It's like the final hour of playing for this
Chase it back.
Very quickly, and then when she come out, they gonna get it faster than quick. It's crazy, faster than quickly. That's how you gotta explain volatility. Faster than quickly. That's how them niggas be moving fast. So. I would have never imagined something in my head that I can think and that I can see. I know something about to happen and it still go faster than I thought that we would do it. It's crazy. Like, you can't control it. Like, for real. Just gotta take the risk.
Yeah.
2480 Amazon.
Yeah.
Jen about to walk out. It's gonna get ugly. 416.96. It's either gonna get more. Selling pressure, or it's gonna get a move is about to happen. They doing this for
Yeah. I was down that lonely road. Only thing I know is now that my money grown. Chase a bag so foolish. Yeah. Cause when you down bad, the streets don't wanna see you make it. I had to change my ways. Best believe the streets will take it. Yeah. I was down that lonely road. Only thing I know is now that my money grown. Chase a bag so foolish. Yeah. Cause when you down bad, the streets don't wanna see you make it. I had to change my ways. Best believe the streets will take it. So change your plays. Niggas turn to police. Fuck a Jake. Nigga know he fucking snake. Just cut your grass. Just keep it low. Just cut his ass off. Just like Pam. She gave too much. Goddamn. Didn't need her. So I had to ham. Leave her ass. Like my name was Sam. But leave her ass like Toucan Sam. That bitch a bird. She a bird. She ain't get no jam. Fuck these hoes cause she got me locked up in the jam. Locked up. And after I got out, I said I'm going ham. I said I'm going strong. I said I'm going long. These bitches they going gone. And this money is going long. And I've been there every quarter, and every down. Yeah, I crossed the border and came back with that pack. Now I got the streets intact. I know these niggas fucking mad. Man, these plugs out here taxing. Damn, yeah, but I done dropped that price. Price is right. Don't know all night. Yeah, come fuck with me.
We get chicken. Yeah, bring the hook in. That shit real. Yeah, said he wrote that in the jam.
I was down that lonely road. Only thing I know is now that my money grown. Chase a bag so foolish. Yeah, 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 yeah. Cause when you down bad, the streets don't wanna see you make it. I had to change my ways. Best believe the streets will take it. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, your girl just asked to go on to mix and master. She just sent me this. She wanna make a song.
Yeah.
What you think all this music I'm playing? How you think it sounds? I mean, recorded out of my shit. I mean, well, like, it might, she might not like that. I mean, you see all the songs I'm playing now. I mean, every song I play on my stream. I don't know. I told you, bro. It don't seem like it's good. It just hit me at 2 o'clock. Like, they about to sell off. So they ain't worried about Jen or something. Jen gonna say some bad shit or something today. I feel like it's gonna sell out. That's what I think about it. Oh! Don't put it. And see, look, nah, it's cool because I'm getting more that too. I'm not saying yeah. I'm gonna fix
You tell me, but I think it's I don't mind the shot.
I've never seen it. I've seen it one other time. Really? Yeah. It's another
yeah, that was like a year ago. Girls in trouble.
Yes.
It might have been like a Zoom thing.
They like locked
I think my mom called in for it.
This is like the front. Right. That's what. So it's, yeah. So it's just this right hand side, this tiny little. I took a video with it. Yeah. Like it on time. So but anyway.
That was an hour ago. That's what he talking about. He just sold from 9:32 to 9:30.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone.
Okay, a couple items for you at the top. President Biden is committed to doing everything he can to address some sticky seats over there, to address the pain Americans are feeling at the pump as a result of President Putin's price hike and his unjustified war's impact on global fuel supply. Today, the EPA announced that it's issuing an emergency fuel waiver to allow E15 sales during the summer driving season. This, of course, is a follow-up to what the president announced in Iowa just 2 weeks ago. The waiver is a critical step to address the fuel supply crisis, and again, as already noted, it's a follow-up to the announcement from last week, and it will lay out actions to increase the use of biofuels in order to reduce our reliance on fossil fuels, accelerate the clean energy transition, build real U.S. energy independence, support American agriculture and manufacturing, and save Americans money. At current prices, E15 can save a family 10 cents per gallon of gas on average, and many stores sell E15 at an even greater discount. There's just over 2,000 gas stations, mostly in the Midwest, where without this action, the E15 tank pump would be covered and Americans wouldn't be able to access it. So this builds on the additional steps the president has taken, authorizing the release of 1 million barrels per day from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve for the next 6 months, and the largest release in history, working around and building a coalition around the world to release an additional 60 million barrels. I also wanted to give you a little bit of a week ahead, a quick overview for the week ahead. As you're well aware, tomorrow the President and the First Lady will attend the White House Correspondents' Dinner, where the President will speak, and I will lower expectations and say it's not funny at all. Just kidding, see? The following day, President Biden will travel to Minneapolis, Minnesota to attend the memorial service of former Vice President Walter Mondale, who was his friend and mentor. On Monday, the President will present the Presidential Rank Awards to 230 winners for 37 federal agencies in a virtual ceremony. Then he and the First Lady will host a reception to celebrate Eid in the East Room. On Tuesday, the President will travel to Alabama, as we've already announced, to visit a Lockheed Martin facility which manufactures weapon systems such as Javelin anti-tank missiles, which we are providing Ukraine to defend against the Russian invasion. He will also discuss, while he's there, his supplemental funding request, which will help Ukraine defend itself over the long term, support democracy in Ukraine, and address humanitarian needs and economic disruptions due to Putin's war. And on Thursday, the President and First Lady will host a Cinco de Mayo reception in the Rose Garden. Also wanted to note Gary Rosenberg. Where are you, Gary? Hello, Gary. Gary is retired, is one of the ABC crew members here at the White House. He is retiring today after 43 years. Great, Gary. So, amazing. Thank you for your service. We're not going to make any connection between your timing and the fact that ABC is reportedly taking Kim Kardashian and Pete Davidson to the dinner. Maybe you'll have a wild weekend. So let's get to your questions. I have hopefully a lot of follow-ups to a lot of the supplemental questions you all had yesterday, which I'm sure will come up. So why don't we get to you, Chris?
I was going to start with the supplemental, actually.
Okay, great.
So just wanted looking for an update on where things stand with that, and also with COVID funding, how the conversation's gone so far, and how are things going with Republicans as well in getting their support for some of these.
Sure. Well, as I noted yesterday, after we put out and announced this request, we have been working full steam ahead in engaging and having discussions with appropriate members, committees, staff about the urgency in moving both of these requests forward. The President, of course, put them forward because together, and that is his preference for them to move together because they are both essential. There's urgency to moving them both forward. If I may, and this may come up as well, but can I give you just a bit of a rundown? This is to Alex's questions yesterday of what has been spent from the 13.5. Let me just see if I can find this here. Okay, so we noted and we've confirmed for all of you that of the 13.6, we had already spent 3.25 of the security assistance, so 250 million left. That remains the case. The first supplemental also provided roughly $6 billion in direct security, that includes, the $6 billion includes that 3.5, as well as economic assistance. all of that in there. So 95% of that has been exhausted, and that means that of course the 250 million is part of the 5% left, and also some economic assistance that has not yet been spent from that tranche. The first supplemental also provided about 4.2 billion for humanitarian assistance for humanitarian needs globally. We've spent about 600 million of that so far, so there's more obviously left in that fund, which is why we have only requested less than 3% of what is in our new request package is for that type of humanitarian assistance, because we have more left and there are more global requests, of course, given the surge of refugees and needs around the world that we anticipate receiving. And finally, the supplemental also provided $3 billion to support U.S. troop deployments to reinforce NATO territory, which the Department of Defense is using for this purpose. Of course, they plan ahead. It doesn't mean it's all been spent out, but it has been planned for how it will be spent. So as you can tell, the vast majority of what we had requested and what we had received from Congress has been spent, and the humanitarian piece is still left accounts for how we have framed the next package. Okay, go ahead.
It appears the European Union is preparing a phase-in ban of Russian oil imports. The U.S. has been a partner in helping the EU to get natural gas. Is the U.S. committed to helping them get additional crude supplies, and will that include ways to increase U.S. production and get it over to the European Union?
Yes, so as we've talked about a little bit this week with the announcement about Russia's actions as it relates to Poland and Bulgaria, we started a task force last month with Europe to account for and plan for and work to help them diversify their energy needs and account for any steps that Russia may continue to take to weaponize energy. There was a meeting of that task force, I believe it was yesterday, to have a discussion about how we can continue to work together. We've already taken steps to provide for additional LNG or natural gas resources, because we knew and anticipated that for some of these European countries that was especially going to be a need. In terms of oil, it's of course a global oil market, so our effort there in anticipation of any needs was to take steps to provide more supply, whether that was through our own release from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve or the work that the president and his team has done to do the global release, the biggest ever in history. So slightly two different things, but this task force was started in anticipation of these needs. They already had a meeting. We'll continue our work together to help the Europeans with any shortages they have, and also to diversify and ease off of Russian reliance on Russian energy needs.
On the E15 emergency waiver, it says it will last a statutory maximum of 20 days per the EPA, and that you guys will review that to see if it's still needed.
Yeah.
The industry itself has been calling for it, and I think Biden has been supportive of a summer-long lifting of the ban. I understand there's reasons why you do the 20 days, but is this administration committed to making E15 available all summer long?
That is how the president made his announcement, and is his intention. And I would note, because it's available, if you think of the just over 2,000 gas stations where it's available in the Midwest, largely in the Midwest, without this, the prior regulations would have been, or without the waiver, that basically the E15 pump would be covered and wouldn't be available. So we do anticipate needs continuing for taking additional steps to cut the cost for Americans. This lowers it by about 10 cents for those who use this type of gas, and this is just another way to do that. Go ahead.
Vladimir Putin has confirmed that Russia will be attending the G20 summit, so could we get a reaction from the White House on that? And then related to that, is there any scenario, anything that could happen between now and 6 months from now where the U.S. would actually welcome Russia's presence at the G20, see it as being constructive or productive for Russia to be a part of that summit?
Well, there's a lot that could happen between now and then, but we certainly haven't seen an indication to date of Russia's plan to participate in diplomatic talks constructively. Our hope certainly is that will change, because obviously diplomatic talks and conversations is the way to bring an end to this conflict, and President Putin could end this tomorrow, could end this right now. But I'm not going to get ahead of what that looks like. Obviously, this is an ongoing war are on the ground. We have certainly seen those reports, and the president has expressed publicly his opposition to President Putin attending the G20. We have welcomed the Ukrainians attending, or invitation to attend the G20. It is 6 months away, so we don't know how to predict. We can't predict at this point what that will look like. Our understanding, and of course you could confirm this with the Indonesians, is we have reached out to them privately, is that they did invite them before the invasion. So any additional steps beyond that, I would certainly point to them, but we've conveyed our view that we don't think they should be a part of it publicly and privately as well.
Just on a separate matter, an American citizen and former Marine veteran, Willie Joseph Cancel, was killed this week in Ukraine while fighting alongside Ukrainian forces. His mother told CNN that he went to Ukraine because he believes in what Ukraine was fighting for. First of all, is there a message for his family?
Well, first of all, our hearts go out to his family and loved ones. We don't have official confirmation, even though we've seen the reports, but we have not had that official process through the government, so I can't speak to other specifics about him beyond that. But we know Americans are looking for ways to help, and the reports about this individual were that he's a veteran. He had a child, I believe, and certainly sounded like a very passionate young man. We know people want to help, but we do encourage Americans to find other ways to do so rather than traveling to Ukraine to fight there. It is a war zone. It's an active war zone, and we know Americans face significant risks. But certainly, we know a family is mourning, a wife is mourning, and our hearts are with them.
So any other American that is looking to go to Ukraine for the purpose of fighting alongside Ukrainian forces, the U.S.'s message is strictly do not go.
Our advice for months now has been that Americans should not travel to Ukraine for any reason.
In the president's conversation with AMLO, with the Mexican president, just ended, did President Biden make any specific requests of his Mexican counterpart in terms of increasing Mexican either troops or enforcement along either the U.S.-Mexico border or the Mexico border with Central American countries?
Well, what the focus, I have not received an extensive readout yet. I know you will receive one probably while I'm up here. But the majority of the conversation was about migration and was about continued work on coordination, on economic coordination, on taking steps to reduce migration to the border. And they have been a partner in that over the last several months. In terms of specific asks, I just don't have more on that. But I know, Mike, that one of the follow-ups here will be coordination and discussion at a high level from members of their respective national security teams to continue to work together as we head toward the important meetings coming up in a few weeks.
I mean, I think as a quick follow-up, I understand that it just ended, and so maybe you don't have the information now.
Yeah.
If there's a way to get more information about the specific question of whether or not the United States has asked, you'll remember President Trump pushed the Mexican government to try to increase enforcement along the border by threatening tariffs. Obviously, that's a different strategy. That
not our approach.
Probably isn't your approach, but it wouldn't be out of the question to imagine that this government would encourage, pressure, ask the Mexican government to do more, especially on the eve of Title 42 potentially coming down.
Well, I think it's important to remember, I mean, the tone of the call was very constructive. This was not a call where President Biden was threatening the Mexican president in any way. They have been an important partner. We expect them to continue to be. And this call was planned in part because of the Summit of the Americas, but also because of the approaching lifting of Title 42 and the anticipation and expectation from the Department of Homeland Security of the increased influx of migrants trying to come to cross the border. So, but it was meant to be a constructive call. It was not meant to deliver a threatening message. That is my understanding of what took place. And certainly if there's more to provide, we will provide that to all of you. Go ahead.
Jen, on the supplemental budget, the administration believes the package will support Ukraine for 5 months. Is there anything you could tell us about that time frame, is that when the administration believes the war will come to an end, or that it will last for at least another 5 months?
Well, let me give you a little bit of more of a rundown of each of the components in the package too. I know some of this was done yesterday, but I think more of it, we could do more from our end on this front. But to answer your direct question, Weija, that's the end of the fiscal year, and what our objective here was to provide a long enough set of funding requests, or a funding request that would meet would mean we wouldn't have to come back in a month or 6 weeks, right? To ensure that there was planning that was possible through the U.S. military and through our European partners and the Ukrainians as well. Now, some of this funding, for example, the $6 billion of this $20 billion of the security assistance component is for the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative, which is basically direct support for Ukraine to purchase its own weapons from the defense industry here in the United States. They could not even intake, billions and billions and billions of weapons and security assistance in this moment. So that is likely going to be longer term, because if they place an order for specific weapons, sometimes that takes months to produce. It's just meant to provide security assistance so they can plan for what they need over the long term and make those orders directly, which is what that portion of the funding provides for. The other portions of the funding, so $5.4 billion is in drawdown. So that, as you're very familiar with that, because that was a large chunk of what we requested and have implemented in our last package. And that basically allows the United States to, when we provide weapons or give weapons to the Ukrainians, to have the funding to backfill those needs and order those weapons so we can backfill them here and make sure we have what we need here in the United States. $2.4 billion was to purchase high demand weapons for the United States, build additional critical war reserves, and increase intelligence and other defense support. And then $4 billion is in state foreign military financing, which is not just for Ukraine. That's for a range of countries. It's FMF funding that will be applicable to a range of countries and what their needs are. And finally, $2.6 billion is to continue supporting U.S. troop deployments in NATO territory. So as you know, we had about 80,000, and now we're up to 100,000. And we're also, of course, providing support to a range of our NATO allies and partners in the region, and that helps support that includes U.S. troop transportation, special pay, medical support. So that's kind of the breakdown of what it is, but some of that would certainly go beyond. It was just meant to be a request that accounts for the fiscal year.
And then turning to COVID, I know you've talked before about protocols in place to protect the president, but given what Kate Bedingfield tweeted this morning, I wonder, is part of the protocol to make sure the president never has any close contacts?
Well, the way we determine, we do take additional steps, and some of those are additional precautions that go beyond even what the CDC recommends, right? So if we are in a meeting with the president, I've noted before, you always are tested. We often wear masks, almost always wear masks in those meetings. We try to socially distance whenever possible. And the way the CDC defines and the close contact is 15 minutes at a certain close proximity. So we try to follow those guidelines and take additional steps, of course, out of an effort to protect the president.
So those who are in a confined space with the president wear masks and are 6 feet apart from him.
That's an effort we make, exactly.
And then just quickly on the vaccines for children.
Yeah.
Because the FDA announced a couple potential dates for when they might start reviewing in June.
Yeah.
When the green light is given, assuming it will be, is there enough supply already on hand to start giving these young children their first doses right away? The supply of both the vaccine and vials, materials, etc.
My understanding, Misha, is that there is. I will quadruple check that and make sure for you. But we have been planning for the possibility of approval for vaccines for children under 5 for some time now, and we like to plan ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Go ahead, Jackie.
Thank you, Jen. The mayor of Eagle Pass told my colleague down at the border today, and the mayor is a Democrat, by the way, that the border is not being effectively managed and asked the president to come and see it. Does the president have any plans to go to the border?
I don't have any plans to preview at this point in time. Certainly, we're open to it, but no plans to preview.
Is it something he would consider doing before the Summit of the Americas, where he's set to meet with the leaders of Central and South America, see the situation firsthand before having that robust conversation?
Well, he's meeting with leaders of countries that he's traveled to many times, and certainly is very familiar with the issues that will be discussed, which is addressing root causes, coordinating, whether it's on the economic front or security front, and that's an initiative he led during the when he was vice president. So he's very familiar with those issues.
On the economy, Austin Goolsbee, the former chair of the Council of Economic Advisors under the Obama administration, said that he felt that the president yesterday in his comments about the GDP report was potentially underplaying the risks of a recession. And he pointed to geopolitical conditions with Ukraine, with Russia cutting off gas to Europe, and also GDP shrinking, saying that people should be nervous. How do you respond to that?
Well, I have a great deal of respect for Austin Goolsbee. He's a former colleague, and so does the president. But what we look at is a range of economic data, including economic data that was in the GDP numbers yesterday, which I did some explaining of yesterday. But some of the data that was in there show very encouraging signs that economists look at. Many independent economists monitor closely. American consumer spending, business investment, residential investment, all up. The decrease as it relates to exports is largely because our economy is stronger than many economies around the world. And the inventory numbers, which is kind of the number that went down, that brought it down, is in large part because the fourth quarter inventory numbers were the highest in history. And these numbers are done as a comparison from quarter to quarter. So I think we felt it was important to explain the data and what it means. We continue to monitor economic data. It's important to note that some important components of it are we created more jobs last year than any job in American history. We're at a very low unemployment rate, and while costs are high and inflation is not where we want it to be, the Federal Reserve continues to project that will come down by the end of the year. So our economists and our economic team continues to feel confident in the strength of the economy, even as we monitor a range of data.
Jennifer Granholm said something, though, that was interesting about inflation coming down. She said some economists are suggesting inflation is going to level off a bit, but it's just so hard to know because we don't know what's going to happen on the war on this. So she's seeming to also allude to geopolitical conditions that might not result in these projections coming to fruition.
Well, the Federal Reserve makes the official projections, right, for the government. What I will note, and I think maybe she was referring to, is even the new economic data we saw today, energy accounted for 61% of the reasoning for the increase in the inflation numbers. And we know that because of Putin's unprovoked invasion in Ukraine, that it's driving food costs, but also energy costs, and that is a huge driver. So that's why the president is taking a range of steps. The historic release from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, even the steps, certainly smaller as it relates to E15 today, to work to really target and focus on energy prices and costs.
Just a couple questions on the disinformation board.
Sure.
Yesterday, you had told me that you were not familiar with Nina Jankowicz. I'm wondering if you have more information on her today. Also, Secretary Mayorkas said that he was not familiar with statements that she had made surrounding the Hunter Biden laptop. And I'm just wondering, how was she hired if you in the White House are not familiar with her, if Mayorkas is not familiar with her statements? What's the process for putting her into a position like this? Who's in charge of her?
Well, let me give you a sense of who she is. She's an expert on online disinformation. She was formerly in the Wilson Center's she was formerly a disinformation fellow at the Wilson Center. She's testified before Congress as well as the United Kingdom and European parliaments, advised a Ukrainian foreign minister, particularly relevant in this moment, under the auspices of a Fulbright Public Policy Fellowship, and overseeing Russia and Belarus programs at the National Democratic Institute. Any hiring decisions are up to the Department of Homeland Security, but this is a person with extensive qualifications. What I will tell you about the board and what the board is doing, this is a continuation of work that began at the Department of Homeland Security in 2020 under former President Trump.
Is it, though, I guess, can you describe what her job is going to be? Because there's been some TikToks that she has put out, and it seems like rather than, calling balls and strikes on this, story is false, and this story, and here's the truth on it, one line stood out to me. They're laundering disinfo. We should really take note and not support their lies with our wallet, voice, or vote.
Well, here's what the board is going to do, which I think is of particular interest. Again, a continuation of the work of the former president. So for anyone who's critical of it, I didn't hear them being critical of the work under the former president, which is just interesting to note contextually. But in the fact sheet that they put out, what they noted yesterday, what they noted in there is that this is meant to, one, the first bullet was about protecting privacy, civil rights, and civil liberties, and the First Amendment. They said the primary mission is to establish best practices to ensure that efforts to understand and respond to disinformation are done in ways that protect privacy, civil rights, and civil liberties. I'd also note that the first example they gave about what they're going to do is support the Department of Homeland Security's ongoing work, back to the former administration, to address how and understand how misinformation spread by human smugglers that prey on vulnerable populations attempting to migrate to the United States. There's no question, everybody, that bipartisan support for that, to address disinformation that's helping smugglers, helping people migrate, or providing false information, prompting people to migrate. This is also work that is helping to address unauthorized terrorism, other threats, and see how disinformation and misinformation is being pushed to increase those. So that's all work. We think it's work that's been ongoing for some time. This is the form it's taking, and there's a fact sheet that details the specifics of it.
You just outlined a lot of efforts that sound very worthy, but you've got someone from the Department of Homeland Security telling people how they should vote. How do you explain that to critics who say that doesn't sound right to me?
This is an individual who will be overseeing the work of that board. Personnel decisions are up to the Department of Homeland Security. I just outlined the extensive history and background this individual has, but I think what's important to note here is what the board is doing, which is continuing what is important disinformation-related work that began under the former administration. Go ahead.
I want to ask you about some of the concerns that Democrats are expressing about Title 42, if it is in fact lifted, and these are some quotes that were in Politico today. Maggie Hassan says, "What I didn't hear was specifics about numbers and deployment and really meeting the need at the border." Senator Catherine Cortez Masto said she still hasn't seen a comprehensive plan. And Senator Mark Kelly has said there's having things on a piece of paper and then what is going on the southern border. And there's a huge disconnect. What is the administration doing to address those concerns and that criticism that there may be a plan on paper, but they certainly haven't seen it at the border?
Well, first, there's an extensive plan on paper that includes a 6-pillar approach to planning for and preparing for the lifting of Title 42, including surging resources, personnel, transportation, medical support, facilities to support border operations. It also includes enhancing CBP processing efficiency and moving with deliberate speed to mitigate potential overcrowding at Border Patrol stations, something in anticipation they are preparing for the possibility of. It also includes administering consequences for unlawful entry. That's Pillar 3. It includes number 4 is bolstering the capacity of non-governmental organizations who've been important partners to us as we're working to implement, to receive non-citizens after they've been processed. It also includes targeting and disrupting the transnational criminal organizations, and finally deterring irregular migration. What it is not, and this is where we absolutely, of course, agree with these members and others, is an immigration reform plan. And that is something that we strongly support. This is a reminder of the need for, how outdated it is, how broken the system is. But Title 42 has never been an immigration plan.
Soon will the plan that you just laid out actually go into effect, understanding that it may take some time?
Yeah.
But how soon will people actually feel the real impact so that, as Senator Kelly is saying, this disconnect doesn't exist, so that there's actual proof that it's taking place?
Well, the Title 42 lifts on May 23rd. It doesn't lift. I would point to the Department of Homeland Security for the implementation plan, but I think that's what's important to note here. We haven't seen, the impacts of the lifting surges because it hasn't happened happened yet. I'd also note that Secretary Mayorkas testified, I believe, before 4 committees over the last 2 days about exactly this in order to answer their questions, and I'm sure he's happy to have continued conversations.
Concerned is the president that these members of his own party who are facing tough re-election battles, as you know, have these serious concerns and clearly are expressing fears that it might impact them politically, might impact their chances for re-election.
Well, without speaking to the politics, I would say, Kristen, I mean, the president shares the concern about the lack of a workable immigration system, and that impacts many of the border state leaders quite a bit, of course, because there isn't an effective asylum processing system, because we don't have smart security. We spent years investing in a faulty border wall that was never going to be an effective mechanism. He shares their concerns about that, and he recognizes and agrees with that.
How would you characterize how committed he is, understanding that an appeal, if it comes to that, is not in his hands? Would he want to see this fight go all the way to the Supreme Court?
I'm certainly not going to get ahead of a legal process. I will note, and Mary Alice asked about this yesterday. So let me, in terms of where things stand, so right now what we saw yesterday is that the district court presiding over one of the challenges to the Title 42 rescission order finally officially entered, because they'd just done it verbally, a temporary restraining order. What that basically means is they're saying we can't lift Title 42 before May 23rd. That has not been our plan to date, as you know. What is next is there's going to be a hearing on Arizona's preliminary injunction motion. That's scheduled to take place on May 13th. So any decision about what's next, of course, would happen from the Department of Justice, but wouldn't happen until after that. What I would note is that the judge has indicated he will rule unfavorably towards the administration at this time, but we don't know, and we don't officially know, and we won't know until he makes a ruling, and then the Department of Justice would make any decision about legal action.
Quickly, on the supplemental, if I might, there's obviously a divide over whether to link it to COVID funding, which we talked about a little bit here yesterday. But given that there is this divide, and given the urgency that we are hearing from President Zelensky and others on the ground in Ukraine for this aid, why not just say, let's de-link these 2 bills and move forward with Ukraine aid and get it done as quickly as possible?
Well, Kristen, I would note that the president feels that both are urgent. Both are emergencies. Of course, we know there's an urgency in getting additional assistance. We know we have a few more weeks, depending on how the final military drawdown is spent out. But in terms of COVID, what we are doing right now is we are preventing the United States from being able to plan and purchase ahead. So, for example, if there's a better booster, which there may be because science is amazing one day, right? If there's a better vaccine, we can't make purchases ahead of doing that. That is what we have done to date. That is why we have been so prepared. It also makes it so that we can't purchase Evusheld, treatments that helps immunocompromised. We can't make additional purchases of a range of the treatments we know are effective, and make sure that we can say to every American, we'll get you a mask, we'll get you a test, we'll get you a free vaccine. So the president feels that is also incredibly urgent. Go ahead.
Do you have a reaction to the report that the FBI last year potentially searched millions of Americans' data? And secondly, is the president briefed on that? Does he have any reaction himself?
I have not spoken with the president about this. I can get you more details about this after the briefing. My understanding is that some of this was about researching and doing an investigation into potential hacking. But I will get you more from the FBI after this. Thanks for the question. Go ahead.
E15 fuel is slightly less energy dense than what we would consider typical gasoline. So Americans might need to fill up just a little bit more frequently. So how much does the administration really think that this move will affect Americans' wallets? And does the White House believe the president has exhausted his authority on what he can do related to gas prices, or are there more options still being considered?
I mean, on the second question, we're always going to look for more options. I mean, we saw, and I talked about this a little bit earlier, even as it relates to the recent, the inflation data that came out today. We know that 61% of that is driven by the price of, by energy costs, by Putin's invasion into Ukraine, and we need to continue to take every step we can, whether that's working with Congress, considering what authorities we have, continuing to ensure we take steps to make sure the supply meets the demand out there. You know, the estimates have been it saves Americans about 10 cents a gallon, and that to the president and to us felt like a reason to do it. And because without taking this step for the waiver, it basically would just be an option of additional supply that is a little bit less expensive that wouldn't be available in these 2,000 gas stations. We're not saying that this is like the silver bullet. It's not. It's just a step that we felt would help ease the burden for Americans who go to those gas stations.
And then with COVID, as we are talking about, as the White House is pushing Congress to pass for more funding, why hasn't the administration released a plan, at least for now, to transition the burden of paying for COVID drugs and vaccines to the private sector, kind of like has been done with tests, so that insurance companies have time to negotiate?
Well, there's a range of steps happening at the same time, but I will tell you that what we want to continue to be able to do is to provide these treatments for free. That's the objective. That's the reason for this request for funding. But also the request for funding is enabling the United States to be able to purchase ahead and bulk supply a lot of these treatments or vaccines so that we can make, when they are ready, we can make those available to treatment centers and hospitals around the country.
Good. Okay, thanks. I know you said that you didn't get an extensive readout yet of the conversation with the Mexican president.
And there'll be a written readout at some point, if not
To the
yet.
extent that you know what happened, did the president make any headway in getting Mexico to take a harder line on Russia? And should we expect them to join the global coalition in imposing sanctions now?
Well, I would note, obviously, the Mexican government can speak for themselves on any intentions they may or may not have. They have spoken out against Russia's invasion of Ukraine, so I would note that. We will always encourage any leaders to take additional steps to support the Ukrainians and stand up in a range of ways against the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. But in terms of any steps they would take, regardless of the conversation, we would let them speak for themselves on that. Frank, go ahead.
Sorry, has the reticence by the Mexican government impacted the U.S.-Mexico relationship in any way when it comes to sanctions?
Well, again, I would note they have spoken out against Russia's invasion of Ukraine. We know different countries are going to take different steps. Some have taken them quickly, some took longer to take them, and we know different countries will have different approaches to every step, whether it's sanctions, assistance they can provide. We understand that. We have an important, strong relationship with Mexico, one that the call today was set up in order to really focus the conversation on migration and addressing root causes in advance of the Summit of the Americas. So that was really the majority of the conversation. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to miss you. Go ahead.
No worries. Thank you. So Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby was asked this afternoon if he believed that Vladimir Putin was a rational actor. And he responded saying, "I can't talk to his psychology, but I think we can all speak to his depravity." Now, he later apologized for his emotions there, but I'm curious, are these sentiments also shared by the president?
Well, I think you've heard the president call him a war criminal. So I don't think the president thinks of President Putin as somebody who is a model in the world. He feels he views him as a pariah and somebody who is guilty of war crimes and of genocide. So I think the president's comments speak for themselves.
Piggybacking on Kristen's last question, if Congress doesn't pass supplemental aid to Ukraine or it's delayed, how much longer can we keep the current pace in supporting them?
Well, there's a range of ways we're supporting them, right? So this is why I felt it was important to outline it in more detail than I did yesterday. Sometimes you go back and you say, I need more information, right? And that's what we did here. But we know there's $250 million left, right, from the security package. We know that we were at a very rapid pace of providing assistance for several weeks. That was strategic because we wanted to front load that, knowing that as Russia repositioned their approach to the war, the needs for the Ukrainians were different because it was going to be a longer, more drawn out war that was more kind of on the ground. So we strategically front loaded a lot of the security assistance. But there is not, and we expect a couple more weeks. This assistance could be. I don't have the plans from the Department of Defense on exactly how they will roll that out. I also noted that the vast majority of our economic assistance has also been exhausted. Obviously, many of those many of those needs are long-term. Some of the funding, about $3 billion of it, was for operating needs of the Department of Defense. Some of those are still being spent out and are part of their budget, not direct assistance, of course. And then there is still funds in the humanitarian assistance bucket, but that doesn't meet all of the needs, of course, that the Ukrainians have. So this is why there's an urgency to moving forward.
Lastly, I understand that the circumstances surrounding Mr. Cancel's death are still coming to light, but does the president have any plans to talk with his relatives?
It's a great question, and what I tried to convey, perhaps not articulately, is that it has not gone through the proper channels that typically are the State Department, Defense Department, etc. Usually the State Department, likely in this case. And if there is a call to read out, I will certainly let all of you know. Go ahead, I can do like a few more, I think. Go ahead.
So it sounds like the president is still planning to attend the White House Correspondents' Dinner. In the past, when he's been exposed in large events, the White House has noted that there might be an increase in his testing following those. Are there any plans to change the president's testing procedures following these big events that he's been attending, like the dinner and the two memorial services he attended?
The testing protocol is determined by his doctor. He was tested yesterday and he tested negative, but I don't have anything to predict in terms of the future. I noted this the other day, but I think that's important for your question here, is that the president, we made a decision, it was important to him to attend the dinner to honor the work of journalists, all of you, many of your colleagues around the world, something the former president didn't do. But we also took additional steps. He's not attending the dinner portion. He's coming for the program. So, and he will likely wear a mask when he's not speaking. Obviously, he'll speak, and so he'll be there for about an hour or 90 minutes, I guess, depending on how long Trevor Noah speaks and others speak in the program. But we took that additional step as well, and then he's, of course, sitting on the dais up in the front. So the interaction, he's not attending any of the receptions or anything along those lines either.
On the remarks, the president has been a guest on several late-night shows. Has he consulted any of those host comedians who brought in any outside help on his speech? Can you kind of bring us in the room on how he's approaching this as someone who has attended several of these dinners and seen them play out?
He has. I would tell you the president has a very good sense of humor and is working hard on his own speech.
On the topic of thank you, Jen. The administration has not said how long they expect the war in Ukraine to last, and that's understandable because no one knows what the future will hold. But the administration, and then also in this room yesterday, the administration has declined to say how much the United States is prepared to spend long term or to give a real definition of what a victory in the war in Ukraine would look like. So my question is, how long does President Biden, the same president who got us out of Afghanistan because he said it was a costly and unwinnable quagmire, how long does he expect the American people to back this war when they don't know how long it will last, how much it will cost, or what the ultimate definition of victory actually is?
Well, I mean, let me just reiterate something the president has said from the beginning. I will get to your point, but I will get to your questions, I promise, that combating Russian aggression has costs. Leaving it unchecked would be even more costly. Allowing Russia to run rampant around Europe beyond Ukraine, which is what President Putin outlined in his speech right before he invaded, would be incredibly costly to the world and to the United States. We calculate that as well. Right now, I know, I will get there, I promise. I know you're raising your hand. You asked me a few questions. I'm going to get there. Right now, the importance of this package to the president is because every day Ukrainians pay the price of freedom in their lives, and he feels providing them with arms and foods is the right thing to do. And trying to plan for, and I noted that some components of this package are not limited. It's not that the spending will end at 5 months. It's just allowing the ability for us, the Ukrainians and the Europeans, to plan over the long term. In fact, much of the security assistance will be much longer than that. The reason it's difficult to define what winning is because obviously our view continues to be that an end will be through a diplomatic process and a diplomatic conversation. The Ukrainians are the ones to determine what the outcome of that will look like, not for us to determine on their behalf.
So should we expect a line item appropriation for military aid to Ukraine for the next 5, 10, 15 years? I mean, is this open-ended?
We, of course, want the war to end as quickly as possible. And President Putin could do that tomorrow. But right now, what we're making a decision about, what we're advocating for, is trying to support and have the backs of an incredibly brave country and their people who are kicked out of their homes, fighting an aggressive dictator and his military, lacking food, lacking economic assistance, and preventing Putin from rampaging through Europe, which, by the way, would be much more expensive than what we're talking about here.
So the United States definition of what success or victory looks like in the region is contingent on how long Ukrainians are willing to combat the Russians and whether or not they want to, fight them and force them to the negotiation table or push them out of, their borders. That's up to them. But
It's not exactly what I said. What I will say is that what President Putin defined as his own version of winning and victory from the beginning was taking over Ukraine, their sovereignty, their territorial integrity. Obviously, he's already failed at that, right? So in that sense, they are already defeating Putin's effort to envelop them into Russia. But this is an ongoing war. We know that. We know that diplomacy and having a discussion and negotiation is the way to get an end to it. Our effort and our focus is on strengthening them at the negotiating table. And that's the role that we feel that we can play. I'm going to have to wrap this up. Asma, go ahead, one more. Oh, and Asma, you asked me a question yesterday about a credit. That is not possible. Okay, good. But for others.
Yes. So there have been reports that EU countries are looking to approve a phased embargo on Russian oil as early as next week. And if that were to happen, it would be huge. And I'm curious how the White House is coordinating with the EU on this.
Sure. So one of the steps that the president took last month was to start this task force with the Europeans. I mean, we took steps before that, right, to work with a range of countries in Asia and around the world to provide additional supply, LNG supply, where they had excess. Japan, for example, did that to provide excess LNG supply because they had the ability to do that to the Europeans in anticipation that Russia could weaponize energy, as we've seen President Putin do. There was a meeting of this task force yesterday to continue that coordination, have that discussion, and we're just looking for ways that we can help them address these needs that we long anticipated. Okay, thanks everyone. Thank you, everyone.
Question on come to 400, I'm going to immediately sell, and I know the market about to crash. You get what I'm saying? Because it ain't touched 400 in a year. The SPY hasn't touched 400 in 1 year, bro. Think about that, man. And coming out the weekend. That mean every time it got to this level, it bounced and went straight back to 460. Shit, I'm about to we just load the SPY. Just load the SPY. That's all I'm going to do, bro. You see your artistic. Shout out to my boy. Yo, yo, yo. We back. Y'all heard what Jen was saying. She had the market spooked. As I told you guys, she's a market mover. She brought this market completely down here. It is officially power hour. Contracts just officially closed here. And it's 3 p.m. We got 1 hour left, ladies and gentlemen. It is Friday. So contracts just closed here, you guys. That group contract we had is officially done. Everything's done here. It's all expired. As you know, worthless. We took the L's here. We can face the L's here. No problem. No problem. It is what it is. But you know, nobody lost out. Everybody's still good. We fine. You know, we as a company, we still here. LCAOD. You know how we get down. So thank y'all for joining that and, watching that with us here. Secretary Jen, she moves the market. As you can see, the market is selling off bad here. Now, I do know we are back. We got to pull the chart back to year to date right now. That's what we're looking at. Year to date right now. Pull the year to date chart back. Pull it back. We might even have to go 5 years. Let's go 5 years out here. Now, we got to look 5 years out. You got to zoom out. Look at the bigger picture here, you guys. Look what's going on. I see a discount. Oh, my gosh, I see a discount. But I also do see it can come down here and start to try to meet the ends over here to below 400 if it really wants to. But, I mean, hasn't really done it in 2 years, though. So, I don't know. don't know. It's an ultimate opportunity here for a swing here. Like you can swing anything here, and your chances of hitting, you can swing both ways here. Your chances of hitting is probably about 60-70% right now. That's how much opportunity there is here, you guys. Keep that in mind right now. So if you waited, you should be good. Because you can catch it. This is either bottom by the close, or this is the top by the close. You get what I'm saying? Amazon is bouncing back up here, you guys. They are back at 24.54, but man, wow. Oh my, where's the horn? I need a horn. Shout out to Sosa. Man, wow. What a day. What a day. What a week. What a week. And like I said, we're not even bragging here. We're not even bragging, because we understand, didn't go your way. We get it. We understand. Keep your head up, though. There's another week ahead of you, buddy. More money ahead, more money to come, but I need a horn. You know, horn right there for Sosa, man. It's big, that is big. So that was live. Jen's live. The NASDAQ is down 3.25%. The S&P 500 is down 2.81%. The Russell 2000 is down 2%. The Dow is down 1.70%.
Two items for all of you at the top. Today we released a report highlighting the historic small business boom under the Biden-Harris administration.
That high. That's how high the VIX is. That's insane. So, what a day. Going into the weekend here, we got 1 hour left, man. We're going to take a quick break here. I don't see anything else going on. The market is stunned here, you guys. Amazon has been exposed here. There is no more big tech. Big tech is done, finito. They're just called tech now, for real. I don't want to hear nothing about FANG. All that broke up. If Amazon can't recover $400, by the time they got to reset their price, I do not want to hear anything about big tech anymore. They're done, you guys. They are exposed. The union exposed Amazon, you guys. They're done. It hurt them. They got more room to go below. Keep that in mind, too. That's only half to me. I'm looking at profit here. That's only half. They can go down another 400. Yeah, I've seen it. I seen it even when it came up before the pandemic, 2020. It just actually never even saw that level of 2,000. It just, when the pandemic started, it just shot right up to like 27. So this makes sense to actually be where it needs to be right now. They can get it a little bit lower, though. That's what I'm trying to say. So just keep that in mind with Amazon, you guys. I wouldn't try to be a hero there. They're done. Trust me. They're down 15%. That's a correction. That's nothing else but a correction, you guys. That's what that is. So we're going to take a quick break here. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We will be right back. The market is just acting so extra out here today. Oh, man.
Extra. Extra. If you go short, we stretch it. Got it for the low, sell it for the high. You know one nigga finesse it. Said he gon' do it to me. You know these niggas be flexing. Nigga get hit with the West. You know my nigga keep weapons. Extra. If you go short, we stretch it. Got it for the low, sell it for the high. You know one nigga finesse it. Said he gon' do it to me. You know these niggas be flexing. Nigga get hit with the West. You know that my nigga keep weapons. Extra. Brother for brother, you know how I'm rockin'. Nothing but hundreds that stash in my pocket. Don't fuckin' me, bitch, that's straight up exotic. See a battle, can't tweet about it. So many racks, you can't fit in my pocket. That's straight up exotic. Fuckin' these bitches, she say I'm too toxic. Little bad bitches, she callin' me pop. Run down, creep on her, put him on the shirt. Long night, no sleep, got it from the dirt. OTMs out of shit on my shirt. Brother for brother, let's see what he worth. Hey, my brother, if you come from the turf. RP truth, that shit hit the worst. Remember them days I was laying in the bed and my mom told me it could've been worse. Capping they rap, why they shit sound the same? Yo, bro, my brother came from my pain. Did what you did, so stay in your lane. Green light on
don't go, no, I live for the same. Nigga be with all the this and keeping me all in their mention. Get hit for all of that feds. You pull on the hoe, check my pen, but 10 toes in when they stand on my bed. Extra. If it goes short, we stretch. Yeah, got it for the low, sell it for the high. You know my nigga finesse. You know the finesse. Say they gon' do what they be. You know these niggas be flex. You know that they flex. Nigga get hit with this West. You know that my nigga keep webbing. Extra, extra. If it goes short, we stretch. Got it for the low, sell it for the high. You know my nigga finesse. You know say they gon' do what they be. You know these niggas be flex. You know that they flex. Nigga get hit with this West. You know that my nigga keep webbing. Extra, extra. Extra. If it goes short, we stretch him. Got it for the low, sell it for the high. You know my nigga finessing. Said he gon' do what to me. You know these niggas be flexing. Nigga get hit with this Westin. You know that my nigga keep webbing. Extra, extra. If it goes short, we stretch him. Got it for the low, sell it for the high. You know my nigga finessing. Said he gon' do what to me. You know these niggas be flexing. Nigga get hit with this Westin. You know that my nigga keep webbing. Extra, extra. I thought that I wanted a Benz or a bag or a life where I ain't checking the tag. If I could do it again, I would pass. Cause I don't wanna live in the past. Don't wanna hear that I'll turn out okay. And what I'm feeling will pass. So what's the point of getting all worked up and all burnt up? Yeah, I'm doing fine where I'm at. I'm doing fine where I'm at. Phone rings, are you okay? I'm so used to that shit, and I forgot to call on your birthday. That's another thing I've been bad with, and I think I'm so fucking done with all these bad decisions. I start a lot of the problems and don't know how I did it. Lost cause, don't think I like my image. I couldn't stand in the mirror, I hated every minute. Or a bag, or a life where I ain't checking the tag. If I could do it again, I would pass. Cause I don't wanna live in the past. Don't wanna hear that I'll turn out okay. And what I'm feeling will pass. So what's the point of getting all worked up and all burnt up? Yeah, I'm doing fine where I'm at. I'm doing fine where I'm at. Lately not anticipating all things to come. We've got blistered souls and bad decisions. We're trained to run, thinking about ourselves and no one else. But who loads the gun? Got me sitting, waiting, wishing about the things I've done. I thought that I wanted a Benz or a bag or a life where I ain't checking the tag. If I could do it again, I would pass. Cause I don't wanna live in the past. Don't wanna hear that I'll turn out okay. And what I'm feeling will pass. So what's the point of getting all worked up and all burnt up? Yeah, I'm doing fine where I'm at. I'm doing fine where I'm at.
$70. We got 8 clients. Everybody put up $70. Put some time on it.
For long, for how long? For two.
May 20th or the 27th. They got earnings May 25th. Think about it. We can load it. Everybody get one, and then you feel me? It'll be that type of equity. You know what I'm saying? So for instance,
I think I'm about to load them. I think something happened.
you think they about to pop to the upside or downside now though? Because I'm thinking down. They down. They below 200. They below 210. It's over. Yeah, video.
Alright, with the load.
I'm on them drugs for real, and I can't feel my body. Smoking on some gas, you got me feeling anxiety. In this pain I feel, yeah, it covered my body. So please don't fuck with me. I'm in love with catching bodies. I'm on them drugs for real, and I can't feel my body. Smoking on some gas, you got me feeling anxiety. In this pain I feel, yeah, it covered my body. So please don't fuck with me. I'm in love with catching bodies, and I don't trust nobody.
I don't trust nobody. In Russ, zero heroes, they heroic, and I am no poetic justice at all. I'm just smoking on drugs and it's musty. It's loud. When I fuck your bitch, she leaving musty. That's the whole room walking out in public. Yeah, I hit it. No undercover. We was on drugs, I was on pills. I am a fish, no, I am a seal. When I'm up in that water, man, I'm so ill. These niggas hating, that shit is for real.
I'm on them Zans for real. I'm on your bitch for real. I'm with the shits for real. The way it is for real. I'm chasing bags still. And if you wanna know the recipe, get off your ass and just grind for real. Cause this the time for real. I gotta eat every day like my last, but most of all, I ain't got time to share. Nigga, ain't no time for here. Ain't no time for here. I'm a grind this shit. But I'm on them drugs. Drugs, man. And I'm on them drugs. Them drugs, man. Cause I love them drugs. Drugs, man. Man, I love them drugs. I'm on them drugs for real. And I can't feel my body. Smoking on some gas. You got me feeling anxiety. In this pain I feel. Yeah, it cover my body. So please don't fuck with me. I'm in love with catching bodies. I'm on them drugs for real. I'm on them drugs for real. And I can't feel my body. I'm smoking on some gas. It got me feeling anxiety. It got me feeling anxiety. I'm on them drugs for real.
That's just, you said we do it.
Got me feeling anxiety.
That's the 8.
And I can't feel my body. They don't fuck with me. And I can't trust nobody.
Yeah. I'll do that. If it's below 162, that's already that much, bro. If it's at 162, that's how much profit it would be. And we only gotta pay this right now for 7. That's a $20 drop. It's gonna pay that out. So if it's go lower than that, if it go to 150, that's about like 20. Split it 10 and 10. Shit, I'm going big. You just have to go all in. You feel what I'm saying? Because you probably don't know. You get what I'm saying? I'm basically gonna put up 4 you playing out too.
Man, it's Stunna Beats.
she love me, but I really think she lying. She say she trust me, but I came with your kind. I stayed loyal, but you kept me in the blind. Over and over, it's like every time you stay lying. She say she love me, but I really think she lying. She say she trust me, but I came with your kind. I stayed loyal, but you kept me in the blind. Over and over, it's like every time you stay lying. I had to cut her off, she wasn't good for me. She like a gnat, always bugging me. Get the fuck on, away from around me. Before I slap your ass for stealing money. I'm trying to chase a check, you take it from a king. I gave you everything, so fuck the money, fuck your diamond rings. You a petty bitch and that's on everything. I hate your ass and that's a rarity. I look at you but now it's like barely. I should've bagged your Aunt Beverly and took her to the hills while I'm smoking on this medicine. You know how I do when I'm down bad. I used to call you boo, but now I look at you and call you crew. Cause that's where you been, but I don't give a fuck. But I never did what I never was, and now this who I am. And that's on everything. You stay lying, you ain't Lord. She said she love me, but I really think she lying. She said she trust me, but I came with your kind. I stayed loyal, but you kept me in the blind. Over and over, it's like every time you stay lying. She said she love me, but I really think she lying. She said she trust me, but I came with your kind. I stayed loyal, but you kept me in the blind. Over and over, it's like every time you stay lying. You stay lying like love is a crime. You stay whining, no turn. You a legend, yeah. I'm tired of that complaining. Sneak this in with your main bitch. All that full shit, I can't handle it. That's why I keep the Glock near me. Shit like that, I don't care, baby. If you wanna sneak this, I'ma sneak with this bitch. Cause I can lie to you if I am lion-hearted, but I see through. I'm a puzzle, I figured out everything across the map. Fit in all the gaps. Punch in, throwing jabs. And I might just take a dab. And I'm swimming, that's Michael Phelps. I don't give a fuck how they feel. Cause they ain't get the card that I was dealt. And this shit fucking hurt me for real. 2 more days to smoke till I chill. Say she love me, but I really think she lying. She really lying. She said she love me, but I really think she lying. She really lying. She said she love me, but I really think she lying. I really think she lying. She said she love me, but I really think she lying. Over and over, it's like every time you stay lying. You stay lying. Tears running down your eyes crying. Over and over, over and over. It's like every time you stay lying.
Okay, you can do that here. You should have hurry up and hit it.
Oh, that's what I was hitting on the little dot.
Oh, that was probably the market makers.
Yeah, that's what I said. I was hitting cancel. I've been hit cancel.
Oh, they're like, nah, and I'm looking at it.
I'm
They saw it.
I'm looking at it like, damn, I'm trying to, bro. I'm like, bro, hitting dots, nigga. Ain't no cancel, nigga. I know how to cancel this shit.
This is dirty, yo.
And that's when they got me, 175. They topped me probably 200. Kept going right there. I know they did. Because they got at least about like 220, 230 out of it on that trial. But it went down, so I could have got at least about 400 up here. It went up to 900, I seen.
Yeah, I mean, they do that.
They closed like 560 though, so I got.
And those niggas bosses, man. And that niggas get into it bad.
I fuck on these hoes like a boss, you hear me? Wake up and replay my day. Different ignorant little boy. She probably got a nigga for replay. Replay my EP, yeah. Replay my EP, yeah. Replay my EP, hey. Replay my EP, ooh. Fucking on these hoes like a boss, like a boss. I buy what I want, like a boss, like a boss. On the next cost, like a boss, like a boss. I just know the code, I'm the boss, I'm the boss. I do what I want, I say what I want, cause I be the one with the sense. Hey, I be in that, they know when I come. Seeing hoes like lunch, that's in the back, they fucking in front. Tell little bitch what's up, let's fuck, bust my nut, I'm fucked up, so you know she a dime, but she ain't mine, nah, cause I don't never cup, nah, little bit wet, what, huh, nah, what, hold up, what, I don't cup, fucking on these hoes, like a boss, like a boss, I buy what I want, like a boss, like a boss, only next to cost, like a boss, like a boss, I just know the code, I'm the boss, I'm the boss. How much is the private show? I ain't spending shit. Ooh, I ain't spending shit. Take me to the private room. Ooh, private show. How much is the private show? I ain't spending shit. Ooh, take me to the private room. Yeah, take me to the private room. You be sucking on my private soon. She said she wants your Benji. Well, let me see them titties, even if they itty bitty. I fuck the whole committee. If she suck it, we ain't kissing. We ain't kissing. Ooh, fucking on these hoes like a boss, like a boss. I buy what I want, like a boss, like a boss. On the next cost, like a boss, like a boss. I just know the code. I'm the boss, I'm the boss. I do what I want, yeah. I say what I want, yeah. When the fuck I want, yeah. When the fuck I want. Wait, what, huh? Wait, what, huh? Replay, bitch. This that replay shit. I'm the boss, nigga bomb. I'm the boss like a bunch. I'm that nigga, let's turn up. She gon' party, we gon' fuck. She a thotty, she gon' suck. I'm the boss, he a scrub. He a scrub. Yeah, he a scrub. Fucking on these hoes like a boss, like a boss. I buy what I want, like a boss, like a boss. Only next to cost, like a boss, like a boss. I just know the code, I'm the boss, I'm the boss.
Send them with the automatic and see what they say.
Replay. I'm a indigo, I'm a indigo, I'm the boss, yeah. We got packs, we got threats. Yeah, that gas. Big ol' dope, yeah. Big ol' dope, yeah. Smoke a O, yeah, smoke a O. Big ol' dope, yeah. Big ol' dope, yeah. Smoke a O, yeah, smoke a O. We got packs. We got threats. Fuck a now, yeah. Just at my jack, bitch. I be on the go. So got that dope for both. Fresh up off the boat, though. Cause I'm the hood, so I got that ring, I got that coat. Smoke a O, yep. 4-0, yep. I take your fucking back, secure that fucking bag. That always snatch and grab, yep. And you won't get it back. My goonies never slack, bet on that. Big ol' dope, yeah. Big ol' dope, yeah. Smoke a O, yeah, smoke a O. Big ol' dope, yeah. Big ol' dope, yeah. Smoke a O, yeah, smoke a O. We got blood for low, we got coke for low, yeah. Dope overload, yeah. We be smoking dro, ayy. Pull up to your spot, set up shop. You get popped on the spot. If you get a drop, we don't fuck with ops. Thotty stop, suck my cock while I'm rolling up a block. You can't hit my blunt. You a stupid blunt, yeah. I be having fun with a bitch that use a tongue. And she swallow when I come. Ali, I'm the man. Hey, grab that Palmer, it's a Dutchie. OJ tasting clutchy. And she said she wanna fuck me. Got me feeling lucky. Big ol' packs, big ol' racks. Pour that quality from the act. Big ol' bricks, like I'm Shaq. Like I'm Shaq, yeah. Big ol' dope, big ol' dope. Big ol' dope, yeah. Smoke a O. Smoke a O. S-O-L-O. Smoking choke, yeah. Big ol' dope, big ol' dope. Wait, what?
Chilling, creeping down, cause they about to. I feel like they're gonna pull some Facebook
They've been
shit.
playing. They've been playing.
They can pull some Facebook shit. You see how Facebook went down all up until then they earnings they popped. You feel me? That Facebook was going down.
Hold on. Wait. What? 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 Hold on. Nah. What? What? Hold on. What? What? This is replay. Dead or alive. I'm about mine, yeah. And I'ma shine, yeah. Yeah, I'ma shine. Dead or alive. I'm about mine, yeah. And I'ma shine, yeah. Cut a nigga dope. I just do the most. I'm on go. I can funk, gotta choke. I up that bit and blow. It get gritty in the boat, so you better hold your own. For sure. I'm the realest and ain't no. Quit the fuck your bit, yeah, nigga. Take your hoe. Smoke a hoe. On my SOLO. Hot shit. I be on the grind. On my money mine. I just do the shit on time. On that nigga, that's the show. On that boss, so whoa. Put that replay on repeat. Till I drop that repeat, yeah. Then that 3 piece. Hey, this that Ali. And they gon' respect me, yeah. I'm a indigo. I'm a indigo. Hey, I'm a indigo. I'm a indigo. Yeah, I'm a indigo. Dead or alive. I'm about mine, yeah. And I'ma shine, yeah. Yeah, I'ma shine, yeah. Dead or alive. I'm about mine, yeah. And I'ma shine, yeah. I'ma shine, shine, shine. I'ma grind, 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 grind. Time is mine, time is mine, mine, mine. I
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We back from the long break here. The market's about to close in 30 minutes. Oh, we cannot play LCAOD Jeopardy today, you guys. We're running on some time constraints due to some time constraints here today, you guys. But I do apologize here. Busy day today, man, on this wonderful Friday. Trying to think, what was it? Oh, okay, yeah. Let me show you guys. Explain the cover right here. We can't do that. And we can get into the LCAOD word of the day before we close it up here on this wonderful Friday. All right, mega dividends. So stocks with dividend yields above 4% here. You can type some of these in if you got a downloaded brokerage account on your phones. You can download the app. They got a lot of them. But these are a couple of them with the highest dividend yields here. Exxon Mobil, Chevron Gas here. They got 4% dividend yield. So just meaning, you can buy like a lot of shares. You put $1,000 into shares of these companies and they'll pay you dividends. They'll pay you every 2 to 3 months their dividend yield, and it's above 4%. So that's a lot. If you buy the more shares you buy, basically more dollars you get, and it doesn't matter how the share price moves. The company has to offer that because it's a dividend payment from the company, so the share price can go down or up, but you still will profit there from these mega dividend companies. If you buy shares, but that's just how shares work, and that's the only way to really be profitable with shares. As far as both ways. Now, other than that, you have to trade here, you guys. And that's options here. That's a whole other ball game. We'll get into that another day, another time. But that's mega dividends, you guys. Other than that, SPY just says 413.82. 413.82, y'all. Just still selling. Still selling. We're down almost 4% on the NASDAQ, you guys. The market this is a crash here. We're in the crash level of, it's about the second level, almost touching It's almost touching the second level, actually. Excuse me, that's what it is. We're still in the first stage here, but it's almost touching the second stage of the crash here. If the spot can reach 410 and break below, this is lower than last time, you guys. And now we're looking at 2021, 2020 lows now. Because like I said, we ain't saw these type of lows ever in a couple years. So, you know, it's like, baby, you spoil it, it's not going to be used to something. So, as investors out here, we're not used to these levels here. But we do know what they can do at these levels. So, you know, just prepared and just staying cautious and staying ready and staying patient, you know, because we know that's what's going to pay here. We can say at least it will be a sharp bounce come next week due to this statement, or this market is going to tumble, you guys. It's going to continue to flush downward, and it's over with. There will be no more all-time highs looking at it. You know, if you zoom out, if it continues to flush like this, at least for a while, that is, there will be no all-time highs for a while. So just keep that in mind. But right now, like I said, this could be a bottom. You know, in March 14th, 1 month ago, this was considered the bottom. So people are cautious to that and staying cautious to that. You're not gonna slip up twice, they say. So about a month ago, you guys, same level here. About 409.37 was the low in the spot, and it just bounced back all the way to 461, like nothing happened. So like I said, this could be an opportunity, you guys. This could be a discount. The fear might be leaving, and you know the greed will take over. If they see the fear is gone, keep that in mind too. So you know the market can go either way, but that's just what it is here, you guys. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We're gonna get into the word of the day real quick. I got y'all. Let's see what we can pull out here. And let's see what we need to be doing. Do we hold here or do we buy? Do we swing something here, you guys? It's the true question right now. Great. Whoa. Great. This is the first word I seen. It says large in size, quantity. Remarkable, you guys. Great. Oh, large in size, remarkable. Quantity, you guys. Oh. Is this signaling be great? Go big here? Is this what this is signaling? It sounds like here? Word of the day is great. It means maybe it's telling me to be great in the market. Do something great right now. That's because there's an opportunity to be great right now, you guys. For real. I'm sending it here. That was the first word I saw, so maybe that is what it is here. That's the word of the day with LCAOD, you guys. Great. And then I'm going to read it one more time. It says large in size, quantity, remarkable. So we might need to be remarkable here. We need to be great. We need to make our best move. We need to make our next move our best move at these levels here in the market. Also in life, you know, you want to be great. Overall, just be great. Want good. Be remarkable at all times. You can do it. Don't doubt yourself. Don't beat yourself up when it's not going your way. Be great at all times, even when it's not going your way. That's how you stay great. Even the greats will tell you when it's not going great and you can be great, that makes you great. So remember that, ladies and gentlemen. That is the word of the day with LCAOD. Great. G-R-E-A-T. Great. G-R-E-A-T. Great. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We're about to wrap it up here shortly, man. The market is about to close. It is Friday. And the stocks just fell here. That's just ugly. It is ugly here. It's quiet, silenced. My chat, they're all gone. They're not liking this. It's showing some true colors here with some of you. You're not wanting to be great. You're hiding right now. You got to be great even when it's not going your way. You want to be tuned in and still trying to learn and earn something. You know, I understand if you got something else to do now, that's completely different. You got a life. You get it. I understand. I get that. You're doing something else. You know what I'm saying? That makes sense. But if you're just avoiding the situation and you're not doing anything, you just wanted to take the day off because you wanted to play a video game, or you just took the day off because you wanted to just, lay around. You know what I'm saying? I mean, if you're sick, that's different. I understand. You just had a surgery or something. I get it. I understand. Anything, that's excusable. It makes sense to get away from this market right now. It wouldn't make sense to be here if you had something to do. That's anything in life. But I mean, other than that, if you're just running from it, it's not good right now. You're not being great. You're not being great. You're not being remarkable here. You're not sucking up your L's. You're not facing it. You're not facing reality. You're not being true to who you are. You're running from the truth. You're not trying to learn why that just happened. So be great at all times, ladies and gentlemen. That's what I'm saying. Even when you're great, be greater. When you're good, be great. When it's not great, still be great. That's the point. And that's the word of the day with LCLD, ladies and gentlemen. Great. And we're going to take a quick break here. We'll be right back before the close. And I don't see any briefings here. The market's in the deep red. This is the Stock Market Live with LCALD. I hope you're enjoying the live stream right now. I hope you're learning something. I hope you're earning something. I hope you watch the recap. If you do, hit the like, share, subscribe button. If you could. You need anything, if you want to sign up, check out the website, www.letcashaccumulateoverdays.com. It has all my social media accounts there. You can contact me there, or you can hit me. It has my number there. You can text me. Any type of way. Any type of way you need something going on in the market, you need some pointers. You need a little package, consultation package. We got you here, LCAOD. Look you up. I'm telling you. Good knowledge here. Good knowledge. Good knowledge. Free knowledge. Not a financial advisor either. Don't. Financial advisor. Okay. I figured this out on my own. I learned this on my own, you guys. I'm telling you now. So. But other than that, man, this is it, man. It's Friday. We was going to play LCLD Jeopardy, but I'm telling you, nobody's in the mood, you guys. So, I'm not going to call nobody. I understand. I get what's going on right now. Amazon shares sank 12% on pace for worst day since January 2014. I get what's going on right now. I understand. But, yeah, man, we're going to take a quick break here. Like I said, we got about 20 minutes to close. What a day. What a week. What a week. I did want to show, we got earnings coming up next week. I'm going to pull it up here, but we'll go over here the last 10 minutes, and then I'll explain, who it is, who reports for next week, you guys. Hold on, let me get it pulled up here. I think it already might be pulled up. If it's already pulled up, we can just go right over it if I'm already logged in. We already went over the sediment, right? Yeah, I showed you guys this from earlier. So we are live here, so I'll show this one more time. You catch the recap. You can see this at the beginning or the end here. But the market was bullish here ending the week. This week here, the market was bullish here about 16.4%. And it was neutral at about 24.2%. But it was extremely bearish at about 59.4%. And that's why you see what you see, you guys. The bears took over. Everybody shorted the market this week. Everybody sold their positions that they had this week. It was a lot of that. And this might continue to take place going into next week. So keep mind of that and stay cautious about that. Now, bearish sentiment can go back to about 40-30%. That'll make things probably back a little bullish and fairly neutral. That's more than likely going to happen over next week. But if not, I'm assuming that this bearish sentiment will get higher here, about maybe 60s, pushing for 60, 70, and that'll bring the market down even lower, you guys. We're technically in a crash here right now. We're about to be going back to 2020 lows here. Some stocks are at that level, and some are just still at the 2021 beginning, the end of 2020 levels. So some stocks are getting there. Some stocks are moving faster than others, basically. But I think due to earnings, they'll all start to catch pace of one another. So keep that in mind here, you guys. But yeah, no more big tech. They're ruined. No more big tech. No more big tech, you guys. They're done. No more big tech. Yeah, it's loading now, so let me get it pulled up here. I'm gonna show you guys earnings for next week. The earnings storm is dying down. I can say that for the most part. It's going to start. The storm is dying down, but it's not over. There's a lot more earnings to go here, you guys. A lot more companies reporting here. It's going to get down to value companies. It's going to get down to meme stocks. It's going to get down to a lot different more sectors coming up here in May. So be ready. You know, there's always going to be opportunity. But I hope you guys enjoyed the month of April, man. It's been wild. Even though it's been like it has been, it's been wild, you guys. You got to admit it. The past 2 months has been wild. It's been wild here. But let me get the earnings pulled up. I'm trying to get the page refreshed here. We're looking at earnings for next month here because when the weekend, April will be finished after this weekend. Like I said, I hope you guys enjoy your weekend. I'm going to enjoy mine. On Monday, looks like we got MGM Resorts, Chegg, Big Commerce Holdings, Expedient, Devon Energy, Diamondback Energy, Car Avis, Budget Group. We got Clorox, Logic Tech. So earnings continue, you guys. That momentum is going to continue, but it's not as, the companies that reported this week, obviously run the market. So it's not going to be like, but these companies going to move too now. Don't get it twisted. The companies that's going to report this week, it looks like on Tuesday we got AMD, Pfizer, Starbucks, we got Airbnb, Lyft, we got Biogen, we got BP. You know what I'm saying? The momentum is continuing, definitely with the earnings. We got MicroStrategy, Match Group, a lot more earnings here, you guys. A lot more earnings. So basically, that will continue. So just let you guys know, 365 companies reporting on Wednesday next week, and that's the day we got the FOMC statement. That's the day Powell speaks during the FOMC conference. We got Moderna reporting. We got Uber reporting. We got Twilio reporting. We got Fastly reporting. We got Etsy reporting. We got eBay, CVS. A lot of companies reporting, you guys. Booking Holdings. So, this volatility definitely is going to continue to stay up here in this market here with all these companies reporting back-to-back like this. So, that momentum is going to continue. It might not be as big as this week, but it's going to continue for sure. Definitely. And on Thursday, we got Lucid, Square, Block, Shopify, GoPro, Fubo TV, let's see, Dropbox, Wiz. So, yeah, it's kind of chills out, dies down. Zillow, Datadog, DoorDash, Wayfair. We got, let's see. I'm just scrolling through fast. I'm just skimming through. And I'll have a list Monday to show y'all. I'm just skimming through fast right now. We got Papa John's, Kellogg. A lot. It's going to continue. Like I said, momentum is going to continue. Friday, we got DraftKings. A lot. That's it. Looks like that's probably the best one on Friday. But a lot more earnings, though, coming in next week. Market just sold off today, though. It might be a sell-off Monday here. It was definitely a sell-off Friday, you guys. So, start really a crash Friday. So, this might be a gap down Monday, you guys. Keep that in mind. Anything can happen here. I mean, they're already down 3%. It wouldn't surprise me more bad news come in Monday at this point, Just keep that in mind. But it can rebound from here. I do know that, too, as well. So, it's an opportunity. It's an opportunity to swing, you guys. It's there. You just got to pick your poison. If you're unsure, straddle. One side will win, trust, in this situation. One side will win because I know some people out there is feeling like the market's oversold, and some people still feel like it's overbought. So the battle continues. The spot's at 4:13 here. We're about to close in about 15 minutes. We're going to take a quick little 10-minute break here. We'll be back right before the close and let you guys catch the closing bell, and we're going to wrap it up here, man, today. Spot's still selling at the end of the day. 413.37, new low, you guys. So 413 even was the low of the week here, but it happened during after hours on Monday, or Tuesday, one of these days this week. So nobody actually got it. They're actually giving it up to the open market here today. So keep that in mind. 413.25. 413.25 on the spot. It's still selling. It's getting intense. The sell-off is continuing, you guys. We'll be right back.
Somebody pass me my lighter. It's a freestyle. It's out top, man.
I swung out of one. I did one. Think about it. Great, too. Think about it. Imagine if I went into think about you put in the money.
I got that black eye. They say, Lenny, you too high. But I ain't tryna be cool. I ain't tryna be cool. This the sun sit down, go to school. I ain't tryna be cool. I ain't tryna be cool. This that sun sit down, go to school. I ain't tryna be cool. 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 This that sun sit down, go to school. School rocks, you can learn everything you want. School rocks, sit down, pay attention, don't talk back. Niggas know what's up, niggas know where it ain't. I don't give a motherfucker, I'm getting money, what you think? Hey, I'm getting money, what you think? Hey, take care, roll out, it's fair, go up, go down, it's there, it's here, my mind, we racing, I'm here, I'm there, you here, you there, we here, I'm here, I did it, came up, I'm committed, you did it, I'm committed, you sent it, I sent it, we sent it, you sent it, we sent it, we swipe, we win it, we win it, we win it. Shit reverse though, it can be a fucking curse though. If you're running your mouth, I hope your shit go down south. I hope your shit go down south. Like my bitch going down south, but we ain't gonna talk that now. This ain't about no fucking bitch. Man, that bitch ain't shit. Man, she lied on my list. Man, she lied on my list. Then she asked for some dick. Then this shit got twisted. Then I said, ain't no twister, but this ain't no game. You can't get it. You can't fit it. You can't fit in with my team. I'm committed. Yeah, I said it when I said it. Then I know that I did it when I did it. If I did it, then you know that you did it too. So that's all I know, that I did it, boo. Every nigga talked against me, they dead, ooh. Damn. And they dead, ooh, and I don't even brag about that. I just ask God, why is it is like that? Damn, I done did some fucked up shit, but I know I'm gon' but it ain't lit, yeah, it ain't lit to be talking about death. That's why I'm even gon' get on that subject to death. You get it? Don't talk about death, don't get on the subject to death. These niggas ain't got death. They run out of breath. They run out of breath, yeah. Hey, they run out of breath. Hey, but I'ma step with that 4-5. I step with my hands, yeah, I got hands. It don't matter what you wanna do, leave you in the sand. Knock a nigga down, leave his ass to the land. Rest in peace, that's my man. That's my man. Yeah, that's my man. That's my man. Rest in peace, that's my man. I was in the hood on the west end. Yeah, we got it in the best. Niggas is some real trappers. Real trappers speak up for the real trappers.
You gotta play both ways. I'm scared.
Yeah, you gotta try.
But you don't know what's gonna happen, bro, because it's testing the ball. They know what they doing. 411.
Dow drops 900 points. Last Friday sell off
JP.
Sometimes I just think about the times I never had shit. Mama out of work, my pops never had me. So I did have be what I had to. This a letter to me, so fuck you. I'm just trying to make it out. Trying to make it out. I'm just trying to make it out. Trying to make it out. I'm just trying to make it out. Trying to make it out. Sometimes I just think about the times I never had shit. Mama out of work, my pops never had me. So I did have be what I had to. This a letter to me, so fuck you. I'm just trying to make it out. Trying to make it out. I'm just trying to make it out. Trying to make it out. I'm just trying to make it out. Trying to make it out.
Same shit, different day, shit'll never change. I'm too stuck in my ways to see them bright days. So many tears I done wiped up my mother's face from the thought of a loser, something she can't replace. I had to do it, got on my grind with no influence. I seen the bag and something told me to go pursue it. From the gutter I came, of course I'm used to it. Don't make me hang one of you niggas, put the noose to it. You know it's FOE, I speak this shit fluent. The only question I got to make me see different. How to maneuver through the shit without a pop the question. How to handle the Glock before you pop the clipping. I was supposed to be a man without a pop dimension. On the corner, pussy stoves was my only pension. But I'm just trying to make it out, so ain't no time for bitching. Fuck how you feel or what you think, cause it's my
Sometimes I
ambition.
just think about the times I never had shit. Mama out of work, my pops never had me. So I did have be what I had to. This a letter to me, so fuck you. I'm just trying to make it out. Trying to make it out. I'm just trying to make it out. Trying to make it out. I'm just trying to make it. Sometimes I just think about the times I never had shit. Mama out of work, my pops never had me. So I did have be what I had to. This a letter to me, so fuck you. I'm just trying to make it out. Trying to make it out. I'm just trying to make it out. Trying to make it out. I'm just trying to make it out. I grew up, I stand the streets, baby. Many nights fighting with my niggas, it was crazy. You know it's thug love in the hood on a daily. Mama's in the kitchen whipping up some amazing. Pops never there, he left without a care. I did it on my own, I'ma do it every year. Cause I'm lit like your lighter. This week got me hot and I think about the times I never had my father. Then I had a daughter, that shit got harder. The money make it easy, time spent amazing. Memories of a saving, that's some real shit that I'm going through. Can you pray for me, baby? I'm going to do what I gotta do. Then I just sit back and think about the time I never had shit. My mama out of work, my pops never had me, so I did what I had me. Sometimes I just think about the times I never had shit. Mama out of work, my pops never had me, so I did have be what I had to. It's a letter to me, so fuck you. I'm just trying to make it out. Trying to make it out. I'm just trying to make it out. Trying to make it out. I'm just trying to make it out.
Push the date back. We got 4 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. The market about to close here. You better wrap it up, make your final plays if you're gonna do something. There go the chat. There go the chat. Yes, sir. Spot shitting 411. Yes, sir. 411, you guys. The spot is coming down here. We're looking now. You gotta really zoom out. Like I said, we gotta look about 3 months ago. Look, 3 months, about a month. about a month ago. Really about what? April 26th. Damn, April 26th. It was right here for real. So yeah, you guys, this is it. This is the move here. You want to make it, make your best move, your next move. If not, wait, hold, don't do nothing. Just wait. Wait until enjoy your weekend. We got statement next week, Powell next week. Gonna be a lot of volatility, more than you see now. So, you know, your choice is yours. Choice is yours, you guys. We're just getting a free fall here now, you guys. 10-minute red, they just selling, dumping it. It's bad. It's bad. It's ugly. Got 2 minutes. One minute! I hope you guys get feel, man. I think I came to a conclusion. I'm going to hold, man. I'm holding. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm gonna just wait. We're just gonna wait. We're gonna wait. We're gonna wait. We're gonna wait. We're gonna have patience. More patience, you guys. We're about to wrap it up here, though. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. I hope you guys enjoy your weekend. Be safe out there. Don't do nothing that I wouldn't do. We'll be back Monday here, and they'll get the printers rolling again. But they're about to turn the machines off in 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. The printers are about to go off, and ding, 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 ding. Right now.
Transfer is available to the 6 N and R trains. This is the last stop on this train.
Oh, the market's closed, y'all. The market closed down terrible today. They sold off down bad today. Oh my gosh, you could have just got you a big bag today. They closed down that. They closed down 4%. Wow. The S&P 500 closed down 3.63%. Wow. The Dow Jones closed down 2.77%. Wow. This is ugly. How is next week going to rebound? What's going on? The economy's hurt like this? What's happening? There's a lot of questions going on. Elon's buying Twitter for $44 billion. The market's crashing. Amazon's going bankrupt. What the fuck? Oh, man. They're not going bankrupt, but they lost some market cap this week, you guys. The market is selling here. The market is, we are in a crash phase, you know. We're back at those 2021 levels, 2020 levels. So, hey, what did the bulls expect when you shot up that fast in March? Let's go back and ask yourself that. What did the bulls expect when you shot up that fast in March? Oh, man. So yeah, Bitcoins, even crypto's looking down here today. They're down below 40,000 today at 38,000. Ethereum's at 27.90. It's not looking good, y'all. It's not looking good. But that's it. The market's closed. And this was the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. You guys enjoy your weekend. I'll see you guys Monday. We will have all the data that you need coming in for next week on Monday, you guys. All the economic data, all the economy data that you want to see and hear about over the weekend. We'll have it here live with LCAOD on Monday, you guys. So don't worry about that. Enjoy your weekend. I'll see you guys then. We'll see you guys then. We're out. Enjoy your weekend. And don't forget to let cash accumulate over days. LCAOD.